fun. Well, first off, hold on. I want everybody to introduce themselves. So I think everybody on this Reverie has been on a previous Reverie, correct? I don't think anybody's like.
I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
I don't even know why I'm here.
You were on the first Reverie. You were talking about this before we started.
Yes.
Oh, I missed the days of the first Reverie. Now we're actually here.
I remember back in my day. It should be called Levelly if we're being completely accurate.
The Levelly.
That's true. The
Yeah,
Here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That is.
Does anyone call it?
Are we gonna say Zolo too?
No, we're not saying Zolo. Look, even as the official translation, dude, we're not doing that. No Zolo, none of that. I say Zoro when I'm reading it out loud. I'm not saying Zolo.
Yeah.
It trips me up every time I see it. I see.
My brain has just like.
Aura.
Yeah, when I read the manga and the viz, I'm just like, my brain puts the Zoro in. Like, I don't even recognize it.
Right.
Like, does it? And I'm like,
Same.
yes, it does.
Same.
But I just don't even. Yeah.
I think at the time when Zoe was going on, that was like, I think when the switch happened, right? Where they started going simul-release. It was like the beginning of
I believe
Country.
so.
Or, no,
Probably, yeah, maybe right around there, yeah.
And I remember they were referencing Nekomamushi and Inuarashi as like Dog Storm and Cat Viper. And I literally reading it off the page was like, it's not this. We're not doing this right now.
We're not doing this.
Dog
Yeah.
Storm and Cat Viper, bro. They are Nekomamushi and Inuarashi. Yeah, exactly. Dude, that's just funny.
I love those names. I'm a dub. I only watch dubs, so you know.
Wait. You only watch dubs, so you like the name Dogstorm?
Yes.
That is a hot take right at the very beginning of this reverie.
That is not okay. Listen. Dub One Piece is so good.
Oh, it has some fun stuff in it.
Oh yeah.
I only introduce people to dub One Piece. There is a One Piece hut called One Piece Kai. And
I've just
only way. I got my mom up to Dressrosa with One Piece.
That is not true. She made me watch some slop isekai in dub.
I watch everything in dub because I think the dub is great. But I watched my friend is up to Skypiea in One Piece Kai. Like and it's basically just a dub that is like cut to like more similar to the manga. But yeah, I only watch One Piece in dub. I was waiting like I switched to the manga just so I could read in English because I used to watch a little bit of like the Japanese, like the new releases with like, Wano, but I like to wait till the dub batches and then I watch everything in dub because I started watching it like that and I just like it better. I think the Japanese voice actors are great, but
that's a new sentence that no one has ever said before. Like I've never heard that ever.
For the first time, Reverie 14.
To be fair, before meeting her, I was hating on dub, but then she made me watch some stuff in dub, and some animes have really good dub.
For sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
One Piece has a solid dub. Like, don't get me wrong.
One Piece is really good dub.
Yeah.
They add some fun stuff in it. I remember during Marineford, they would just add these random Marines in the background. Like when Mihawk cut the wave, there were these random Marines that were like, "Oh, that sword can't do that, guys. That's really weird." And I'm like, "That's great. That sounds like somebody that would be there in that situation.
Right.
How they would respond to this." Yeah.
I actually just met, obviously,
Dang, that's
Anime
like fan
Expo.
letter spoilers.
Fan letter spoiler, what do you mean?
No, like because he's giving the Marineford background characters, so that's like fan letter.
Oh yeah. Eventually
That's true.
turns into something later. Yeah.
It was funny. I met the voice actor, the English dub voice actor for Jack at Anime Expo. There was like a party at the Kodansha
Nice.
Whoa.
thing. And it was so funny talking to him because I'm like, bro, I don't know if you know this. There's like a subsection of us that are Mammoth Boys for life that will always like be on Team Jack. He's like, what's wrong with you? He's like, what? But as we got to talking, he's like, you know what? You're right. He was the first Billion Berry bounty character, man. Like,
He was.
put
That's
some
right.
respect on
That's right.
He canonically was.
Respect him.
I still get notifications from that short, Roger, where you went off about Jack.
It's true though. At the end of the day, it's true. Like, if you weren't there, like Brago said, it doesn't hit the same way. But like,
Factual.
reading when you were reading for the first time in the manga, Billion Berry bounty. Like now, everybody's got a Billion Berry bounty. They're handing that out like candy.
Yeah.
But before, that was a huge deal. This was the first.
We
thing
used
you
to
ever
think
saw.
that like the only person that was gonna like we thought Dragon would be the first billion or Whitebeard would be the
100%.
first billion or something like that, and then it's Jack of all people.
That short was pretty beautiful to see, like the gap between where we are in the manga community and then where people are currently, because so many people are like, who is this guy that's talking about Jack? like this with this much energy. Most of them I felt like were anime only.
Sure.
And so they just did not know how hard we go for the most random characters sometimes. But the Jack one, I was on board on that one too. I'm like, I wasn't even there for it, but I know the heat that's being spit right now is worth it.
Yep.
Again, I feel like it's funny because that and this may be a good place to start the discussion right at the very beginning, is sort of like the state of the One Piece community currently. Because we were having a little bit of this conversation before we started with Eric about how the vibe now, at least in terms of like content creation and the way things are talked about on social media, is so different than it was pre-COVID, right? Like, I think that the 2016, 2017, 2018 era, so much of it was like theory crafting or just talking about your favorite characters or wondering where the story is going to go. And I think it's an important place to even start this conversation now with the story, because this is potentially the last Reverie before we enter Final War, which is like crazy to think about, right? Like, this could very well be the last one. And when you think about it in that term, right, of like so many of us have been reading this series for so many years, talking about these characters, seeing where the journey is going to go, and then now finally reaching the potential end of it, like within these next 5 years with Final War and Laugh Tale and finding out like Joy Boy, like the fact that the most recent manga chapter, right, opens with a Joy Boy emu conversation goes to show where we are right now in the manga. So I kind of want to get a temperature check from everybody in the call. Like, how do you feel about the state of the One Piece community right now? What are some things that are kind of annoying you? What are some things you want to see changed? And what do you like about where we are as a community right now? And anyone could pick up from this, anybody.
I miss the collaborations, man. I miss talking to y'all. I miss I miss the collaborative spirit we used to have back, like you said, pre-COVID.
Yeah.
Where all of us would get together for like, I mean, obviously we're all busy now, but at the time, you know, we're getting a call at like 11 o'clock at night. We ain't leaving that thing till like 4 a.m. talking about the chapter, you know? So I definitely miss that stuff, but I understand that things have to evolve and change and whatnot. But I definitely miss talking to y'all more often for sure.
100%. Also, welcome, Cow Knuckles. Welcome. Nice to see you. Welcome. It's awesome. Nice to see you.
I feel like
nice to see you guys as well. How you doing?
What were you gonna say, Park?
That's good, dude.
No, I was just gonna say it's interesting because I feel like the spree that we're at with One Piece right now, it's like it's kind of hard to have conversations, even like I was having with Tekking the other day, trying to bring back some collabs. And it's just, I feel like right now the series is in such a like reactive state because we're just getting the end of the series just shown right in front of us. We can do nothing but just breathlessly react to it.
Right.
Yes. And it's kind of insane. And then once we get over this hill, which is Elbaf, it feels like Elbaf, you know, the king of flashbacks. Once we get past all that, then I think that there's going to be a room for a lot of conversations. But even with what Jump Festa 2026, like his message, Oda's message was that we're going to after Elbaf will end in a flash, then we're going to the next island and we're meeting the man marked by flames. And like I feel like, and I've posted about that a few places, and people, you know, just cannot believe that was cemented and already said out loud for 2026, which means that Elbaf ends, which means we go to the next island, which most likely is Lodestar if we connect the dots. And then we meet the man marked by flames, which, you know, there's countless theories of. And so once we get over that hill, I feel like Oda's then going to give us some time to then have conversations again. Right now, it's like we're all just like, oh my God, Emu has no silhouette. That's insane.
You know, Park, you're saying that, but I'm thinking it could be over this hill. We get over the lull of Elbaf, not a lull, but then it's a mountain on the other end, and it's just like, nope, we're on this speeding train all the way to the end, baby.
That's
you know,
kind
it's
of
just
what
going to
it
be
feels
one thing after another.
I think that speeding train analogy is absolutely how it feels, right? Because on one hand, I think there's a lot of us that have been reading this for so long that are excited to see these flashbacks. Like, I loved all the Brooke stuff. I thought this whole Brooke flashback.
Oh, yeah.
But I am seeing a lot of like newer fans that maybe caught up during like the COVID era, right? Who aren't used to that pacing and are like, what the heck is going on here? Goofy, I see you nodding your head. Goofy, all right, jump onto this. What's going on? Where are you going from this?
I just think that kind of like there's a lot to talk about right now in Elbaf, but I do think like there's so much to talk about, like so much keeps happening. I almost don't have anything like to say. Not that there's nothing
right.
to say.
I
but
know,
it's
right?
like,
That happens
I agree with
sometimes.
you.
It's like you
I agree
get
with you.
lockup. It's just like
yeah.
It's
It's
like
super
you get
hard.
shit revealed to us. They're just revealing to us information, and all we can do is intake the information at this point.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
I
think one of the
like there you go.
I think one of the best parts of LBAF though is that there's so many questions being answered, and I think it's just something we're not used to, because I feel like every arc in One Piece has always been like, well, what about this? And we're like, oh my god, what about that?
Right.
And LBAF has kind of been very different. It's probably one of the reasons why. I mean, I've just been enjoying it. This is probably the most I've enjoyed an arc since Enies Lobby. I don't think I've rated a single chapter under a 9, just because I loved every flashback. I even said in my last, like, because I just did like a bulk of chapters, I'm like, I wish the Brook flashback was longer. Like, I wish we were still getting more reveals. And
I have so many questions.
It's just so fun to finally get the answers to stuff, and I feel like people just aren't used to that. It's like, oh well, you know, we're so used in like theory brain and this, and we're trying to make stuff, and it's like, just enjoy the answers. Enjoy the answers to the riddles, because it's, I don't know, it's just been fantastic. It's
been 20 years.
Yeah,
literally.
Right.
And Oda's skill with this is usually, I'm going to reveal something big to you, like Emu's face, but then like 20 more questions are going to be brought upon, like where do the powers come from? The Omi, all that stuff. Yeah,
That's what I was gonna say. Like whenever Oda like shows us something, he's doing something even crazier somewhere else. Like it's like it's crazy.
I swear to God, when we find out what the One Piece is, we'll have 100 more questions, and the story will be over.
No doubt.
Well,
By the way,
don't worry about that.
This is probably the first time that like I'm not like mad that we're staying on Elbaf the entire time, because in other arcs I'm like, oh, I want to change of POV. I want to see what Blackbeard's doing, what Shanks is doing, what this and that. But this is the first time where I'm like, oh my God, I'm like so invested in the story. I'm fine staying on Elbaf. Like I'm not bored.
I wonder if you feel like that too, because I'm also in agreement. But I wonder if like the general consensus is like that because of God Valley. Because realistically, like we weren't on Elbaf for a third of this arc.
You're right.
Like, there was a
no.
lot of it that was in flashback. Like even if you take the Brook thing into consideration, if you consider like the whole Brook flashback plus all the God Valley stuff, that is probably like a third of this story arc. There was a lot of stuff.
It might be half. I mean, honestly, actually, it was a lot.
It might be half when you look at like. Because realistically, you had the stuff with the kids. You had Mural Piece. You had I mean, really, the stuff with Scopper and Loki, and then it's flashbacks, and now Emu's here. Like that's kind of what it is. The Soul reunion, obviously at the beginning.
I've been stun-locked since we saw that mural. I couldn't think of
it.
it.
Same. I haven't gotten past that.
I've been saying a joke that Louis Arnault was saying that not to stay too long on Elbaf because you get stuck in flashbacks. But
there it is.
The flashbacks
That's so funny.
Look, I know Randy will
Louis
appreciate
Arnault
the
is
fact that you
writing
name
this.
drop Louis Arnault right at the very beginning of this. I think people will be.
I love Louis Arnault. He's still in the flashback to this day. That's where he's writing all this information from.
That's right.
You know,
Eric, I saw you earlier saying something when Chestnut was talking.
Yeah,
What
like I'm kind of like, we're in a weird position where I'm like frustrated a little bit with like how Oda's handling Luffy specifically, because like he's put himself in a corner where Luffy's too strong to solve every plot point immediately. So then we get like weird power inconsistencies or weird plot points that like put him in a state that is annoying to the fan base. Like the whole Egghead situation was kind of annoying. Like, Oda just sacrifice Kizaru. It's all right. We're at the end of the story. You don't have to like have this half win, half loss thing with Luffy. And then we get to like Mars, and he doesn't use Conqueror's Haki. And then we like get to Elbaf.
Wait, hold on. Mars didn't use Conqueror's
Not Mars. Walkery. Walkery. He didn't use Conqueror's Haki on Walkery. And then like all this weird stuff with Luffy, and then we get to like Elbaf, and I was happy because Luffy should be moving how he should be moving, like dealing with everything as he should. Dealing with Ghost form Aimu relatively easy with Loki, and we'll get to it.
The most recent chapter. I'm glad you bring it up, because I do feel like in terms of timing of these reveries, this may have been the best time to one we've ever done, because it happened on a natural break, and it happened after that chapter with Emu one-shotting Luffy. And I do feel like I said this in my review, and I don't want to like move too far away from the conversation of like the general state of One Piece right now just yet, but I will say it was interesting ending that chapter and feeling like, oh good, this needed to happen. Because it's not that like Luffy hasn't been taking these characters seriously at all. Like that's just kind of the power of Gear 5. But it's also one of those things where it's like coming off of Egghead Island, right? You're now facing Gorosei. You're in the middle of Elbaf. You had all the stuff with God Valley. And I think like, you know, Emu is one of the final antagonists of the entire series.
Correct.
If not the final antagonist. It's like him and Blackbeard. So if he's not a threat right now, then what are we even doing here? Why are we doing on Elbaf? Let's go to Mario now.
We've had these weird swings of tension in Elbaf where like it's really good, then Shamrock disappears, and it's like 2 months of just like Summers and Killingham on it. Like we know they're not going to be threats, so we're just kind of waiting around for something to happen. Then Ironwood turns up, and we're all excited again. So there's these weird inconsistencies in the arc as well that like kind of drag it a little bit.
Can I also add
think
something?
for me,
Yeah,
what's
please, by all
interesting.
means. Hime and then Park.
Oh, okay. Just very fast. I just want to say I'm so okay. Maybe this is a hot take, but like I'm so happy that Luffy might get defeated because it's the first time in a while. I know people are gonna say, "Well, you know, Kaido defeated him." That's not a real defeat. He defeated him in the same arc. That's not gonna happen with Emu because Emu is like end game. And I'm happy that we're seeing this again because I haven't felt this way since Sabaody personally. And I'm like, okay, finally now we're gonna see like a huge character development on Luffy, so I'm very excited for that. Like I know he's gonna end up.
You're not gonna see character development on Luffy. What are you talking about? That's not gonna happen.
No, but I feel like we're gonna see an even bigger one right now.
I disagree that we're not gonna get character development. I feel like
I was about to say, yeah.
No, I said we are gonna get.
No, I know. Eric was like, I don't know if you're getting character development, but we definitely are.
Okay, sorry.
The big thing
the
thing that like we have to get development for, right? This is the one thing that I will argue to the death about right now is that it has been multiple story arcs where multiple characters have said to Luffy, wow, you're just like Nika. You're just like the Sun God. Wow. And Luffy has not asked about it because of course he hasn't, because Luffy doesn't care. But it's going to get to
He's just like, why do you keep calling me that? Guys, my name's Luffy. I have to keep saying it because you guys aren't getting it for some reason.
But it's going to need to get to a point in the story where we at least have that conversation. We sit him down and we're like, this is what we're referring to. And that when that happens, he still can be like, well, I don't care. I'm Luffy. Like, what do I care? You know,
I joked about this in another video where it's like, after this is all over, Luffy should just go to church and learn about Nika and learn about like this. The Giants are like, this is what he is.
Just go to Sunday school.
Okay. Well, because there's 3 different iterations of Nika popping up in the Harley. There's a god of destruction, a god of laughter, and a god of like hope and liberation, or like a trickster deity kind of thing. So, like, yeah, which version or iteration of that is Luffy going to be taught about?
He's not going to listen to any of that. That's what's so funny about all of this. Like, once Luffy learns about Nika, that's going to be for us. Like, Luffy's not. He's not even going to. He's going to fall asleep. It's going to be so funny.
That would be great.
That's the whole theme of like what's happening with Joy Boy and Nika specifically, because every time a villain asks him, "Who are you?" he says, "I'm Luffy," which goes back to the theming of individualism, right? It's all I'm Luffy, I'm not anyone else, I'm gonna be king of the pirates. It's not I'm Luffy, I'm the sun god, I'm gonna liberate the world. It's not that.
Right.
So you don't have to people scared about the reincarnation Naruto thing. That's not what Oda's trying to do. He's trying to make Oda he's trying to make Luffy his own man in that way.
But what if for Luffy to unlock his full potential, he needs to understand like the root of his power?
That's kind of what I'm thinking, because look at like the only thing, the only part that we haven't seen of like main Elbaf that I think is a big mystery right now is the astral plane, right? We have like the underground, we have and to me, the idea of like if you were in an astral plane, right? If you think of like what that means for Norse mythology and religion, you're ascending to a higher level, like, right? So if he is going to find out the truth of Nika and the sun god and all of this, you know, even the stuff that's on the mural could potentially get interpreted by Biblio or whatever, like all of that could happen on the astral plane. Because the other big thing about Emu, and you know, Kao, I want to actually bring you in on this a little bit because I know you just came in, is I feel like the thing with Emu specifically is that when he gets introduced in this story arc, they straight up were like, this is maybe not the best idea. You're not in the best health. I don't know if you can handle this. And now clearly he's doing well. He's one-shotting Luffy with his Sword of Destruction or whatever. But realistically, I don't think Emu is in a situation where he's going to want to stay here much longer. I think he puts down Luffy, is like, I did what I needed to do, heads back to Marijoa. Luffy gets taken up to the astral plane to like heal or whatever. And then we get all this dialogue happening, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like the fact that he come in and pretty much shish kebab Luffy, like it just reminded me of Crocodile back in Alabasta.
Yeah,
100%.
Can I get a temperature check on like who thinks this is real and who thinks this is a fake out?
Well, because
Luffy got stabbed. He got impaled.
Like, Luffy
I don't know if it's
I think it's real, and it makes sense.
Is it a stabbing or an impaling? I still don't know the answer.
I
to
feel
that.
bad.
It's one of the two.
I feel bad. I contributed to the fake out thing on my stream because I was joking and I was saying, what if it's just through his armpit, guys, on the other side? And then apparently people ran with that and were saying that in other people's comments. I was like, no, I was joking. I didn't mean it like that. But to that note, like I feel like that chapter, the last chapter, is kind of interesting with Emu specifically. And I feel like with Oda revealed Emu, but at the same time, we've been getting nothing in terms of what, and we're going to be learning. I'm not like upset that we haven't figured it out yet, but it feels odd because this is like now Gear 5 Luffy's been taken out, which a lot of people thought was impervious, and there wasn't really much like options. We saw 5 Gorosei all essentially stalemate / lose to it, but we also saw Rocks also lose to Emu in a way that was kind of like, wait, this was one of the strongest characters in the verse in the series, and they got Damir Versi'd, and then we don't really understand the mechanism behind Damir Versi, or the mechanism in which they flipped back, or the other characters that flipped back, going all the way down to Chopper. So I was kind of joking in the last chapter in a little way, where I was saying that the fight kind of felt like filler down to Luffy's genie form, where it's like, he pulls out this genie form, it makes no sense. He doesn't do anything like genie-like with it. He throws a sucker punch, which also sound like, going to the dub joke we were talking about, imagine Luffy saying sucker punch bullet, like it sounds odd, it sounds crazy.
I kind of love it, because that is what Luffy is.
It's not called that. It's not called that.
Which, by the way, the Viz official translation for it is caught you slipping bullet, so that's even more interesting.
Are you serious?
I can't wait to hear that out loud.
What? Like, you're not paying attention, bullet. You know.
Time out real quick. I want to talk about something real quick because we're getting a lot of super chats. I also want to say one quick thing we're doing with this reverie. Keep them coming. We will get to all of them. What we're going to do at the top of every hour, I'm going to break down some of the super chats and we'll have these conversations. So
there you go.
I'm tracking everything. We're good, but I don't want to like break in the middle of the conversation because I know people are going to be like, oh, what the heck? I super chatted. I want to talk about it. We will get through all of it. Don't you worry about a thing. Yeah. Anyway, please continue.
Sounds good. Yeah, no, I was just like, I think what's interesting about Luffy losing is right now is that unlike before, unlike with Kaido, unlike with Crocodile, we don't necessarily know the metric in which he needs to get better. Like with Crocodile, it's like, okay, he's intangible, he's a Logia, so like Luffy can't just touch him, and he needs water or blood or whatever it is. With Kaido, it's like he needed Conqueror's Haki, he needed to get stronger, faster, future sight, all that stuff. Now it's kind of a little different. Emu is faster. Emu is strong. We saw it against Loki, but there's just like this weird enigma in between where Luffy's at and Emu's at, and not only is there an enigma that we are conscious of, it's also something we don't know about the magic, we don't know about Damir Versi, we don't know what Emu's doing with the Maki balls or Omen balls. So I feel like that's a little bit where like there's some frustrations in terms of we just need to sit and just like absorb this for I don't know how many more chapters, but Oda might just end it off right here and just skewer Luffy, drop him off, and then we're just like bye-bye. I don't know what to do with this. You know, it's kind of wild.
I'll be the guy that goes against this.
Oh, interesting. Okay, please, by all means, let's hear it.
There's many options to do with Luffy. I mean, you could do some bullshit and have it be a clone or whatever.
I will stop on that. There's 0% chance this is like a clone Luffy. If this is a clone
give me like
Luffy,
Bleach flashbacks when fucking like Hisugaya got slashed, and then in the next round it was just an ice mirror.
I know you're upset about it, Roger, but I want to let you know I want to let you know that King of Lightning is also one of the peoples. He put out a short immediately saying, "Guys, it could be clones,"
Wait,
and I'm
Cole
like,
really thinks it's a clone?
Yeah.
All right, so that is,
Yeah, he
Oh
said
my
per
God.
Now, listen.
I'll let Cole speak for himself, but the short was that he was like, against Kizaru, we saw Kizaru pull out clones, so maybe Luffy took it from
Bam,
Kizaru
I just got
and
it.
pull out a clone. And I'm
What
like,
if
oh
the
no,
genie?
Cole,
What
you
if the whole
opened
point of the
Pandora.
genie was to make a clone?
Listen.
Bam.
Yeah.
One of his 3 wishes?
I wish he
My
said
first
it.
What if
wish.
he wishes
yeah.
a clone?
I wish
That's
I'm
insane.
granting evil a wish as my genie. I wish that you would win this fight. Here you go.
So like, all right. So there's all those nonsense things Oda could do. It could be a future side, whatever. Who knows? He
Isn't
could
that the
fake it
weird?
out.
Isn't that the weird thing about Gear 5 though? Because I've always been in the camp that loves Gear 5. I know there's some people.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I love
okay.
it too.
I love
Yeah,
it.
I'm in that as well.
But,
Yeah.
but I feel like
Hell yeah.
Gear 5 was set up to us as the most ridiculous power when we first heard it. So like I don't really know where else, because I've seen so many people being like, he's gonna unlock his full potential, like wait and see what's gonna happen with Gear 5. I'm like, he's kind of in it already, right? Like he's
No, I have a way it could be better. I have a way that like I've thought about this. Well, yeah, hold on a second. Eric, you were still in the middle of the thought.
Sorry, Eric, please go ahead.
Like, is Luffy an emperor or not? Did we not see Whitebeard get a hole through his chest and half his face missing and still pushing? Like, what are we doing? Is Luffy a bum or is he not a bum? Like, why does everyone just assume it's one shot? Like, there's many possibilities. For me, I'm not buying it because it's a extremely dramatic panel, which Oda almost never does.
Sure. And
then straight into a break week. So there's like 100 red flags for me. This reminds me of, the Sunny's dead. Luffy got stabbed by Katakuri. He's missing half his body. And then next week there's no stab wound. Like we've seen this a little bit with Oda. I'm not necessarily buying it 100% that Luffy's finished.
Don't you think that, like, when you said heal up the stab wound thing, though, I mean, isn't there, based on what we've seen of Gear 5, because of the fact that it is essentially Looney Tunes powers, that the dude could just, like, whip out a giant Band-Aid, slap it on his chest, and be like, I'm good now.
They
like,
could.
Everything's
They totally do that, yeah.
They could easily do that. Yeah, I feel like that's kind of where we're
so I also... on that logic, Roger, I contributed and said, "What, guys? It's manga. What if it's ketchup that came out of him?"
Yeah,
I
saw that too. I saw that. Or it's like cracker with the jam.
I apologize.
With the jam. Oh, I forgot about that. Actually, that's funny.
But for me, if Luffy's defeated, it causes a cacophony of other story problems, like how did the Straw Hats not die? They're 3 centimeters away from Aimu. Do Zoro and Sanji just not fight, and then they don't get the power ups that Oda set up? Like it's just it creates.
I mean,
weird
issues. In regards to that, I think Luffy is going to be knocked out just like Loki did momentarily, not dead. Yeah. He's going to go over to Shuri because he noticed Brook and Shuri. He's like, all right, I got to go deal with this situation. Jibei's going to try to fight back. He's going to get slapped down, and then the others are. And then he's going to notice Usopp, and he's like, oh, I almost forgot about you. You're the whole reason I'm here right now, you son of a bitch. And he's gonna go over, and then he's gonna like. There's going to be something there with Usopp. 100%.
I agree. Yeah, I think Usopp.
Because of what Usopp said to him.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think Usopp gets anything. Guys, I'm sorry.
Ooh,
well, then I guess he's dead.
I don't think Usopp is going to get any
Chestnut,
moment.
this is good. Okay. Chestnut, take it away. I want to know.
He's
What do you
getting
mean?
everything. I'm so sorry once again.
Listen. This is the thing, right? Every single arc is supposed to be an Usopp arc. And when we got to Elbaf, it was like, oh, this is going to be the arc that focuses on Usopp. Usopp's going to get this crazy power-up. He's going to get this mythical weapon and all of this.
He's going to wield the hammer.
What has he done the entire
That's right.
Yeah, what has he done the entire time?
He told off Emu to his face.
Rage-baited him.
That's what he did.
Cool. Didn't get the flashback backstory that belonged to Brook. Didn't get any cool lore drops to him. That was Frankie.
Yet.
Didn't get but like, is it actually gonna happen? I feel like Usopp is going to get his moment, but I feel like Usopp, for his moment, is going to have to be within range of his dad. And I think it's one of the reasons why Lodestar, like, I really hope that's the next arc. I hope that's the base of Shanks.
I hope it is too. Yeah.
For Usopp to take that next level, I think he needs to come face to face with his dad, because everybody has always been saying, well, Usopp loves Elbaf. Yeah, from a distance. And I think the Dory and Broggy thing is important to him, which is why him building his confidence is great. But his entire reason of going out and becoming a pirate has been what? Be like his dad, right? He wants to be a sharpshooter because of his father. So why would it make sense that he gets this crazy power up on Elbaf without having any relation to his dad?
He's
so
never gonna get
I think he's gonna have a moment. He'll have a moment for sure, and I think people are gonna be like, "Oh, this is a really cool Usopp moment," like when he told off Emu, super cool. But I don't think he's going to get the development that people want him to until he's face to face with Yasa. And I think that's when it's really gonna happen.
I think people just want him to pick up a big hammer. I think that's pretty much just where that comes
That's
from right
what
about
it is
now.
for me.
Yeah, honestly, that's where I'm at the moment. I just want him to see to pick up Ragnar.
When you have
That's
that
all I
parallel with, the hammer in Thriller Bark, and then you've got the stuff with Ragnar, and he's like this cute little squirrel, and like the things, because we've talked about this on numerous other discussions, right? But like what Oda appreciates in his free time, right? He loves Marvel stuff, he loves Pokemon, he loves video games, like
Captain America moment.
Yeah, like I feel like he's thinking, oh, this is your Captain America Thor type thing. Hammer's finding you worthy or whatever. Yeah. And there's going to be, I mean, it might not be exactly this, but I think it's going to be something of the extent of like Ragnar and Usopp are going to have a cute moment where it's like him with the hammer and that'll be that. Or even a reverse. If you get something like Ragnar as a giant squirrel, picks up Usopp and slams him like a hammer. I don't know, but there's something with him and Ragnar that I think is going to happen,
I think like something small like that would be good. Like something small like that where Usopp gets a little bit of shine, gets to show that he, has learned from Dorian Bragi, that, he respects it. I think that's going to happen. 100%. And the video isn't up anymore because I kind of purged all my old videos on my channel. I'm sorry, guys. But I did. I purged a lot of my old content because it was terrible. But I did, like, when Elbaf before it started, I was like, I don't think Usopp is going to get this moment. And I think he's going to get something small, but I really thought that it was going to focus on like some of the other members. Like I was like, I think it's going to focus more on Robin, on Frankie, and Brooke, and it kind of has, which is crazy. But I think that there are Straw Hats that haven't gotten the shine, and I think Brooke is the Straw Hat that throughout all like post time skip has been very forgotten. So I would rather Brooke get his shine and the Gunko stuff, and then save Usopp for when he meets back up with his father, when he's actually able to learn like how he uses his future sight techniques, and because we saw a little bit of that in Film Red too, right? So it's like
literally all the way back in Dressrosa, we saw observations.
Yeah. I mean like when he was able to look into a different dimension, like that was like that was crazy, right? Like so I think he's going to have this moment. I think it's going to have to be with his father though. And it's like if Shanks was on here, I'd be like, maybe, but
I'd agree.
I will always just love the idea of Yasop like at Wano being like having that panicky moment of like being a deadbeat dad of like, I'm not ready to see my son yet. I can't do this now.
Bro, I was thinking about
that. To that point,
like, does he know that like she got sick and died, and like does he?
Maybe not. He probably does, but it's funnier to think he doesn't know.
Like, because do you know how incredibly sad it would be if he actually didn't know until she was gone, and now he feels guilty because he's like, oh, I know my wife is dead, and I abandoned my son for 10 years thinking it was I was just off doing an adventure. I'm not ready to see him yet. I don't know what I would say to him.
That's probably the reason.
But what they could go to Elbaf
a little bit.
They could all. What if like Shanks and them? What if they came to Elbaf now that Luffy's like knocked out? And
I mean, that could be our connective tissue, right? The circle of Elbaf. Like when we first saw Elbaf, dude, Kid and Killer are still on the bottom of the sea apparently, just chilling.
Correct. Yeah, they're somewhere. They're floating around out there somewhere.
In the beginning of the arc, in the very beginning of the arc, people forget about this, right? Like the underworld portion of the arc where we were with Loki, where you had those like people that were wandering that were taken out before, who've just been like stuck there. I feel like at some point, Kid and Killer probably washed up in the underworld portion of Elbaf, and that's probably where they are right now. Because I am not in the camp that believes either of them are dead. Like as ballsy as that would be for Oda, those characters are very popular and still have things to do within the series where I don't think they're gone just yet. But on the topic of like Yasop and Usopp and their connections, and then what Goofy was talking about, bringing up like the thing with them potentially coming to Elbaf, there is absolutely a world in which I could see them going full circle. Shanks pulls up again at the end of Elbaf on their way to go find the One Piece, and is that connective tissue to take us to Lodestar before we get into that final war, to find the final poneglyph, get everything in place. I feel like we said this well, I said this, so I shouldn't speak for everybody. But like when Elbaf first started, I was very much in the camp that believed, coming off of, Wano and Egghead Island, that this was going to be more of like a smaller transitional arc in the same way that Zoe was. Well, we would get like a lot of world building and a lot of lore, but realistically there wouldn't be like much story in Elbaf proper. Now that I can eat crow on that, and I was totally wrong about that, I almost feel like that is what Lodestar becomes. Because set up all the way back in Zoe, they were like, oh yeah, Lodestar is like where you're supposed to find out about all this, but like you actually kind of already know, so that's irrelevant. So there's got to be like another reason for them to get there, or for them to like engage with the action of, like, Rickon, I see you nodding. Like, go ahead, take it away. What do you think about this Lodestar connection?
No, I most certainly agree. And I think that Lodestar may be the thing that connects us also to the potential Void Century stuff, because I do think there's going to be something there that is going to have some sort of like futuristic technology or something that we wouldn't have understood pre-mural. So like maybe there's like either, whether it's like a missing piece of the mural or something that connects that part of the One Piece puzzle to the ultimate treasure at whenever we get to Laughtail. There's going to be something there that's going to draw us there from that standpoint too. Do y'all think that is the island where the Man Marked by Flames is?
I think it has to be.
It's Lodestar?
I like to think
Okay.
Yeah,
So if that's the case, then and it's just transitional arc, then who in the Flying Flagners is the Man Marked by Flames? Because I'm like, well, if we're going to have a potential Shanks reunion at the end of this arc, Andor and Lodestar, and we're also going to have the Man Marked by Flames, and he's going to be like the main central focus of this, then who in the world is this figure? Because that is ultimately going to lead us into, depending on how this arc ends, because obviously I still think Luffy's going to get taken out momentarily. We find out what Luffy needs to learn through Zoro and Sanji's fights. So like as they progress in their fights, they're going to learn what they need to do to beat Summers and killing him. And that is ultimately going to give us, the viewer, oh, that's what Luffy needs to learn to take out Emu and the Holy Knights in them. So, or if Shanks pulls up on Shamrock or whatever, we'll find out then. There's multiple different possibilities. But as far as Lodestar is concerned, dude, Man Marked by Flames, who is this person? Talk to me, man. I'm so curious because
no idea.
I've been thinking about this for the past like 2 years of like who is this dude? Because coming off of the God Valley flashback, Rox, there's like a possibility that Rox is I'm not gonna say he's alive, but there is a possibility, right? Like there's a possibility that Rox would be the Man Marked by Flames, or someone connected to Dragon, or someone that connected to Louis Arno, or there's so many possibilities with Man Marked by Flames, and I think that Lodestar is going to revolve around that particular character as well as the Void Century. That's where like we have to go there, man.
I mean,
we have to.
It's funny you bring up the Rox flashback, because I thought that too, because it's like we learned about all these new characters during that flashback, or expanded upon stuff that would like Barbell or like Kyo, who is Silver Axe. We don't know what happened to them. They're still alive. Even Shiki, which I thought Gabon was going to be Shiki, but like whatever, what are you going to do? And so it could be somebody like that. Yeah.
It's interesting because I think you bring up a good point with God Valley, right? Because God Valley, like, obviously people are hyped about Rox, and we're going to talk about this later when we have the discussion about the midterms. Like, Rox stocks are so unbelievably high in a way I don't think I even anticipated.
It's like, I'm talking about the midterm elections? Like, what are we doing?
Yeah,
like,
the midterm popularity poll. Also, welcome, Melon. Welcome. MelonTeee joining. Nice to see you.
Hello, Melon.
Hello.
Welcome. We're in the middle of an Elbaf conversation right now. Happy you could join us. Welcome.
Hello. The pink monster has appeared.
We were just talking about who the Man Marked by Flames could potentially be. And the quick thing I was going to bring up in regards to, what you were saying, Tekking, is God Valley introduced all these other characters. Again, there was a focus on Rox, there was a focus with Garp and with Roger, but even when we were in the Brook flashback, right, you had all of these allusions to the stuff going on with like the Mafia, right? And like we had Marlin, obviously that was there with the God Valley stuff. Then you have more of these Dons that are brought up that are seemingly like either smuggling from or working with the world government in some capacity. So it's weird where like a lot of this potential connective tissue was set up in God Valley in a way this could absolutely like change things in a direction that none of us are expecting when we get to Lodestar.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Real quick, Melon, we were doing a temperature check since you just got in here. We were sort of doing a temperature check about Elbaf right now. We're not getting full off into like Sanji and Zoro conversation yet. But overall, how are you feeling about it? No, we will though at some point. Don't worry, we got you here. How are you feeling about the arc as a whole? Like, what are your favorite things? What are things that surprised you? All that kind of stuff.
What surprised me is I thought Gaban and Loki would be my favorite characters. Gaban is up there. I love him. I always expected that. But Harold ended up being my favorite because he is probably the most engaging, I want to say king, like leader of a country that Oda has created thus far to me. Odin is up there as well. But Harold's entire struggle is so compelling, and it's something that I wouldn't even have an answer for if I were in his situation. He just makes my heart hurt because I can truly see where his problem comes from and where his anger comes from and what he wants, and just the back and forth. Like, he's stuck between a rock and a hard place, and I really wasn't expecting to think about him this much. I just love Harold. I really love him, and I mourn him and mourn his death.
You're the first one that I meet that is also a Harold fan. Like, I get shit on all the time for it. I'm so happy. Oh my god, I'm not alone.
I will certainly not. I'm not hating on the idea that you like Harold, but I will say, like, as I was reading through this, I kept being like, why are you making all of these mistakes? What's going on?
Right?
Exactly.
But I understand how that can endear the character to people for sure. Yeah, Goofy, I saw you go.
Maybe there's a reason.
Oh yeah, I hate him the most actually.
I agree with him. I'm saying that I feel bad for him and the situation that he's stuck in.
Look, I will say that, like, it's so, you're reading the story and you're like, you should have just done this. It's so obvious from, like, the fourth wall looking in. That's not his character.
Exactly.
Yes. The best piece of advice I could have for Harold, was really quick, and this might not have worked, is, like, when met with that decision, just, like, okay, this clearly isn't going to work to join the world government. You shouldn't do that. Just hold off on it. I don't know if that's the right decision, but just hold off on it. Just don't do anything.
It's hard.
And even that's not great.
Outside of the world government, you don't have rights. You're not a human being. You don't have anything. So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't, which is why I saw this issue, right? And I just
I think the whole point of the Leuven flashback also was to show you damned if you do, damned if you don't. The only difference between Leuven and Harold is it was actually directly referenced in the Brook flashback that the giants were strong enough to bite back and hold off. But in the end, it doesn't matter because of if you have a world government that's 800 years old and has the power that it has, we're now seeing that Emu could just dog walk any nation if they really wanted to. Which, to Leuven's point, like, Emu showed up. Like, Emu actually did show up to King Leuven, which, like, he couldn't do anything. There's nothing he could have done if Emu actually wanted to just appear. And so we don't know why Emu had to show up in person the way they did, like, using Mars as an avatar. It seemed like Mars just went there literally so Emu could look at Shuri's eyes real quick. But if that's how much they wanted those eyes, then what was Leuven supposed to do, right? But Harold had a lot more power, and the part that really hurts me was the Rox side of it, where Rox is like, bro, if you and me teamed up, we could rule the world.
Can we all like remember that this is his first time like being like a bit of human kind of in his life, because he grew up as a barbarian. Like, he started his life way later than every normal human. So, like, he's still learning.
True.
The person who took him out of that was Ida, and Ida was like, "You should listen to your friends more. You should listen to Rox." And that's what hurt me was Ida. Ida on the deathbed. Harold went. You remember those elders, guys? They're the ones who couldn't keep us, who didn't allow you in the castle. And I'm like, Harold, you're strong enough to just let her be wherever you want her to be. You weren't even on the island. You could have been sailing the seven seas, doing these diplomatic missions with Ida in tow. with Hyruden with you. Hyruden didn't need to be abandoned also. So
Oh, God.
that part of it,
Dumb as
all
hell.
he needed to do,
the same upbringing as a normal character.
he needed to just listen to Ida.
I
He
mean,
needed
I've
to listen
always
to Ida and
I wanna give a shout out.
I agree with that.
I want to give a shout out. I just want
I
to
feel
say,
like you guys are seeing
joined
this as
Yeah.
a lens of like a normal human who grew up normally.
I saw a giant spam of sevens and a celestial dragon just arrived.
Yeah.
There he is.
Welcome.
He's
I saw
arrived.
welcome. I'm going to turn your audio on real
Yeah.
quick, buddy. Hold on. There you go. Perfect.
Now, why don't you ask him
Welcome.
about the giant?
What's going on, dude?
Celestial Dragon Defenders here. Don't worry.
No, you were
Oh my
present during the
God.
Jack
Yeah.
defense that happened during the agenda.
Yeah, that was
So
the
you're
thing,
fine.
yeah.
Yeah.
My only issue
get
with
the
Harold
pass.
is it doesn't make sense that he's an innocent bystander because he was a holy knight. Like you saw slaves, no comment.
Yes.
Well, he's not. He's not
He saw
innocent.
that.
He didn't do anything.
No, he's
He is
you're
not.
right.
He goes.
He's not
He goes to
innocent.
Marijois, sees the aftermath of a slave uprising, and he's like, "Wow, looks like you guys had some tough times up here."
Bro.
Anyway, I'm ready to take my mark and
I
join
hate
the.
him.
You know,
I
it's just
hate
like,
him
if only I was
so
here, I
much.
would have helped out.
But
Yeah,
He's not
but-
innocent.
Yeah.
No,
I
he's
don't
not.
think he
So
is.
dumb.
I
I
just
think the
feel-
other part of
Okay.
Harold that was awkward was that, you know, you could, there's a lot of parts of the debate, but the one part that he shouldn't have done was let the Giants be in the Navy before any negotiation. He's like, yeah, sure.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys
Dumb
just
as hell.
join the Navy, even though I know they want our military might for free, by the way. You guys just go. And I'm like, what are you doing, Harold? That's your one metric that they want from you.
The
And
issue
so-
with
oh
the
my
issue
God,
with that
Harold.
is there's
He doesn't
only-
feel like he can ask for much because he wants people to accept him. He doesn't understand like this notion.
Yeah, but
he wants people
bending
to
over
accept
backwards.
Elbaf and Elbaf.
He's the most
giants,
well-meaning
not just
person that's
him.
like, I'll give
Right.
you everything I have if you just let me into this organization, and that is
Well,
not the
he
proper
was
way to
trying
set this
give
up.
all
He
of
literally
him
tapped
is
in.
what
Right,
got me.
right,
If
and
he
I-
could
Right.
make himself the slave, Elbaf could have rights.
Right.
They could
Exactly.
actually have a say in the world.
They
They
don't-
could
Which
actually
is,
don't
I
need
think,
rights.
what
And I
he
did
does-
want
Yeah.
to see
That is
the
very
forest
dying
trees
thing
there
about
of
this.
like, yeah.
Yeah, because it's
He has no
it's
blueprint
like
before
what
him.
I don't based on what he saw in the story, which is again why I was getting frustrated with him. I'm like,
Yeah.
based on everything that you have seen, what makes you think that if you become a slave, they're going to hold up their end of the bargain? Like
Exactly. He didn't
no
even really
hope.
consider
like,
that.
in
He didn't
He-
consider that.
Harold,
And that
the
was-
issue is
that was
Harold
dumb.
is insane, right? Like Harold is insane because
Oh,
he
yeah.
tries the exact same thing multiple
just
times
stupid.
and nothing ever happens. Like he is
He needed to
stupid
listen to Yarrow.
because
He's
he does
gullible.
not think anything through, which is why he is
Gullible.
such an infuriating character. Like every single time Harold was on a chapter, it was like the stupidest thing you could ever do, and every single person was like, "Hey, maybe you shouldn't do that." And instead of like sitting down and thinking to himself the ramifications of any of his actions, we just have to see him do the exact same dumb stuff over and over and over. It's like, oh my god,
Sunk
are you-
cost
are-
fallacy, Chestnut.
you
Sunk
stupid?
cost
Are you
fallacy. You
stupid?
gotta keep
It
moving.
is
That made
so
this people like
insane.
Ida.
Nobody around, and where's Ida? Like, where is she? Is she ever gonna
but
tell
that's
him
the
to
thing,
stop
because
doing
he
the stupid
probably
shit?
think
No,
that
because
She's
he
a business
He
owner.
like her, so that's why.
She owns a bar.
He is a rage
She
baiter.
owns
He's
her
a
own
rage baiter.
business.
She is dead.
That
now.
bar probably
As
makes
well.
pretty
That's-
good deals too. It's right there on the
Harold is a
shore.
rage baiter.
You know,
Harold
yeah.
is the greatest
That's
rage
why he
baiter
took
of all
example
time because
on
this
the
dude will be
only
like,
person
well,
who
I'm
was
trying
nice
to
to
do
him,
the
though.
right thing, and it's like, okay,
So-
then maybe think about it. Like he just does things that hurt all of his friends, that hurt everybody around him, that hurt his sons. Like he's a terrible father,
also-
he's a terrible husband, he's a terrible leader, and not once did he think,
hold
oh,
on.
maybe I should just step
It's
aside.
also-
My,
Yeah.
my
also-
trap
I
card was
feel so bad
activated.
for
I
Harold. We're
must
just
not.
roasting the hell out of him.
No, this is a
I
good
must-
this
Yeah,
is a
you
good
guys
place
are
to
only
start.
him, like,
Miller
this
entered and it just
shows
became
that
chaos. We were like, anyway,
crazy.
Harold, of all the
I hate him.
characters, we can throw
Well,
in,
I hate
but
him.
that's
the thing is,
that's the
I
right
don't
thing.
I hate
even.
Harold.
I don't
Yeah.
even agree with Harold. Like I
Tekking,
agree
should
with
I do it?
everything you're all
Tekking,
saying.
should I do
Okay,
that?
yeah, hold on. I yield my time to Mr. Parvision. Go ahead.
Okay, let's just.
So the word gullible was thrown out, and that was the word is part of this hour-long video that I put out. And it's crazy because in my live reaction, I was the harshest critic of Harold until one moment. There was a moment when something happened. I think it was like 1187 or something like that, 1167, something like that, 1167. And I saw this detail that Oda talked about in SBS. And from then on, I forgave Harold. And the reason why is because I think everybody threw out the word gullible. So now I have to just say it. There's a race in One Piece that are known for being gullible. And the thing about Harold and the thing about Oda's this madman who did this thing where he wrote in SBS, he said that there are 3 races. There are Tontatas, Dosundatas, and Zushindodos. And the way you know them are by the sound of their feet. Their footsteps make a sound effect. A Tonta for Tontata, a Dosun for Dosundata, and Zushin for Zushindodo. And so I, as a crazy madman, had an hour-long video looking at everybody's feet in One Piece, and Tekking and I had an hour and a half
conversation. You got me doing it too.
Yeah, I got Tekking doing it too. And the thing about it is that Oda did this reveal, and if you look at Harold, Oda hid Harold's footsteps except for one time. One time just before he dies when he's getting his mark, and lo and behold, it's in the panel where he's walking to the marking room with the Gorosei, and you can see all their footsteps. Oda is always emphasizing footstep sound effects from Tek, T-E-K, T-E-M-P, or just a D-O-T for running. There's a bunch of them.
I have to
but
look this up. I
Zushin
actually
was emphasized twice.
Yeah, no, it's a thing.
Zushin was written twice for Harold as he was walking with both of his feet emphasized on panel, marking him as a Zushin Dodo, which would make him, as Oda said, a hybrid between a Tontata and a giant, which that blew Tekking's mind because he's like, wait, we know him as an ancient giant. We know him as all these things. So how could the genetics work out to be this? I was like, it doesn't matter. Oda wrote this SBS.
Yeah.
Which is also crazy though, because wait, real quick, I just to ask, just to double check, because I'm pulling up the chapter live so we can look at this. First off, this is the chapter where he's fighting Harold before he takes the
before he takes the marks. He's walking
into the room where the one where he's walking into the empty throne room.
Got you. Okay. And the second thing about this wasn't there an entire plot point with the very beginning of the story arc, or with Harold's story, excuse me, where you had the marriage between Harold and Loki's biological mother, right? Where they were talking about the fact that like they needed to be the same race, they needed to be from Elbaf.
Not even that, specifically Elbaf giant.
Yeah. I'm like,
it could be further back in the lineage, but like Zushin Dodos exist. We don't know if they're bigger or smaller than a giant or how that works, but like you know, it's something.
But based off of Oda, we're supposed to go off of the sound effect that their feet make. And I went through and I filtered through a bunch of like, you know, when you're fighting, you can't really get the sound effects. But if you read back One Piece, and I know this effect happened on Tekking, you can see that Oda puts panels where it's just a foot and just a sound effect. And there's a few other characters, so watch the full video to get that gist of it. But the Harold one was mind-breaking because live reacting, I'm looking and I'm like, oh my God, that's a Zushin sound effect, not just once, it's twice. And Roger, to blow your mind even more, what's crazier is Oda did this in SBS 112. And so if Harold was a Zushin Dodo, naturally I'm like, what are the odds that Hiruden is a Zushin Dodo?
So basically, it's just that Harold is so gullible to a degree, he needs to be a Tontata.
That'd be great.
And Hiruden, when you go back to Hiruden's introduction in Dressrosa, Oda does the same thing with his sound effects too. Once he stomps on Musi, you get the Zushin on his feet. And it's just like, why? Why did you do that, Oda? And you see this SBS and you're like, oh my God. And people could go, the whole point of the video, by the way, was that this task was too much for me. So I was like, hey guys, fact check this for me. Literally, these are the ones that I see. These are the ones that I know. And Harold has these two. And so, what Tekking was going for was the whole Tontatas are known to have no malice in their heart and being extremely gullible. So when that dawned on me that he might have Tontata in him, it might make sense as to why he made the decisions that he did. It's kind of like if you put Leo in his exact position, he would make this, why don't I help you guys? Why don't I just send you my soldiers?
Tontatas would be awful as kings. They are not good politicians.
Well, the Tontatas, even back in Dressrosa, were doing that. Where like Robin first showed up, they went full Gulliver's Travels. So, let's hear it. You're pulling it up. I will show the chat. I don't know if you guys can see it. I'm on 1167 right now, so it's 1168.
It's 1168.
It's a cool
1168.
It's a cool detail, but it'd be great if that was a plot point, and it'd also be great if Harold wasn't a murderous king, a pirate for 100 years also.
Hey, Tentatas can be killers too. Tentatas,
I thought he had no malice though,
dog
Pop. That's malice. I don't know.
But
it wasn't 100 years. It was like 80. It wasn't that long.
The thing about Harold, though, that I
Many
find
people,
interesting
come
is,
on.
like,
taking over.
Right. When you think of all of the actions that he did, right, and then him going through the sea and trying to make good and saying, look, at the end of the day, right, I am putting this on myself to then help other people. I almost feel like he made things worse internally within the world government.
And
for how they think about
He's done
giants, you know?
Odin did the same thing. It's like Oda has this pattern of like a woman softening a man up, and then they fail completely and ruin the country.
But it's wild because Ida's clearly a strong character.
What did he mean by that?
Yeah, people love Ida.
Well,
dude, there's a scene. There's that scene when
Odin,
Loki was about to. He capsized a boat, and the fishermen were really mad at him, and so Loki and Harald are there, and the fishermen directly to Loki's parents' face say, "Hey, we should have just let you drown and die." Ida gets pissed. That's not even Loki's biological mom, but she gets pissed. Harald's just like, oh, okay, so I'm sorry he caused you trouble. These people literally just like said that we wish your child died, and Harald's like, sorry he caused you trouble. Sorry he caused you. He's a shitty dad. He's not a great dad.
He's a really
He's
bad
not a
dad.
great dad.
But his pessimism
If
was the problem.
he's gonna be such a bad king, he should at least be kind of a good father. Is what
He should
I
kind of be.
I think he's just
he was
stupid.
awful
I don't
in
think he
both.
has bad intentions. He's just stupid.
No, he doesn't.
he
It's just
brought-
frustrating as hell.
He
Yeah,
brought
but he doesn't have bad intentions. At least that we agree on.
Yeah, he
Put
brought
education-
education and he did
The
bring
only-
peace among the giants. They did not have that before. So he
But
was
he didn't
trying
get
to better
educated.
Elbaf from the inside.
The only scaling that we
didn't,
should really
because
be
he was putting
doing
on
is
himself.
is he worse
Yeah.
than Yasop? Is the question.
Why
You know,
not?
that's
That's
the
why
question.
that's
I don't
enough,
know.
right? I think that's even a whole nother like topic of conversation when we get into like the Shanks stuff and how this is going to connect and like potentially with Lodestar going into Final War, because I feel like this is just going to be a theme for most of us that are One Piece content creators pretty much until the end of the series, right? Like I feel like because we are in the final saga right now, and we had this conversation earlier about like the community moving more from like theory crafting into sort of just like absorbing what's happening and trying to figure out like what's gonna come next, right? Moving into the final bit of the story, I am wondering if we get that moment of resolution with a lot of these characters. I like how much of this is going to get bypassed once we're actually in Final War. Like, are we going to have a bunch of solid moments with Usopp and his father, or is that going to be something as simple as like, we have this conversation, I'm going to take a bullet for you once we're in Final War? Like, something literally that simple could be all we get between those two characters. And I think the sooner that we come to accept that, like you even brought this up earlier with the SBS thing, Eric, right? Of like, well, that's great that this was here, but why wasn't this part of the plot? I do wonder how much of this is going to be removed from the main plot and relegated to like SBS talk as we're getting further on in, you know?
There'll be plenty of time for work later.
Yeah, I mean, the Dosun Data part was the part that Scopper said, and that's what sparked that SBS. And just so that you know this, Roger, it might help you too. Weevil actually makes a Dosun sound effect when he's introduced. Just
That is crazy. Dude, again, of all of the things that I thought we could be talking about in this first hour of the Reverie, I did not think Footpiece and Harold were not on my agenda.
You're welcome.
But it's a good conversation, obviously. It's good.
Shout out Pa for keeping those crazy theories alive,
With
those
the
old
feet.
school theories.
So real quick, hold on. I want to give a shout out to some of these super chats again. Once again, thank you all so much for coming through and donating and being part of the stream. We really appreciate it. Because we're at the first hour mark, I do want to read some of these out and just have a couple little conversations about them. First off, we got one from Nin of the Last Unicorn, who said, "Is Harold guilty of inaction? If so, then Garp definitely is." I don't think anyone is arguing against Garp being bad.
Yeah, no one's sitting here like, you know,
Nobody's
Garp was
defending
perfectly
Garp.
fine in all of his decisions. No problems there.
That guy knows what he's talking about. All right, yeah.
Yeah.
We
Look,
got one
Garp can punch things really hard. Harold had a badass mustache, but they still have major faults.
There you go. We got one from Green Owl 2834, who said, "Picture this. Final War. Shanks is killed sometime after Luffy returns the straw hat. Luffy cries in the same pose he was in when Shanks gives Buggy the hat back to Luffy, so Shanks' will lives on." I mean, we can have the Shanks death conversation now if we want, but I feel like that's like an hour 3 type thing.
Oh wait, is Shanks dying?
Do you think Shanks is gonna die?
It was confirmed in the end. I don't.
Shanks is dying.
I just want to take a moment to say that England scored. Anyways,
I saw that. I thought they were out of it. I don't watch the World Cup. I have no idea.
Man.
A little bit of a World Cup update. Yeah, I want to see. There were people who were concerned. They were like, "I can't believe you're doing a reverie on the day of the World Cup." The World Cup finals, I believe, are tomorrow, right?
Oh,
so we dodged
it is.
Correct.
This is third place.
Put up the World Cup here.
Today's just third place.
Yeah. Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
We got one from Saber of Red 08 who said, "How much did Emu shoot up your list of favorite One Piece villains since his last true form reveal?"
Inconclusive as of this moment.
I mean, he's cool.
Yeah.
It's just, he's
cool, but I need to see more.
Yeah. There's no,
you just don't know.
There's not a lot
I
of
saw his face. I
The
saw
potential's
enough.
massive.
You just wanted to
We get it.
face and you said that.
Yes, he's hot. We all know he's a hot man. All right. Yes, but we need to spend more time with him.
We do.
Take him out to
But
dinner
the
first, for
mystery,
God's
the
sake.
mystery, right? Because it's like, do we know
Yes.
anything about Mihawk? No, he's like everyone's fucking
Right.
favorite character.
Right.
I think Emu being up there.
He's
the
got a
mystery-
big sword. So.
Yeah.
What is it?
So does Emu. So his is bigger, actually.
Yeah, it is. It is.
He's got the
Emu's
biggest
more-
sword. If you look at the stigma
Have
blade,
the
I mean,
comparing swords. That's the conversation.
yes.
Emu's form might not
Emu,
even
I
be
think-
the form that we
Yeah,
get,
no, it
right?
could
Because
totally
this-
not be. Yeah.
The silhouette, like it went from silhouette to transformation into what we have. So like we might get something else in between, and then if people
we're gonna
lock
get-
in on the design,
I don't think
if
that,
we
I don't
lock
think,
in on the design too soon, you know, we're
I
gonna
don't
miss
think
out.
that's- I don't think that's a silhouette. I think that's like an almond husk cocoon that
That's
keeps
his
him
cocoon,
alive.
yeah. His
Yeah, that's kind of what I assumed is what it was. Yeah.
Cocoon guy.
Yeah.
Is Cocoon guy shooting up onto my One Piece villain list? I don't know if Cocoon guy. I gotta see the Cocoon, you know? Like
I do wonder if there's something in relation to like the sun with Emu, right? Because so much he's always like shrouded and he has the giant crown, and then he showed up in Elbaf specifically that worships the sun god, and you've got the Gorosei being like, hey, you probably shouldn't stick around there too long, you know, like you're not feeling that all that well, like don't do this. Clearly he's doing fine enough to like one-shot Luffy after the last chapter, but at the same time,
scary part, isn't it?
right, is that like I feel like that is maybe our out for this arc, right? Like in terms of we could potentially have an arc in which Luffy does lose because Emu's, let's be real, not getting taken out before Final War. It's not happening. You have to have the revolutionaries. You have to have that Blackbeard moment of like, I'm here. I'm feeling the promise that Rocks did. Like there's a lot of stuff that still has to happen with Emu. He's got to get back into that.
He's got a
throne
time
room.
limit.
Right. And so I feel like it's a weird reversal of what we normally get with One Piece, where Luffy's
100%.
usually the one of the time limit, and they got to fight until he runs out of power. It's like, well, Emu's going to go, and then now we kind of have to lick our wounds. Maybe takes us to Lodestar. That's when we get those interim end of arc things where you're seeing what's actually happening in Marijoa, because clearly with the Celestial Dragons being starved out and you know, the dragon seeing this as his opportunity to probably like rise up with the Revolutionary Army, like that then gives a reason for Shamrock to go back. Like it connects everything, I think, in a really cohesive way. But on the topic of like Emu shooting up our favorite villain list, I mean, visual wise, I think he looks awesome. But
for sure.
I agree with Tekking that it's like inconclusive.
Yeah,
for me
pure
about whether or
aesthetic.
not-
Yeah, I'd have to think about that. But like,
It
yeah,
still-
he'd be
Also the
somewhere just
colors,
with
though.
that.
But I also think maybe it's just because I'm a Sephiroth guy. But I think I think Emu's very Sephiroth in regards to the thing that made Sephiroth so iconic is you have a character where you like hear about what they've done and you finally get to see them after so long, and it like really hits. And that's exactly what it's been with Emu. It's like the entire One Piece world that we have is because this individual exists. And now to actually see like what they're capable of, that in of itself just makes Emu like one of my favorite villains so far, for
And
sure.
his threat
I
level
agree.
is terrifying. Because I've said before, if a guy can take out Zoro and Sanji like blip like that and put them down, that's already scary. And now he's done that to Luffy again like that, while just sucking the life out of everything. And it's like, okay, so this guy's terrifying. Actually, he's actually really scary. I don't want to deal with him.
just wanna shout out to Roger and Tekking's emu art contest.
art
where
contest.
I remember that thing. Yeah, that was fun.
I still remember those. Those are so dope. And then seeing emu now, do you think emu with the design that we have, if you guys entered it into the contest, would it have won?
To be
definitely
biased.
No. You brought up a good point because I went back after the emu reveal. We did the same thing after the Vegapunk.
There had to have been one in there that had to have been kind of
there
similar,
was,
I think.
and funnily enough, you, me, and Joy Boy were all like, it's not this one. We were all like, I don't know if he's gonna look like this. You got a lot of tattoos. You got the devil stuff. I don't know.
We also got to remember at the time it was like, if Emu was an extremely attractive woman, we'll see where that goes.
That was, I think, the other thing about it too, of like, what was gonna be.
Tekking had a huge bias for the attractive woman one. I remember that.
I think after the 40-foot painting of Lily was in his chambers, I thought it was that was kind of over.
I will say real quick though, even though we kind of wrote off the one that was the Vegapunk, excuse me, not the Vegapunk one, the emu one. The Vegapunk,
we did a Vegapunk one too.
Was like almost on point with the giant head.
I've
and with
seen that one. Yes,
it's
that was
extremely good. Yeah. So whoever I forgot the name again. Whoever did that, like, shout out to you. Real quick, I have to give a shout out because the entire chat is saying this. Saint 7 is real quiet with this villain discussion. So. I
think my mic is also really quiet too. My mic is super stuck on Discord.
I'll crank you up.
Boost it up. Crank it.
I'm cranking this all the way up to 200. Where's Emu falling on your favorite villain list right now? How are you feeling about him?
I think he's been really impressive, man. For me, I just kind of wonder, like, what is his color scheme going to be? Because this is One Piece, so, like, it's easy to say, he's, like, brown or, white hair and red skin, just white dots. But for all we know, he could be polka dot colored. And I've been kind of playing with that. Like, maybe he's like a giant game of Twister on his body.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Also, shout out,
He's
Laz.
a scary guy.
Welcome.
Yo, what's good?
Welcome in, Laz.
Y'all.
Yeah,
How we doing?
It's funny because I feel like when you look at Emu specifically and you think of like the devil theming. Oh, Obi, you want to see the Reverie? Here, come on. Say hello to all the One Piece.
Aw, I'd miss Obi. Oh, look at Obi. Oh, God.
He's saying hello.
Look at that little puffball.
What do you think of Emu?
Good dog, good dog.
What do you
the
think
shortest legs.
I know. He's trying his best. Look, he's whipping around.
He's doing his
No commento.
I do almost wonder if he is going to be red. And you get like the weird color with the polka dots, Yeah,
because you got like a lot of references, like Luffy's Toon Force. You got like those old Hanna-Barbera, depictions of the devil with a pitchfock poking you.
I think
literally uses a pitchfork at some point.
I think it was the ancient king of the Lunarians. So
I was gonna say the Lunarian connection too. What's going on with that? Because that also kind of makes sense on like, hey, I want to be the last Lunarian, kill all the other ones.
We do.
Yeah, maybe he wanted
have,
to get King into his squad just to hang out with them. Like, hey, I want to see one of my nephews.
Yeah.
From Luffy, at least Luffy is the one who, correct me if I'm wrong, he said that Emu looks scary, right? So it can't be like clown colored, right? Yeah. So we do know that at least to Luffy,
maybe has a clown fear.
Looking.
I mean, clown.
I don't know. What is Luffy specifically afraid of in this regard? I'm not sure.
I'll tell you, Reagan would be losing it. Her favorite character in all of anime is Hisoka. So if we get like a giant evil clown, Kefka style Emu colorization at the end.
Ooh, I like that.
When it looks like a giant clown, that means buggy stocks are up.
Going way up.
Yes.
Child of Emu.
Oh my God!
Turns out Buggy's not a child of rocks like everyone thought. Buggy is the child of Emu.
Oh, that's so funny. We got
love that.
We got another super chat real quick. This one comes from Well. We're just sort of in like the interim hour right now. We got Well saying, first time super chatting, hope this goes through. So what happens if rather than the kids getting captured, maybe the twist at the end of Elbaf is that Emu takes Luffy back to Marijoa and we get like a reverse Impel Down once again with them going.
I've always wanted the Straw Hats to go to Marijoa at some point. It's just the trick before we knew how fast travel worked. How do they get up there? But now fast travel's a thing. So maybe they could get up there that way.
But then what happens with like whatever is happening in Marijoa's right now, with like, the whole problem that is happening with Marijoa's, Shamrock who's there, and we're thinking that maybe Blackbeard or Dragon is already there. So I don't know how that would
one or two definitely got to be there at some point,
Yeah. That's an
It looks like that whole issue is already over though.
But I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about Luffy getting captured. I don't know how that would work exactly because
I can see it
this has
being
happened in
Loki.
other manga, but with him, I'm not sure.
Maybe Loki's.
Yeah,
Loki.
Loki.
Yeah, because he's like, oh, the dragon's here, and he like wants them.
To me, I still don't buy that Luffy's gonna lose because it's Elbaf. It'd be weird for the Sun God Nika.
I don't think he wins directly either way. I think if anything, it's gonna lead to a draw at some point.
Like a stalemate.
I think
like Emu theoretically
Emu is on a
can
timer.
lose here. Like,
Emu has to be on a timer and has to leave at some point.
He's gonna run out at some point. Yeah.
One of the major themes is like
match, brother.
One of the major themes is like the Giants questioning who Nika is, right? Is he a destroyer? Is he a liberator? Of course, the answer is Luffy's a liberator, so he has to liberate Elbaf. It can't just be like, it's a stalemate and he fails. And then the Giants are like, we still believe in you, Nika, even though you lost all our kids.
But they saved the children. Like, I think if there's a way that Emu leaves without the kids because it's urgent, I could see that not being negated. Like, I do wonder because it seems like most of us in the call are in agreement. This probably ends in like a stalemate. Like the arc itself ends in a stalemate.
Yeah.
Does anybody in this
worse.
call believe that Luffy wins here against
Yes.
No, not straight.
It's
Not,
too
not
early. It's
straight
too
up.
early in the story.
I was throwing out the idea that maybe you have to consider everything, but after that last chapter, I was like, that's
we
not.
know we know the marks being removed hurts him.
Will be a wild comeback. I'll say that.
So,
had him in the first half,
Yeah.
Like I can't imagine beating Emu before we fight the Gorosei and the rest of the god knights.
Well,
Like, I
let's
feel like
say
that's not
Luffy
happening.
didn't win against the elders in Egghead. He didn't win there.
It was just because they could regenerate over and over again.
So why would he win against Emu? The only reason they got away in Egghead was because the Joy Boys Hucky Knot. That's the only reason they got away.
Shout out to
the asterisk I would put there is that. The asterisk I would put there is that the Gorosei didn't look good fighting against Emu on Egghead. So yes, they won on the objectives list, but that's the issue with Emu is like you can't make Emu look bad before we fight Emu or later, because then you're just fueling all the Blackbeard, fans. But on the other note, I think like there's another reason to think that Elbaf ends poorly. It's because for one of the first times ever, we started off the arc. We had 2 banquets. We had one after Egghead on the ship, and then we started Elbaf with a banquet. And the reason why Oda said this recently was saying that he doesn't like to kill off characters because he feels like he can't throw a banquet if people are dying. And we kind of saw that with Egghead. When they were sad about Vegapunk dying, they were like too sad to party. But then when they realized Vegapunk's not dead, then they partied. So on Elbaf, since they started off with the banquet, they can't. They're now not going to party because they're gonna there's for some reason, whether the kids are gone, it'd be crazy if the kids got kidnapped. They're like, let's throw a party. If Scopper dies, let's throw a party.
If Gabon dies, I'm killing myself. I can't.
He has to teach them about like unlocking the conquerors to another level.
I think Gabon, Crocus, any of the old Roger pirates, I feel like make it until Final War. I think that's kind of like where we are with One Piece right now. I think a lot of these characters come Final War, like then all bets are off. Oda's gonna be killing people left and right. But I think until then,
it's gonna happen a lot.
As he should.
They gotta like bring them to that situation where you get those reunions that everybody wants. Yeah.
Well, something that scared the shit out of me was when Imo appeared, his Hucky appeared, and Gabon went, "What is that? I don't know what that is." And I went, "Oh fuck! I don't know what that is. I think we're screwed. I think we're done."
The reason I think Scopper dies mainly because Colin exists. I think the reason why is because if the kids are to be taken, there's no way Scopper doesn't participate in the story now. And having Scopper participate is crazy. So then if the kids aren't taken and it's like you just have Scopper's he's already demonstrating in a lot of ways he's not in the same boat as Rayleigh as like just hiding information. He might be on a different scale and be like, hey, Roger said this, but my kid's at stake right now. So he has a different stake, and I think that plays off of like what Dragon says. Kids are their weakness, and unlike Rayleigh, Scopper has that weakness. So I think that Oda might put Scopper in a predicament where he sacrifices himself for Colin, or sacrifices himself so that Colin isn't at risk later on, and that plays off of the whole your child is your weakness thing, and that will also catapult Colin into doing something, because realistically Scopper could have saved the kids if Colin just kept his mouth a little bit tighter,
Yeah, but I mean, like I said that too, but He's a little kid.
Yeah,
he was
I
happy to
understand
see
it.
his dad.
I mean,
it's just like
it was foreseeable. It was foreseeable.
He did
I was
cause all
going
this
the
though,
chapter
but
before,
it's
It was
the
just
chapter
super
before-
unfortunate that he had to have that
The
moment.
chapter before, I was like,
You know?
if
We hate
Colin
children.
opens his mouth, I'm gonna riot. And then he opens his mouth, I'm like, ah, he's just a kid, whatever.
yeah.
We got real quick a couple more of these super chats. We got one from Green Tornado, who is talking about what we mentioned earlier regarding Usopp, right? Whether or not Usopp is going to have a big moment during this arc, saying Oda truly is the #1 storyteller of all time because somehow 29 years in, he's still tricking us, thinking with basic plot ideas like Usopp obviously is going to get set up for a #1 moment in Elbaf. People really believe he won't get it? So I know Melon, Sev, a lot of you guys who came in late, like we already kind of had this Usopp discussion, but like how are you all feeling about Usopp potentially having a moment during this arc still? Or was the rage baiting all it was?
He's going to get it. I feel like
he's gonna get
without a shadow of a doubt, he's going to get a big moment here against Usopp. I mean, he's standing here watching Luffy getting impaled by Emu. There's no way he doesn't do something. There's way too much buildup. And at the end of the day, you know, I've seen people saying that it's not realistic for for Usopp to do anything to Emu, and that's true. But we got to remember, at the end of the day, this is anime. This is shonen. Logic goes out the window. Usopp is going to get a moment. It's going to happen.
People always do
Emu's
this.
gonna, listen, what's gonna happen is Usopp's gonna pick up that hammer. He's gonna smack Emu.
Yeah.
Send him right back to Mary Joie. It's happening.
He smacks him with Ragnar. Usopp and Ragnar send him back to Mario.
I can't wait. That's gonna be the moment of the arc. I'll tell you right now. No, it's happening. It's happening. You saw the way that
It's happening.
Yeah, he's going to be the new war
I have
god,
a
dude.
scorching hot Usopp.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it, Kev. You just
Go
entered. Let's hear it.
Kev.
Let's hear it. What's your scorching
All right.
hot take on Usopp? Let's go.
All right. Luffy was not actually stabbed. That was Usopp's observation hockey showing what will happen to Luffy.
What?
Usopp is going to save Luffy from being stabbed.
Are you
Because
saying
Oda wanted
Usopp
us
unlocked
to-
Future Sight with his ketchup stars at the same time?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. All right.
I mean, the one thing,
That's
the one
Luffy.
thing we didn't
He's
talk
not that
about.
far away from Luffy.
We didn't talk about this earlier. We were joking about the clone thing. That is, I think, a somewhat fair take if you came off of that last chapter and thought this is Luffy's future sight. Because Oda has done that before in the past. I don't know, though, with the impact of that attack and us using it as like the cliffhanger, if that would really be the case. Because I don't believe he's ever done a fake out with a cliffhanger with the future sight, right? It's been in the same chapter. Like, I see Recon nodding. Like, isn't this the case with Shanks? When Shanks saw the attack from Kid, it didn't end. The chapter didn't end.
No,
with
it was
attack
the
from
same
Kid.
chapter.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mid-chapter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to double check. Yeah.
You know how crazy?
Yeah, that's
okay,
more
you know how
Kubo's thing when he
crazy it
does
would
that.
be
Yeah.
if Luffy future sighted Emu's dialogue. Do you understand how wild that would be?
Yes.
That would be insane.
I would be impressed.
Joy Boy
I
wasn't
would be
this week.
impressed.
Yeah,
All right,
Luffy-
genuinely,
Luffy
if-
should
if-
be writing.
If the next chapter starts with any of that bullshit, I am going to be
I
genuinely
said this
disappointed.
before.
I really will.
No doubt.
Yeah.
It's
That
so
would be better future
I
sight
said-
than Shanks.
Yes, I said this before. It's so over the top. Like I was even taunting Luffy. You're weak. You're trash. What? Oda's gonna confirm the villain's thoughts on Luffy. I can't buy it. I can't buy
It's
it.
gonna be
Now, with
the
that said,
Sephiroth
we're gonna get a
Mario
flashback
moment.
of the
We're
Sephiroth
Sephiroth
the Mario
Mario
moment from the
It's gonna happen. I would love that. I would
Just
love
whips
that.
him right on
The
the
one
sword.
thing about
That would be
Emu is a
crazy. Can you imagine?
certified
Oh my God.
yapper. Emu loves
good.
to yap. So Emu's like, whenever you ask a question, it doesn't matter if it's necessary or not. Emu's answering something.
Oh, he's a
Emu's
chatty
yapping.
Cathy for sure. He just, I mean,
Yeah, for sure.
all he talks to is 5 old dudes all the time.
Five
he
old
needs to
dudes
get
and
outside every now
butterflies.
and then.
Gonko.
That is true.
Yeah.
And butterflies. We got another question.
And butterflies.
You guys brought up Joy Boy
Really loves his
earlier.
butterflies.
I want to bring this up because we were talking about Joy Boy a little bit. It says here, question for the panel: how do we feel about Luffy being taken over by Joy Boy? I almost feel like he's going to have an internal Kurama type moment or a complete takeover of consciousness to defeat Emu here.
Nope.
I don't think Joy Boy works
First
like
we get
that.
the
I don't think so
Sharingan.
either, yeah.
First we
So
get the
bad.
Sharingan
Opposite of that,
eyes,
actually.
then
No,
we get the
Zoro's
aliens,
gonna get the
now we
Sharingan.
get Kurama.
Goes
Yeah.
If
I
that
just- the whole
happens,
point
then
of the-
Emu
of the
reveals the
second
other
eye-
eye, and it's a Mangekyo. That's what's gonna happen.
There
the other eye
we
brings
go.
out-
That's what I'm-
Now
that's what
we're
I'm
That's
saying,
not the
Mark.
first
It's-
side. What about the second one?
Everyone
That's right.
fan has always complained about the way
Goku has
Naruto
crazy
ended.
eyes.
Little did they know that One Piece is just Naruto in disguise. It's
well,
just another
yeah,
arc.
we lose every.
Who's Otsutsuki?
Wait, I have a
Kaguya.
question for
It's
y'all.
like Imu is just Kaguya. That's it. That's all it is. When you look at the actual length of Naruto and the length of One Piece, when Kaguya was first introduced versus, you know, in terms of percentage wise of the story, that's pretty much when we got introduced to Imu. It was at like the 80%, 90% mark. So realistically, Imu is Kaguya, you know? Is what it is.
But Roger, I have a question for you. Like, now that we're talking about like this whole Sharingan stuff, whatever, what do you think Gunko's eyes powers are?
That's actually I have that on the list of topics. Let's just jump into this right now because everyone's here.
Perfect,
no, this is good. Because we're already in Elbaf. We've got through a lot of super chats. We'll get some more a little bit later. I actually think this is a good discussion topic because that is kind of one of the big mysteries within Elbaf right now, where we've left off since this reverie. That, you know, I guess I'll start because you were calling me out for it. I feel like it is another potential way to read the poneglyphs in the same way the Three-Eyed Tribe is.
Yeah, that's the safe bet, I think.
Is it boring though when like the end of One Piece is they have to read the
boring.
Yeah.
I think it's long. I think it's long-term future telling, so you can like see.
Could be that too.
Be a threat.
So, oh my god, I said the same thing on my stream. I literally said
the same
like
thing
this.
as Roger.
Yeah, like seeing like in a
that's so
long future, you know.
Interesting.
Because I don't know, because otherwise,
Wait,
because, you know why? Because Brooke, when she was younger, and he was like sparring, whatever. I don't know what he was doing with her. He was like, "Oh, it seems like you can see in the future," but like she's way too young to have future sight. So I thought it could be maybe the power of her eyes, where she could see like maybe in a more distant future, something like that. Because future sight would be boring as well, like because like
already been
anybody
done
can have
before,
it, but.
Yeah.
I didn't take it to mean that she had future sight at a young age. I just because like observation and future sight, like they're the same category. So like observation is you kind of see attacks coming within like a microsecond in front of you, but then future sight's like a couple of seconds, if not close to a minute or something like that. And then
this goes to the question of like what's Aimu want? Because does he want the One Piece or does he want to hide the One Piece?
I think he wants to hide it, right? I mean, I feel like
so him reading the poneglyphs is redundant because he knew what happened. He was
no. I think it's taking someone out of the picture. Is what I'm saying. I don't think it's a situation where he wants to use her to read them. I think it's more of a situation of like anyone who has the ability to read them, get him the hell out of here, put him under our control.
Why did he keep her then?
I thought the eyes.
He also has a very specific interest in blue-haired women.
Who's
go ahead.
Women, Buggy. No, sorry. I thought the eyes could be a super soldier thing because he wants the giants for their power, and he wants a lot of races for their power and for armies. So maybe this is another race that was wiped out for whatever reason, and maybe it's just too threatening to let her be out there because maybe she's just powerful with what she has. Because the Lunarians got wiped out for somewhat similar reasons. So I don't know, but I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. Of course.
My only issue with the eye thing is that if the eye thing is that special, then Grow should have one mission and one mission alone. They should not even be at Asperia. They should just be procreating nonstop for these eyes. If it's really that,
it might just be logic with that one, though. It might just be like, you don't know. You don't know how many kids he has.
So if he is, then we're gonna see a legion of these eyes later on or something. But the other part of it too is like he said that he couldn't awaken the eyes.
Yes, you were just talking about the idea of like, they're procreating and having a bunch of them. I don't know if you guys caught this in the live action, right? In the Logtown episode in the live action, there is a store. There's exactly. Man Myers that's like Macy's. And I first off, obviously Oda,
it was an opera house. It was an opera house.
No, there's a store as well.
There's an opera house and then there's a store called Man Myers.
Oh, okay.
Right. And so I'm just wondering if there is like, it's a much bigger family than we're assuming right now, and that they all end up having those eyes. That this, because I believe the other Man Mayor that we saw has sunglasses on, correct? And then there's the one
she's
that we
a girl. She's wearing
like
that hat. Like we don't see her eyes, but she's at God Valley. Yeah,
but there was something that was covering the eyes of that character, correct? If she was holding her hat, you never actually.
Yeah. We don't see her eyes, and then it's just Grau and then Gunko, and they all have blue hair.
And they all have.
We understand.
Right.
The whole family has big hats to cover their face.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, that would explain it. Yeah. We actually.
I think there's one really cool detail where Gunko. It could be that the eyes are able to read the grimoire, because ever since Imu showed up here in Elbaf, he's never whipped out that grimoire once. But while he was in Gunko's body, he was like whipping out that book. So maybe
good point.
the eyes don't read the poneglyphs. They instead are able to read like ancient magic text.
Yo, the musical theater kid in me is
Seven
going crazy
strikes.
over the wicked potential. You got the reverie or whatever it's called.
They can read the ancient texts of the first age, which is just contemporary Earth.
Yeah,
So-
then we're
Maybe
getting
an
black
ancient
hole.
weapon thing
like
as
that.
well.
Yeah.
Ancient weapon use or something with those eyes.
Oh
I
yeah,
don't
like
know.
reading something out to activate an ancient weapon. I could see that being the case as well.
like an awakening or something. Yeah.
Shout out Xeno.
Although
The
I
other
do-
thing,
this
the
isn't
other
like
thing I
a
thought
question.
of was like, oh.
No, go ahead.
No,
Justin,
go ahead.
Oh,
Yep.
I was gonna say another thing we could think of if we're talking about anime eyes. What if it's just like the Gias? If it's
Oh,
if it's like
kill
you
yourself.
control people.
It's not about
Whoa.
Yeah.
No,
Well, the
she'll
Gias,
say
Gias
that.
is interesting because Gias had different powers, right? Only Lelouch's power was the one that controls people, but the other Gias had different powers, right?
So could
And
be,
so
you know.
It's interesting because the eye thing, like, it didn't feel like Naruto piece until Agro was like, oh, we gotta awaken these eyes. But there's also the other eyes that are interesting are the Seraphim. The Seraphim have star eyes, which I'm wondering what Imu's doing about that, because
That's just
that for me
science.
is okay. That's
It
just
looks
science.
there's
but, like,
actually
that's
hold
just
up,
science.
Part bringing that up. What do
you
you
know?
think then about Pudding's eye? Because like that's another set of eyes where it's like it's technically like a normal eye, but it's a third one, right? So if we're thinking about like eyes in One Piece, we have like Gunko's like Sharingan eyes, and then we have like the third chakra eye with Pudding, and then you're right, we have like these Seraphim that have like star eyes that are like scientific experimentation. So like.
That's where I think, like what Eric was saying, we don't know enough about Emu to know like what their prerogative is. But like for the poneglyph side, I'm not betting on that. I like what Sai says a lot about that book because that thing is so mysterious to. Who's read that book in the One Piece world? Has the Gorosei even seen that book?
Yeah.
So I feel like leaning towards the magic side of things could make a lot of sense. And in general, for a lot of things that haven't been revealed yet, I've been leaning towards they're the new power system that Oda's been hiding from us. And so now we're gonna, once we start learning about magic, Damiurversi, these contracts, you know, what Chopper's doing, they're all gonna tie in cohesively into that. And I feel like Shuri's eyes would make a lot of sense for it to lean in towards the magic side of it.
like,
But
You don't think it's tied to devil fruits?
it may, how are devil fruits made? Like, I don't even know. You know, it could
exactly.
be like
To the origin.
that's how it all cohesively ties in. Like the one separating factor is
The
like
root.
between Haki and Maki. Like we don't know like where they line up, where they join. Does Conqueror's Haki cancel out Maki, or you know Omen, or whatever people want to call it?
Yeah.
Like we don't necessarily know, but maybe
Like
it's
the
simply
thing
that.
above them is
right?
the
Because
magic.
They've pretty much outright clarified. I mean, you even had this in the last one, and this ties into one of the next super chat questions. This one was specifically from Mel about Sanji and Conqueror's Haki. It's coming up now. I feel like with the Haki Maki discussion, it seems to me at least that it is building more upon like the devil fruit natural enemy type stuff that we had with Haki way back with its initial introduction, right? That like if Conqueror's Haki is the only way to actually hurt characters like Killingham and like Summers, there's going to either be some other level to that or some strength to that with like what we saw with the Haki knot that warded off everybody at the end of Egghead that will eventually lead to like the takedown of Emu. At least that's based on the way that I'm reading it. It always has seemed as something as simple as like, this is just a natural enemy of the devil. And they straight up, like with the Oda box with him, right? It's not the Akuma no Mi or whatever. It's the devil fruit. He has the devil fruit. Right. So if he has the original devil fruit and he's like making contracts with people, possessing people, certainly sounds like the devil to me. Like, you know, like it's, I feel like a lot of the Omen stuff and Maki might not even necessarily be like a power set as much as it is part of the originator devil fruit that he's able to grant people by making these contracts with them.
I think Oda's going with some kind of intent with your Haki because they mentioned Joy Boy's Haki had no malice to it or whatever.
Yeah.
So it'd be the whole thing of like Luffy has to I don't know what you want to call it, whatever, Joy Boy Haki, whatever. Is the Haki is full of joy or whatever.
Yeah.
And Aimu's is full of malice, which is why like every time a Gorosei or Aimu turns up, everyone comments on like the pressure and the evil spirit and the intent of it. Which is what because people think like Gaban's saying this is the strongest Haki I've ever seen, but it's not really framed like that because like Luffy says it's suffocating, it's heavy. So it's probably more of a comment on how evil the Haki is. More
I mean, he does straight up mention he's scared by it. I mean, they talk about the fact that he's scary.
Yeah, this is freaky. Jay's here.
Yeah. Also, welcome, Jay. Welcome to the Reverie. Welcome. Your camera's still coming on, but we got you over here. Let me open. Yeah, there you go. Perfect.
Jay is loading.
Yeah, currently loading.
He's still loading.
The loading.
While we're here, then let me read this one out because I do think this is funny, and I think since Jay is here, this conversation can definitely get started. I was saving this one specifically for when you come in, and this is in regards to Sanji. Again, this came from Brigley, who super chatted and said, "This is a direct question for Mel. Is Sanji going to lose the ability to become invisible if he finally accepts he doesn't need to hide himself from his trauma and lets his true self be seen as Candy-chan?" Who the hell is Candy-chan? What's going on here?
Oh my god, that's his drag persona on Kamabaka Island. First of all, please ignore that person. I'm begging you to ignore that person.
I'm not ignoring it. They gave us money. I can't ignore someone giving us money.
Super chat again. Super chat again, Brigley. You know?
I also
But of course, like when it comes to the Conqueror's Haki, I was jumping out of my fucking seat when that was happening with Sanji because I had been saying for the longest time that I believe Conqueror's is a mental thing more than anything. I am not someone that believes Haki or Conqueror's Haki is actually bloodlined. I know a lot of people believe that. That's actually not law, that's not confirmed by any means.
Yeah,
so I don't believe that's a thing. So I've always believed that Haki to be more of a mental thing, to be more of a if there's a will, there's a way type of thing. And the more someone is pushed, the more they have that will, the more that can come out, basically. Yeah. So when the Sanji thing happened, and it was Gaban saying, listen, you've got potential, but something's holding you back. And of course, that's his mental state. His mental state is he's just not good enough in his mind to be up there, so his Haki can't come out.
Right.
And that was making me go crazy because I was saying to Goofy specifically, for the longest time, I was like, can he not use it because he hates himself? And that sounded crazy when I said that a year ago.
Yes.
And the answer is yes.
Yeah, the
right?
answer is absolutely
so it's
yes. Yeah.
I don't know about the kind
Just for the record,
thing.
We're talking Sanji and Jay, and Cole immediately pull up. All right, let's go.
What's happening with Jay?
Just for the record,
welcome.
What's going on? What's going on? How y'all doing?
That is so
funny. Just for the record, the Viz,
we had a good time.
The Viz wrote that
we're doing
Sanji doesn't have Conqueror's Haki.
Sanji the goat.
Scopper saying that he had masochistic instability is what the Viz said. So
I love that translation. I love it.
Masochistic instability.
Yeah. Sanji the masochist, man. It has multiple definitions, okay? It doesn't have to be a sex thing.
On that topic,
real quick, I'm gonna say because
please,
real quick, because I did a video on this like last night, and to me, it's because the reason why he can't use it is because he's afraid of Stealth Black. It's a weird thing to say, but he's afraid of the idea. It's not some inner Karama thing per se, but he's actually afraid of being that version of himself that his brothers were really amped up for. Remember how in the comic books? Yeah, so remember in the comic books, the original German comic books, Stealth Black was the most feared version or the feared member of German 006 because he was an assassin. You couldn't sense him. He'd just go in there and kill people in mass. And in the Sanji piece, where in chapter episode 1061, it was these images of all these dead bodies around him. He was seeing the German wars, all these different things. He's afraid of that person. He's afraid of actually transforming to that person, and then losing himself because he thought that he kicked Osome in Wano Country was queen, but he was afraid of that, and that's why he destroyed the raid suit. So his fear of destroying the raid suit and transforming into his brothers is that stopgap. That's why he hates himself. He hates his powers. He low-key hates his powers.
No, of course.
Because they remind him of his German lineage. And he doesn't want that. But at the same time, that's what he is. He is a Vince Smoke. He has to come to accept that, but he doesn't want to. So it's
He doesn't have to accept being a Vince Smoke because he's allowed to be what's going on in my opinion is he's afraid that's what he has to accept if he wants this to happen. But that's probably not going to be the way. It's probably going to be he thinks I'm going to have to be a Vince Smoke and that's going to fuck him up, right? But he can probably unlock more potential if he can just be him and be something that he wants to like about himself. I don't think it has to be Vince Smoke.
Well, yeah, it's kind of
his body transforming though. That's the thing. It's that's the unchangeable fact where his body is transforming. I mean, that's why I feel like what Sora sacrificed, the main thing about that was that he was most human because he was the most kind. Mentally, he's not like his brother. So, but his body transforming that's not necessarily changing at this point in time. And he can't revert that.
that's why he has to accept what he is, like what his body is. His body's out of the warrior of science, but that's okay. He can still be who he is. That's why he has that line with Queen. Well, he thought to himself, "Do you want me to be the unkillable warrior of science who could take on guys like these, or be the guy that can't even tag a woman?" You know, and then he made his choice. But it feels like he's still afraid and somewhat of just accepting what his body's transforming.
Well, because he's got a fear of losing himself.
But you know,
I think the losing himself thing is more like. Oh, go ahead, Jay.
And that's still a good storyline.
So I potentially think that's a mixture of a lot of things. Like if you're thinking of like Sanji's upbringing, right? His whole life is shrouded in him accepting his pain and then bearing the burden on himself, right? So you think about his upbringing with the Vinsmokes. He was getting beat by all of his brothers, disrespected by his father. And his sister loved him, but she kind of watched. So he was kind of, I think you develop, when it comes to dealing with trauma, you kind of develop a certain personality for, when I'm taking in all this pain, nobody cared about it, so I might as well wear it on me, right? So then he runs into Zeph. Zeph does the same thing that he used to do, and he sacrificed himself for him. But then you also see Sanji, like, putting himself aside for the sake of Zeph and showing loyalty for Zeph. And Sanji's always putting what he truly wants and who he wants to be for the sake of other people, right? And then Zeph has to push him to go follow his dream. Same thing. And then you're looking at Nothing Happened, right? With Kuma and Thriller Bark and Zoro. Again, Sanji's putting himself aside. Zoro, don't give up your dream. I'll do it, right? So Sanji's constantly in a position where he's like, I'm going to take all the burdens. I'm going to take everything. Even if you go to Enies Lobby, Sanji could have stopped Califa from hitting him, but he didn't even do that. He just let, same thing with Black Maria, right? He allows these things to happen to him because he feels like he's being noble. And I think where the masochist comment is coming from is for the fact that Sanji, you can stick to your ideals, but it doesn't mean you have to take all the pain at the same time. You got to really stand up for yourself and not let people push you around. And I think the Vinsmoke thing is another aspect of that, where it's like, you are a Vinsmoke. That is your name, but doesn't mean you have to associate with them at all. You don't have to do that. And I think the key for him unlocking his Conqueror's Haki is him finally realizing that you don't have to be the punching bag. You can stand on your own 2 feet as a man and be Sanji at the same time. And I think he needs to separate Sanji taking all the pain and then Sanji being a good-natured human being. And I think that might be the big thing. So it's like, how Oda's going to do it, I don't know. But I think that might be the everything around this
It's being set up in a way, right, where, because I think all three of you have completely hit on points that I totally agree with, right? Of like potentially like losing himself in it, that being a fear, like afraid of being one of the Vinsmokes, right? After all the stuff that happened with his brother, everything you're saying as well of like, you know, can I be the noble Sanji that I've always thought that I am while still being as powerful as I can be? I think it's almost a mix of all of it, but I do think it comes down to that little line from Gabon about like, what are you the king of, right? You need to be the king of something. You had that whole line. I know there's been speculation and theories about this with Zoro, like being the king of hell and like what that means, and the Reaper stuff that we saw in Wano that still never got touched on again. Excuse me? Did you say horny? Is that what you just...
Corny. I said corny.
Corny.
I didn't say
I thought you said horny. I was like, what are you doing?
Anji fans switching up.
I know we're talking about
Sanji here. No, I am also in the camp that believes the King of Hell thing is a little corny. I get it. But I have seen people say, well, look, if he's like one of the wings of the Pirate King, right, and you have the King of Hell, would he potentially be like the king of heaven, right? Like he sees women as heavenly and like being noble as heavenly. And I know, but I'm saying people in my chat were going crazy about this.
Yeah,
anyone
so
who watches
like
the
for
live
example,
stream
it's
knows this was
you know, like Zoro, like Zoro's mom is named Terra, Earth, and Sanji's mom's named Sora, Sky. So you can play on that dichotomy, you know.
You're already seeing the vision. Exactly, right, exactly.
Yeah. I think the other angle of the conversation too is we're talking about Sanji and we're not talking about the Conqueror's Haki side. And Conqueror's Haki is a power to influence other people with your will. And the moment that I went back to immediately was on Onigashima, where Sanji was debating whether he would become this cold-blooded monster that Luffy could just order around and, you know, murk anybody he wanted, or, you know, he retains his will. And the thing is, the moment before that was showing that Queen was putting his will on Sanji because he made Sanji think that just because Queen went invisible, that he was the one that hurt the girl, when Sanji should know full well in his mind that his mind would never allow him to hit him. But for a moment there, he was unconvinced of himself. And so once he's able to realize that his mind is strong enough to overcome anything, that it won't betray him in the future no matter what, that's when he becomes a conqueror. It's like Luffy being in Gear 5 and he's still Monkey D. Luffy. No matter what, he's Monkey D. Luffy. Sanji needs to be able to say to Queen, that's bullshit. I didn't do that. And then not have that moment of inconsistency and walk through the fire and the flames and take down Queen without thinking that he hurt the girl. And the thing is that in moving forward, he can't do that. He can't let anyone stifle him. Not his dad, not his brothers, no one. No one can Killingham, nobody. Killingham is gonna whip out the fear that Sanji has, right? Because that's his power. And Sanji's gonna, be inconsistent against that. And once he realizes that this is just a fear, this is not me, I am Sanji, and I won't hit women or I won't do this, then he gets conquered Saki, no question about it. And the thing is, he's been putting his will on other people and dominating throughout the entire story. I don't know, I've been on the boat since the beginning. I've been a creator that he gets it. So, this is just an inevitable thing that was gonna happen no matter what. But the thing that I want to see from Sanji is I don't want someone to just walk up to him and convince him about who he is without him.
I think there's no chance.
No, I think
there's a 0%
he's going to convince himself. And you said this was corny, and going off of something Cole said about the stealth black thing, Killingham's probably going to manifest the greatest nightmare of Sanji, which is he has to fight Stealth Black, who is the worst possible version. The worst possible version of Sanji.
I like that idea.
Yes.
Oh my god.
He succeeds. He beats him. It's a little bit of Naruto in the Falls of Truth, a little bit.
Yeah, but Link, Link versus Shadow Link. Yeah. Oh my god,
it's all about internal conflict.
Just show them a better version. That's all you gotta do.
Nintendo, dude. We get Link versus Dark Link. I'm happy with that.
I'd like.
See, normally, how you would work through your own trauma here is through therapy, but that's not as exciting in a shonen battle manga. So you got to fight against your evil self, and then that, then he gets conquered through that.
So then Tekking,
but we're due for something like that.
Because I know in my chat there's a debate, but do you think it's possible then? Like with Zoro, because let's he fights that Stealth Black that Killingham makes, can he then jump right into the infusion? Like he skips a step and he jumps right into, like, he can put it on his leg. He doesn't have to do the knocking out thing. He goes right into attack mode.
Oh yeah,
and he can beat Stealth Black and he beats Killingham.
I think we're gonna skip over that a little bit. We're just gonna have this thing where it's like I have conquerors now, and with all the other bonus, like that scene when he was fighting Queen and he was like listing off like I have an enhanced skin now, and I have armament, and I have Jabal Jambe, and adding everything. He's like, now I have conquerors. Add all that together, and he'll probably just be able to add armament onto it to just attack Killingham or Emu or whoever.
Hold on, we're getting
Sunpatch. Sunpatch is here.
Off a hiatus for 4 years, right? Sunpatch has been out. Look at Cole's face. I wanted to keep this a surprise. Look at this. I love this. Good. Now, Sunpatch, welcome. Welcome back.
Oh my god.
He's so like fully loaded in yet.
I'm bringing everyone in. And this is like I said, I wanted this referee to be very chill.
Homecoming.
People coming back in a little bit, just showing love, showing up when they can. People saying, heck yes, she's back. Let's go. Welcome. Also, I see people saying, when's Brago coming? I believe he's coming later, right? He said like around
I think he's
5,
later on.
So it's going to be a while, yeah. Uh-oh. It says failed to start camera. I think Sunpatch has set everything up.
Brago will be late, so whatever.
Oh, of course. If Brago wasn't late, it wouldn't be a reverie. I feel like that has to be the case. Exactly. No, but real quick, while we're still on the topic of Sanji and Conquerors and everything like that, if I may just give a little bit of something as a repeat that we did on that last agenda reverie. I fully believe, right, that, and for a while I've thought this, with the whole thing of like Zoro and Sanji and Oda seeing them on sort of an even playing field and wanting these two characters to really be like the wings of the Pirate King. I really do think, like, come Final War or come whenever we're fighting the Cross Guild, that we are going to get a situation that when Zoro and Mihawk are fighting, that we are going to have Sanji versus Crocodile. Because everything that you guys were talking about in regards to, like, Sanji, like, disowning power and all this other kind of stuff, I feel like if you're saying the wings of the Pirate King, right? You've got the Cross Guild, you've got Blackbeard's crew, you got the Straw Hat crew. The wings of Buggy's Pirate King would be Mihawk and Crocodile, right? So if you're getting
Luffy's greatest
rival, we can do that.
So we're gonna Luffy versus Buggy at some point.
Luffy versus that'll be. I think Luffy versus Buggy is fully like full Looney Tunes. I think him stretching him out.
The wings of Buggy are Moji and Richie.
The Cross Guild logo has wings on it. It really has wings.
It does. That's canonical.
When you think of Crocodile, let me explain. Because Crocodile and Sanji share the connection with Ivankov. That there is some secret that we don't know about with Crocodile with Ivankov. That's one aspect of it. You've got literally the first character who ever talked to Crocodile in the story was Sanji as Mr. Prince. Crocodile wanted to take over Alabasta as a monarch, right? You have Sanji, who did not want to be part of royalty, doesn't want to own his lineage, has no interest in power. Crocodile wants nothing but power. Wanted to go after Whitebeard. Like, there's a lot of parallels that are going on there. You literally have Sanji, his whole thing being wanting to feed people, right? Never wanting people to go hungry, even if it's his enemy, versus literally Crocodile starving out an entire kingdom. Like, feast versus famine. And then if you look at any piece of media ever in which there is a sand character, 9 times out of 10 that character is taken down by extremely hot flames that turn them to glass. So like then you've got Sanji with the Diablo Jambe, you can have any of these other powers with the spirit of the flames, whatever, turning Crocodile into glassware, and literally during the end of Laugh Tale, right? Like having that moment where they have the banquet feast on glassware made out of Crocodile. There you go.
The only issue is a massive optics issue because Zoro will be fighting Mihawk and Sanji will be fighting Crocodile.
Crocodile just seems
I mean,
like a
it's
lack
nice
of
little,
like,
okay,
dream.
Sanji fights against one of the
Like, wait a minute, hold on.
No, because I think the thing is, when you look at like the end of the series, right? When you look at these characters, there is definitely like an East Blue tax that we're seeing coming into the end of the series, where there are older characters that are going to be coming back significantly stronger than we would have ever expect them to come back, right? Not that like bounties are parallel to powers or whatever. I truly believe Croc's big power-up post-time skip was Conqueror's Haki. And that you are going to literally have a clash of Conqueror's Haki between Sanji and Crocodile.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree that it's going to be strong. It's just like, again, it's like a terrible optics where like everyone in the back of their minds like, Luffy beat this guy in Alabasta and it's Zoro's fight.
But not if he's grown. I mean, like, a lot of stuff has happened since.
Crocodile has to have like some crazy feats come in.
We can't just write off Crocodile just after he took one.
Crocodile has to get a body.
Conqueror's Haki, so I guess maybe.
I mean,
if the main cast can grow, the others can grow.
Because if everybody could grow within like 6 months and then 2 years, they grew that much after post-time skip. Crocodile's he has Haki now. He's got
easy.
It's the same thing like if Enel came back into the story. If Enel came back and had Haki and stuff, like I
would be like, ooh, cool.
Yeah. I mean, Enel was the first. I was gonna say he's the first character we ever saw with Haki in the whole story. Like if he didn't,
Shanks.
Shanks, of course. Yeah. But I mean, the first one, like for it to be explained to us as the reader, right?
Yes,
as mantra, that would have been
mantra,
right?
Big mantra.
Right.
Every upgrade that's possible, give it to Crocodile, just to make him like an exciting final
opponent.
That's
what I'm saying, man. Exactly.
Awakening, Conqueror's Haki.
Give him everything. Haki with sand.
Yeah.
Because
he's gonna wake him, bro. He's gonna wake him pocket sand. It's gonna be so gas.
You have to remember, like when we're entering this final portion of the series, there are so many characters that are going to be coming back in this final war that are going to be like injecting themselves within the story again, that we're going to see with these massive feats that we haven't seen in a very long time. And I feel like with how much they are hyping up the live action and all the stuff with Alabasta and doing the stuff with Crocodile, with the One Piece no longer potentially going to the end of the series, right? Probably going to get to Alabasta, but who even knows now, because we have the same voice actor for Luffy again. Like, we're going to be seeing multiple cases of casual people getting re-involved and reacquainted with the story who are used to those like original core characters. So I feel like, I'm not saying like Arlong's going to come back with Conqueror's Haki or whatever, but I am saying that like I think that would be great. But I do see a world.
Also had a lot of Alabasta parallels, by the way.
Right.
We have forgotten about that.
Yeah.
Dorian Brocky. Look at Dorian. Oh, by the way, because of inflation, you all have billion-berry bounties now. Like the giant upscale has been crazy. So
one thing I don't want to see is
yeah, of course. Yeah.
I just don't want to see random Omen.
At the end of the arc too. Yeah.
Imagine random Omen. That'd be crazy. Like I just don't want to see that. That's
random
the one
Omen,
thing that I.
Like on Crocodile?
Oh, like he gets it.
Wait. Whoa.
Sorry.
Wait. You think? Wait, hold on.
Yeah.
Wait,
How'd
Parse
you
said
get
that.
confused?
Wait, I'm like random.
Emu was not messing with that. I'll tell you
Emu was like, no.
That boy
gotta
go.
out of here.
You gotta go.
Get this guy out of here. Come on.
With like Crocodile and other characters, like if they come back and then they just are able to combat Maki and Omen like nobody's business, that's where I'm like, I don't know about that, you know. But it's shonen, so we might get them scale even to those things where if they're facing an omened up Holy Knight, for example, I'm just making up headcanon, right? Like Crocodile's just like, oh, no big deal. I know what Omen is. I'd be like, wait, what do you mean? What do you mean Omen is? Yeah, I would slap him. I might jump into series just to hit him.
Okay, how about this? So we're looking at like final fights in One Piece, and we're saying that Zoro and Miyako are gonna fight because that has to do with Zoro's dream.
Sure.
What if Crocodile somehow ties into Sanji's dream, where Sanji wants to find the All Blue, and then here comes Crocodile, the Sandman, and he wants to, I don't know, turn this into a giant drought. Like he sees the water, he wants to remove all of it, and then now Sanji has to fight him. I don't know why.
I don't know.
I'm trying to bring this to his dream.
I'm sitting there like,
Jay's like, what is this? All right, so Jay, hold on. Let me ask you.
What is going on? I was like, yo.
Let me ask them because Cole and Jay are having meltdowns right now. Laz is like, I'm just watching this chaos unfold. Let me ask you then, who, in terms of Sanji, who are you thinking then? Who is the equivalent of the Mihawk fight for Sanji? Who are we seeing?
Can I say something
please, Mel,
controversial?
Yeah, please. Let's hear it.
I don't think Buggy, Crocodile, and Mihawk are going to be at odds with the Straw Hats. I think if anything, they might help the Straw Hats because the enemy in this world is the world government. It's not the other pirates. They can get in the way because Blackbeard can. But I don't know why. But Mihawk and Zoro, I'm not imagining it as they've met on the battlefield again. I'm imagining it as they're seeing each other again because they are good-natured with each other in a sense. And everything goes still, and we will watch that. I'm not imagining like everyone fights everyone. I'm imagining the pirates at the end of the day, Blackbeard aside, some of them aside, will have to go up against the world government because that's who's destroying everyone at this point in time.
Or
to Melon's point, that I think more than that, Cross Guild is set up to go against the Navy specifically, which is why they have the bounty system.
The Navy killers,
but then also, Otis set up this Mihawk story, and it's in an SBS, but Otis set up Mihawk having this huge betrayal from the Navy, and that's why he became a naval hunter. Like so I feel like Cross Guild is gonna be this like, it's kind of like Marineford again, where it's like Luffy's going against the world government, but if the Navy were to run the fade with Luffy while he's doing that, that's too much. So then you throw Cross Guild to block them off, and then you have all these crazy, you know.
Are you setting up Buggy, Crocodile, and Mihawk against the admirals?
Yes.
Well,
that's
That'd be amazing.
Also, real quick, I got it.
Crocodile versus Aramaki. That's the perfect fucking counter.
I love that. I love that. That's what I'm saying. You gotta give Crocodile a good fight. Suck the nature. Exactly. Drown him out. That's what I'm saying, dude.
The other reason to have that go that way is because the Seraphim are actually underneath the Navy, and the Seraphim are warlord clones. So it's kind of like Pokemon a little bit. Pokemon the first movie with Mewtwo. So it's like the Clone Wars. Yeah. So I feel, and it's gonna be a battle of science and stuff, you know.
Real quick. I also want to say, wait. Before we get there, because I was gonna say, Sunpatch, is your camera working? Is your mic working? Is everything good now?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We are good. Welcome back.
Wait, I didn't actually technically mean to join. I popped up by accident because I didn't even know if it was technically my turn.
No, you're good. Anyone can kind of come in whenever they want. This is like an old school reverie. You're good. You're good. Welcome.
Yeah. I'm like, I haven't done this in 4 years. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We're happy to have you back. We just wanted to make sure that we acknowledge that.
Always.
Yeah. But anyway, Cole, please continue what you were saying. Yeah.
No, I was just saying that. Okay, so remember, like, there was that line that Sanji says, like, before Zoro knocks him out, that he says that, you know, the Marines have to fear me, like, the world has to fear me the most. Like, one day they'll see, like, I'll be the one as he steps to Kuma. I feel like Sanji has to live to that at some point. Like, I've always been a believer of, like, you know, if there's gonna be, let's say, a final battle with Sanji per se, it would probably be against Sora, Warrior of the Sea, and whoever would represent that would be the final person that Sanji have to fight. I don't know who that would be in the Marines, or world government, but there could be a Sora type person or a big fan of Sora, and that would be Sanji's final fight in the story.
Then. He just beats Kobe.
What? Wait, what?
Kobe's got
a Warrior of the Sea is sort of the embodiment of like lawful good, greatest Marine ever, and that's kind of Kobe. I mean, yeah.
We gotta bring back the OG Vince mode.
That's what's in Crocodile Sanji for Final Fight, right? This is.
I was gonna say Crocodile is not a bad fight for Sanji. I do also agree with the idea that like Cross Guild will work with them. With this thing that I set up with the Crocodile thing, I really do feel like that is post Final War. I think that is like Laugh Tale race for the One Piece between who is left standing. Because like we haven't even had this conversation yet, and I figured this is going to be way later in the Reverie, but we could bring this up now, right? The idea of like, because we are so close to the end, because this is probably the last Reverie before we enter like Lodestar and Final War. We're realistically going to be out of Elbaf this year, right? If that is the case, do we see a world, in theory, right? Do we see a world in which, like, if Imu goes back to Marijoa, we start off Final War, that, like, Imu gets taken care of before we get to Laugh Tale and before we get to, like, the final race for the One Piece among the Yonko? Because I think the answer is yes.
I think so, yeah. Because Blackbeard, we still don't know anything about what Blackbeard's been doing. Like, that's terrifying to even think about. So, like, I think, like, for sure, I think Imu might get out of the way first.
Not to mention, like, the
we need to see the Void Century first.
Well.
Yeah.
Not to mention, because I feel like the last chapter, especially as well, with the little inkling of like this conversation between Joy Boy and Imu from back in the day. I feel like there's a weird feeling in my pit in my heart where I'm like, we're going to actually get this backstory sooner than later, for the purpose that eventually, if Blackbeard is the one that faces off against Imu and takes them out, at least you get that portion out the way, and you still have all the other Void Century stuff that's going on, but at least you take care of that now. Like, it kind of feels like it's been that way since Imu's been here, that we're going to get a lot of this stuff, because at some point in time, Luffy may not get a second chance to face off against him, because Imu being Blackbeard being the Davy Jones in this scenario is going to be the one that gets the revenge, not just for Rocks as well, but just like takes care of all that.
I mean, with that case up there. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sunpatch.
No, I mean, I was just my fear with Imu is like, it feels kind of like Kaguya-esque, like with Naruto. Like, we cared a lot. Like, Blackbeard has been like the villain we have been building up for like over 1,000 chapters now. Like, I would be really satisfied having him built up as the big bad final guy. Imu, I mean, has been kind of like here in the shadows, but really this is the first time we're getting like anything of him, and like there's a lot of lore there, and it's really cool that there's a lot of lore there, but is it really satisfying to have them instead of Blackbeard?
I think you could have both cakes, because I think there's a world in which Blackbeard, knowing what we have about him and taking devil fruit powers and all this kind of stuff, that like we've always seen the 3 skull thing with Blackbeard, the idea that he's gonna have multiple devil fruits. Like, if he has the strongest Paramecia and the strongest Logia, right? If the devil fruit exists, right? The fruit of the devil, that is the strongest mythical zone in the verse, like probably bar none. If you then give the devil fruit to Blackbeard, end of series, where he's shooting out omens and sucking up people's powers, it's over. Like, that gives you that final villain that you want. And I think there's a really interesting thing they could do with the story based on how they set up Rocks, in which, much like Mel was talking about with the Crocodile team up, right? We could potentially see a world where we are in Marijoa, in that final war, where Blackbeard, because he wants to take down Imu, Luffy wants to take down Imu, having a situation, even despite the history there with Ace, where there is an enemy of my enemy is my friend type thing, and we actually get Luffy and Blackbeard fighting against Imu. And then eventually that culminating, Luffy being the way that he is, thinking, okay, we can be friends now, bygones be bygones, and Blackbeard's like, yeah, you're full of it, bye. And then, like, takes the devil fruit power, and that eventually leads to the end, you know?
What's almost
I
think, I'm sorry, in that situation, I really think Imu would be like, you know what, Luffy? We gotta team up against Blackbeard.
It's Imu and Luffy.
I disagree. You know what I think is gonna happen? You know what I think? I think that Imu's gonna try to Domi reverse Blackbeard, and it's not gonna work because of his devil fruit or something. It's not gonna work, and he's gonna try to steal Imu's power, and then Luffy will end up having to fight Blackbeard at the end. I think that maybe Blackbeard is set up to be the end game villain because of his power, because of
that has to be the final fight of the story. story.
I think
Like,
God Valley's sister set that up too.
Power or something.
Yeah.
I think the coldest scene that would be epic is if, like, let's say Emu has to return to Marie Joie because they are weak after this. They can't stay outside for very long. They retreat and they're a little weakened and they're like, must rest for like a few weeks.
Yeah.
And then he goes into the room of flowers and Blackbeard's in there in the same pose. Rox
See, that's
was.
what I'm hoping for. Like, I'm back. Like, it'll be so gas.
Need
Like,
that.
honestly.
Can I ask a question?
Please, yeah.
Because I seem to be on the other end of this. I've never had the belief that Blackbeard is the endgame villain for the sole fact that he is a pirate. Because here's my question. If Emu is taken out first, what happens to the world government? Is the world government not the end all? Like, is the world government not the cause of the majority
The
of
Tenryubito are.
strife
The world government
within this
technically
world?
isn't.
There are some
Tenryubito are the
avenues
main
that can go
ones.
with
Yeah.
it. I like one
But
crazy one.
Emu
It's a really
is-
crazy.
Emo is the ruler of the world. He's the ruler, like, of this. He's created the world government. He's got how much history? We don't even know how long Emu's been alive, mind you, really, at this point. The only reason I can't see Blackbeard being the endgame is because of the fact he is a pirate, and so, of course, his morals are shaky. Once Emu's taken down, the world government has crumbled. So I don't see where the world government can, like, I can see Blackbeard coming in and going, now I can take over. I can see that.
Right.
But wouldn't that make more sense for Emu and Blackbeard to kind of be a amalgamation of like evil together to like create this kind
I
of
can totally see it as Blackbeard
Unless
assimilates
Blackbeard's the
Emu's
one that takes
power,
over the world
gets
government.
it, takes
That's not a
over,
bad idea.
and then
that's what I
Luffy
thought
has
too.
to
Yeah,
beat
you
them,
also-
and then
you also gotta
Dragon
remember
can mop up the rest when it comes to
also
like the
gotta remember
politics
the
of it.
plot
And everything.
points going
Yeah,
on.
but I feel like that's more like endgame stuff with Dragon when it comes to him like cleaning up everything. That feels like
Yeah, we'll
towards
sort
the
out
endgame,
everything,
'cause we're
we'll
so
make it
busy with
I
the
think
wars
that
and
that
stuff,
even
which I
pairs
think was
with
where
like
Blackbeard could.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say real quick. I'm gonna let Laz go on this, but I real quick, I just wanted to mention that like I think when you're looking at the pacing, if Laugh Tale comes after Final War, I think a lot of us had assumed Laugh Tale would come before Final War, but now Oda on multiple cases has been like, when we get to the One Piece, that is the end of the story, right? So like the assumption is that Laugh Tale has to be the end, right? I think a lot of us were on the side of Emu, Blackbeard, final villain type amalgamation thing, Final War, that is the end of the series. Take down the world government, everybody's freed, there you go. Like, destroy the Red Line, whatever. But I almost see it sort of the same way that Luffy sees it, right? Like, what does it mean to be the freest in the world, is to be the king of the pirates, right? And I almost wonder if like that, because there is that weird juxtaposition and parallel between Luffy and Blackbeard, it's going to be the type of thing where Blackbeard is at the, he's the king of the world. He is literally sitting on the empty throne, like takes over after everything. Everything devolves into chaos, but he still wants to know what the One Piece is. And so, like, ultimately his goal, because he is a pirate, going right along with what you were saying, he doesn't give up the dream of finding the One Piece. Because I'm assuming Blackbeard is on the side more so of, like, kind of how Buggy thought of it for a long time, of, like, that it is treasure. When at the end of the day, I think everybody in this call can agree it is not just going to be something as simple as treasure. It is absolutely tied to, like, a truth regarding the world. And I think that has to come after Emu is gone, so that the world can be allowed to find out that secret,
Yeah, and Buggy will find it first, by the way. I'm just saying.
He will, yeah.
Buggy, I think it's going to get falsely
either be Buggy or Buggy or Zoro will stumble upon it.
Morgan's just going to be playing around. Yeah, right. Last, what are you going to say, by the way?
No, I was gonna say, because even with the stuff with the world government, I mean, it's like if you take down Emu, it's like what kind of happens afterwards. But I always feel like Blackbeard's always someone that's gonna be like 3 steps ahead of what we actually think is gonna be going on. For all we know, like if you go back to like the Vegapunk stuff and Egghead about all the information that was just like put out there in the world, what if like that would happen again with Blackbeard in a way to convince the world afterwards? Like he's got to be the one, it's got to be the king. He's got to take over everything, and all of a sudden things go into his way so that he can operate and do the things as he wants to while taking control of the world. And even going back to the stuff with like I think Charlie, her name is the one with the prophecy that said about Luffy was going to come back and destroy the Red Line and all that stuff, right? Well, what if it like, because this is the thing that we also have to remember too. Katharina Devon, for as far as we know, has Saturn's complexion because of her fruits and stuff, or whatever, right? So what if she were to have something close to Luffy that leads to them breaking the Red Line, that paints this picture of him being completely evil and whatever and stuff, even though it's not what we believe as the readers, because we know Luffy who he is, but the people don't know that, right? So to use that to his advantage to get control of the world through a whole gamble.
Well, I think it's set up to where Aimu's upset with the Davy clan because he thinks that he has the rightful heir to the throne, but it'll probably be like he stole it from Davy or whatever, even Joy Boy. So maybe Blackbeard can claim true blood lineage at the throne, which is why I want to kind of get into a little bit. Maybe
hang on. Sorry.
No,
So what if Buggy is one of Rox's children?
Oh my god.
Yes!
I think it's possible. No, I think it's possible. I still think that is a possibility.
Could Buggy also claim?
I mean, the
blood lineage?
timeline does add up. It's not
The facial structure says something there. There's something there.
Yeah.
It's not just the facial structure; it's the bounty poster being the exact same pose.
Well,
like that's crazy.
Yeah, I didn't want to specify too much. But
why, like
the blue hair?
Is it
then
a
Rox
son?
would be a bad dad? Question mark?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
then
It kind of ruins the whole point of Rox. Unless it's like
Rox is like Eris, not Marshall. But
How old
he
is
was
Buggy?
Just, like, teach.
39.
And then he's like, forget about Buggy. Who cares?
Because
about
when
Buggy?
Buggy and
So
TC like
why- hang
around
on,
the
but
same
why
age.
Why does Buggy have to be Rox's son? Can't he just be
because
a
the whole
Zebek?
point.
It's Zebek. Is it not?
Oh, he could. He could.
Oh,
could be
sorry,
the
sorry, not
family.
Zebek. Sorry. The Davy. Couldn't it just be the
clan.
Davy?
Yeah,
line?
Sure.
He
Sure.
could.
Yeah.
Why would it have to be directly
Davy
Rox's
Buggy.
son?
Yeah.
No,
Sure.
you're right.
Actually,
you're right.
now that we're thinking about
Buggy
this,
D.
God Valley was
Jones.
38
Oh,
years
God.
ago, and Buggy's 39, so he would have been like,
It
he should have
works.
been a 1-year-old alongside. Like,
Right.
Yeah, but
Eris
that-
apparently either lost him somewhere or,
Yeah.
I guess that doesn't really make sense now that I'm thinking about it.
But I do agree that
Yeah.
he could be like a Davy, even if he's not directly
Well,
Rox's
Shanks
kid.
could be a Davy too, right? Like,
Well, that's
and
the
the
that's
thing
the
about-
crazy thing is like with Oda setting up. Again, it's tough because we're in the final war right now, right? Like we can't. It's very difficult to like theory craft when we kind of know like the overall bare bones of like where we are going with the story. But I do think bringing up Shamrock and Shanks like. That kind of is a big question mark because Oda on multiple occasions has been like, I had to tell my editors what the One Piece was and because of how it relates to Shanks and Shamrock. And so when he said that, we're like, what the hell does that mean? How could the One Piece relate to Shanks and Shamrock? Like, what does that mean? So I do
Child of
think
Fates, yeah.
both of them are going to be way more involved in this like final war.
Shanks is either a Davy or a Joy Boy lineage.
I mean, that goes to one of the
Davy
super chats we got
lineage?
earlier. If I could, one of them that was earlier actually asked. It said specifically to the panel, "Who else do you guys think has a D? Who has the will of D that's within the story right now? Like characters that you think
Eustace
will find
Kid.
out that they have it." Kid.
So the one thing with the Davy
Oh
thing.
no!
though,
Wait,
is
speak on that. Hold on. No, you don't just say kid and not say anything.
Oh no! I was just
Right,
going
yeah.
I read a chat that somebody said Eustace Kid, and I was just reading out loud. I just.
I
I mean, he does have Conqueror's hockey.
Nah, he's
Who
dodging.
does?
1163
Yeah.
is 1163 is where Emu says to Rox, I can see them running through the distant forest, new Davies, a woman and child. And for me, that was always very interesting because it was, we don't know through what mechanism, but Emu was able to sense Davies from a distance without even seeing them. So, and Shanks is on the island, by the way. So I would question if Shanks would be Davy by that metric because Emu's not. Emu at that point and the Celestial Dragons seem to want to wipe the Davies off the face of the earth. And through some mechanism, Emu is able to sense the Davies. So I would imagine that if Buggy were a Davy, that's how we would be able to figure out one way or the other is that Emu somehow is able to just like sense it, is able to know. And what's even weirder is that Eris isn't technically a Davy by blood. She's a Davy by like, I don't know, some ritual situation, Yeah, we don't know what they did through the marriage that allowed Emu to go, a new Davy is there. They must have got their marriage documents at the courthouse. Like I don't know what
So you don't
Eris
think it's
did there,
bloodline?
Well, oh no, yeah,
Well,
they might have just.
I don't think it's blood. I think it's name because they kind of showed with the D specifically. Ace and Luffy were like, "Sabo, do you want to be a D?" And he went, "What?" I think it's just clan being accepted within to the
Right,
the family.
somehow
I don't think it's
Emu
blood.
Emu just has the
restricted.
Shinigami
You
eyes
can
and
add
can
a
see your
D
name
to your
over you
name.
or something.
Yeah,
Just
I think
there.
it's a D says, "Do you want to be a
I
D?"
like
You
that.
can
I
join us.
actually like that. I like that
Sabi
because
bones.
I don't
Actual
like
meme
everything
becomes
is
real.
bloodline. So I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've always, me and Sai joke about this a lot, where it's like bringing it back Naruto with the Uchiha having the stone tablet that just had the answers to everything that kind of like they were able to read, and we're like, are the Davy clan kind of like that? Do the Davy just have like a stone tablet that they're just referencing, and that's why it's so like damaging? But we already have the poneglyphs. I don't really know what it could be, but that line from Emu sensing Eris is also a new Davy, it cements that you don't have to be a Davy by blood. You can be a Davy by association, and that's enough that Emu wants to wipe you out to get the husband to murder you. Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean?
And that again
especially
goes in line
she
with the
holds
parallels.
information that's like super important and stuff too.
And that goes in line with the parallels again of Luffy and Blackbeard, right? Like that we've seen from the very beginning of like them being two sides of the same coin, like the yin and yang, right? If it is something along the lines of like you can just be a D if you want to, like here you go, Sabo. It is kind of
that's the idea.
same type thing, right?
Sadibo,
the idea of
let's
like
go.
you are sided with the Davy clan, and thus you must be eliminated. Right? Yeah.
Yeah.
I
There's
agree.
just power in the name, not in the blood.
It's a theme of One Piece. It's not all about bloodlines and stuff. It's about like who your found family is at the end of the day, and it's like,
that is the overall theme of the story for sure.
Imagine a kid is the one that's gonna help us out right now while Luffy's out for the count.
No chance.
He was in the astral plane the entire time.
It's not zero. Hey, to be honest though, we still have to go to the heaven realm. So if he is up there somehow, some way, hey man,
So we had a conversation, about half of us were here for the conversation at the very beginning of the Reverie, but we were talking about the fact that like the astral plane, heavenly realm is the one big aspect of Elbaf that we really haven't seen at all yet, and that it would make sense potentially to have that be where Luffy like truly finds out about like Nika and the Sun God, because he's heard these names so many times, but he truly doesn't care about it. And I think it's one thing if like you've been wiped out by the king of the world and you're like finally having the opportunity to sit down and they're explaining, look, this is why people keep calling you Nika. This is what the Sun God is. And it's up to Luffy to be like, look, I'm my own guy. I don't care about any of this. You know, he probably won't. I don't think he's going to care or listen. Right, he'll probably fall asleep during it, but I think
Robin is going to listen to it.
To be fair, he was listening to stuff with Loki's backstory and stuff, which was very apparent because usually the time like he's been sleeping, but he actually like heard bar for bar what was going on.
Because
so
Shanks
I think like
was a part of it. That was a big deal.
Well, I mean, baby steps. We're getting there with him and stuff, right?
If you say to Luffy, listen, the history of Nika has Shanks in it, he's listening.
Yeah, he's listening. He's locked in.
Maybe that's why Shanks ties to the
Why say Loki? Because he knows Shanks is?
Really dialing up. I mean, Luffy's always been a Shanks fanboy, but really dialing up that Shanks fanboy aspect for Luffy in this arc. You know,
did he ever sit down to listen to a story ever?
Boa Hancock, he did.
Odin.
Really wanted.
He also listened to the Odin story.
Listen to Odin.
Yeah,
the Odin
listened
story.
He listened to the Odin story.
That's right.
You have to have a certain cadence in the storytelling department to get Luffy's attention. He kind of have ADHD a little bit, but like you know,
Roger's
got to have a cool
story.
character in there.
He loves Roger, Shanks. If Ace shows up in this Joy Boy flashback, Ace might show up.
That's right.
Yeah.
We have real quick. I want to read out some of these super chats because I see we're already at the top of another hour, which is crazy. This is awesome. Thank you again to everybody who's been coming through to the stream. Thank you to everybody super chatting. We got a lot more still on the way. More guests at the top. By the way, for anybody who's watching right now at 4 p.m. Young Jeff, who's been watching One Piece for the very first time, if you've been following him on social media, he's been like live tweeting his journey throughout One Piece for the first time. So we're bringing basically a casual in for all of us to discuss, like, what are your thoughts? Who are your favorite characters right now? That kind of thing. Just get some type of casual perspective in this. But anyway.
So it's just a random dude walking into a room with like 50 experts.
That's
like,
exactly what the thought process. That was exactly why I wanted to do it. Exactly.
So since you're catching up to One Piece, are we going to spoil or not spoil?
No, we're not spoiling. So I'm giving them a warning. At 4, we're going to have like a solid 20 minutes where we won't give any spoilers. He's just going to hop in, hop out, but we're not going to be talking spoilers. Yeah, we're all good. Real quick though, I want to give a shout out. Please. No, he won't look at the chat. I've warned him already. He's good. We got one big one. This is a $50 donation coming from Reese Lucas. Thank you very much. Saying Emu and Crocodile.
Shout out to Lucas, man.
Emu and Crocodile actually have more parallels than stabbing Luffy round 1. Both were introduced in a mini arc with Whiskey Peak and the Reverie. Both became main villains 3 arcs after their introduction. Both have desires to use the ancient weapons, and both manipulate blue-haired princesses. So that's one from Reese Lucas. We got another one from Shake Shake Fruit Host, who said, what if Vegapunk's prediction of the world drowning is actually the all blue connecting the four blues? That the One Piece is maybe a plunger that ate the devil fruit, and that Sanji's dreams are what is going to save the world after everything is said and done.
Sanji piece.
There you go.
Sanji upscale.
Yeah.
Yes, I like it. I love it.
Wanji, man.
Also,
Gotta get to the all blues somehow.
I've never heard One Piece being a plunger, but there you go. Great. We got
I've heard
another
being a
one.
main plug before.
A plug. Oh,
Yeah.
interesting. Okay. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
that's probably what they mean here. We got one from Brudder, who super chatted and said, "Oh my gosh, Croc Talks in Big 2026. Shake my head."
That's a name for a podcast. Somebody needs to pick that up. Oh
Croc
my God,
Talks in
that's
Big
good.
2026.
The Crocodile Conquers Hockey agenda. That's,
Look, I'm here for
that's
that.
Just
something,
talk
man.
about
I'm
crocodile
writing
or
it in.
crocodile-related things. Yeah.
We got Tombkeeper 1397, who said, "I think we're all too focused on the Straw Hats being central and taking on everybody, which is simply unfeasible. When we're looking at this final war, I think we need to look at who is going to be on what side in terms of who's going up against who. I think this is more in line with like what we've talked about on previous reveries of the idea of like the final war being fought on multiple fronts." Right, that like it's not going to be just one-on-ones with the Straw Hats.
Now,
it's like Dragon being involved, and yeah.
So we can't be him. So
what were you saying, Tekking? You kind of cut out a second there.
I was making a joke because you said who's who, and I'm like, well, who's already been defeated by Yamato. We've already seen that, so it has to be somebody else.
Of course.
Yeah.
We got another one from Alejandro Solis, who said, "I feel that Blackbeard taking over as the ruler of the world makes sense. The corruption of power gets to them, as we see this in all three of the worlds. And if you look at Sabo, essentially he had lied to the people that he killed Cobra to get more revolutionaries on his side. It's not that Sabo straight up lied. It's that it was reported.
Sabo didn't do anything.
Yeah, and Sabo was just like, I'm going to ride with it being the Flame Emperor. So,
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much
Sabo
what it was.
lied, people died.
Also, I have to give another quick shout out with this one as well. This is a super chat from ShotRed555, who says, "Cole, Roger, it's your buddy Nick. I'm here to mess with you One Piece fans.
Oh.
Wake me up when Luffy, Usopp, and Nami are gone. Also, Bleach and Hunter x Hunter over One Piece, that's crazy. I can't believe."
Yeah, definitely crazy.
I'm not
Definitely crazy.
Not going to read that on out. All right, now, Jay, I've been seeing you hopping in and hopping out real quick in this call. I think this is a good opportunity to fold you into all this because I feel like we had this conversation very briefly at the party that we had during Anime Expo with Kess, which, by the way, shout out, I want to say this is the first ever sponsored Reverie. We actually have a giveaway happening live during this Reverie. Kess has greatly said that they are going to be giving away some of their board games, the Dawn of Liberation board game and the Escape from Egghead board game.
The Egghead one, I got that one over here. They sent me.
I got the Egghead one over here too. So hold on, I'll pull it up so I can show you.
Yeah,
wait,
can I win? Reference. Hold on.
No, so people in the chat can win, but the people on the show cannot win. But they are going to be watching out for the chat. So make sure to keep your comments coming because Francisco is going to be picking somebody out to gift these board games to. So shout out. Oh, look, we all got it. Look, Kev's got it too.
Yeah.
Look at this. Perfect. But one of the things that we wanted to say real quick, again, Jay, this is why I wanted to throw it to you, is, we talked about the state of the One Piece community right now as a whole, right? Where we are within the story. Had a little bit of this conversation earlier as well in like the first hour of the stream. And I'm just curious to sort of hear your thoughts. First off, how are you feeling temperature-wise with Elbaf as a whole? How are you enjoying it? And what are some things that you're seeing and noticing in terms of like trends within the One Piece community that either you like or that you dislike?
So I can talk about how I feel about Elbaf. I think Elbaf has been good. I think at first Elbaf started as like your typical One Piece arc, started a bit slow, and you're kind of waiting. It's like, all right, who is our enemies? Who's the antagonist? Like, what are we? Like, for me, like whenever I'm watching or seeing a new arc, I'm thinking like, who's the character I'm gonna latch onto? Because I'm very character oriented, right? So when I saw Egghead, it was Kuma. I'm like, all right, bro, Kuma's my guy. Then Loki got introduced, and Loki seemed always interesting. But once we got into the backstory, once Rox was revealed, and I think Rox and Harold in general, to me, those two are my highlights because I love when Oda has two characters that have two different ideals, but they get along and he makes them friends. I'm thinking of like Norland and Kagura, right? Sure. You're thinking of that type of, now you're looking at like Aokiji and Garp, right? So like you're seeing that dynamic and you're seeing how Rox was brazen, aggressive, sometimes disrespectful, but at the same time you admire him because we always, in One Piece, we just love characters that are forthright. They don't really hide who they are. They're unashamed of who they are. And then there's Harold, who was the same thing as Rocks until he met Ida, and then he changed. So all of a sudden now he's ashamed of his past. He's ashamed of what the Giants were, and now he's actively trying to change that. And I think seeing how I was listening earlier when you guys were talking about Harold, I was so upset that I wasn't able to be there, but I was busy.
Please, yeah.
And one of the things that I really, one of the things I really loved that you said, Melon, was that it's the king that we've seen actually learn how to be a king actively. Like you're watching him study diplomacy, you're watching him reaching out to different countries and trying to learn how to be a king. And that's one of the things I really asked for in One Piece is like, show me who these guys are, show me their journey. How did you get from point A to point B? And I think we saw Harold from point A all the way to point B, and that whole journey, that whole experience, I think all the way up to God Valley, to me, is the best part of Elbaf still, because it's like the character work that Oda does, I think it's his best work. His character work is incredible. So once you get to that point, and I'm looking at the decision that Harold made to try and stop Rocks, when he's like, okay, you need to kill Rocks in order for us to really let you in. It's like, are you really going to kill your friend? Like, is it that deep? Are you really going to go out of your way to betray your friend? And I think it's so funny because Oda put us in this position where pirates are the bad guys, but they're also not the bad guys. And Harold is supposed to be joining the good guys, but he's not really joining the good guys. So you're sitting there fighting with yourself, and I think Ida's commentary alongside Rocks, you know, when Rocks is hanging out with Harold and they're laughing, having a good time, and Ida's like, hey, look, I don't like Rocks. I don't think he's a good friend for you. I don't think he's a good influence. But at the same time, he's also kind of not wrong, because these celestial dragons are trash. Harold's not paying attention. Now, Goofy, I know you hate Harold. I know you hate him.
I was about to.
I know you. He was charging up as he was going. I was like, hey, hold on now. Hold on.
I'm charging the spirit bomb over here.
Yeah, just charging up. But like,
it's Randy.
Oh, Randy. What's up, Randy? Welcome. Welcome.
Randy.
Joining a great time. Welcome, Randy.
Let's go, Randy.
No, but I definitely just love that whole portion. So for me, that stuck for me. And then, I mean, Loki, his backstory. I don't know why Oda loves to kill good mothers. It's something that I have an issue with, but we're going to talk about that later. But like,
he kills bad mothers too, if that makes you feel better.
That's right. That's what I was happy when I saw
moms.
Hey.
The good moms are always dying. I'm like, come on, man. Like one of them, Belmare, Usao's mom, and they all just dying. But Sanji's mom. But
that's One Piece.
Sora. That's right.
It is. I
Mothers are the antithesis to adventure. Oda said it. They all gotta die.
Zoro's mom died.
Exactly. I was like, but all the trash dads are still alive. Even Judge is still alive. Like, come on, bro. Outlook the third.
For how long? I don't know if Judge makes it out of the Judge seems like one of those characters when we get to Final War where it's like he is a very easy way to just be like, all right, here's an easy
sacrifice.
Kill. Here you go, sack Judge. Get him out of here.
Get him out of here.
He's gonna look at Sanji and be like, was I a good father to you? Hell no.
Hell no. See you later,
Yo, I see it. I can see it now. Sanji getting Conqueror's Haki, Judge finally seeing it, and he's done with the Thanos look. Perhaps I was too harsh with you. I'm like, we don't care. Like, we're good. We're good. Stay over there, Judge. Stay over there. Deadbeat dad.
Stick to the side.
But like there's a little thing that I love so much. And it's like, I think it's Loki's relationship with Ida. I think is one of my favorite little things of the story.
Oh, it's great.
Because Loki is like on this tsundere gimmick with Ida all the time, where it's like he loves Ida so much, and Ida treats him just like her baby boy, and he tries to fight it every time. He's always at the bar. He's always next to her. Every time she offers him some food, he's like, nah, I don't want it, you old hag. Next thing you know, he's eating it and drinking it. And then, thank God, somebody finally does this, right? They poisoned Ida, so he destroys the village, kills them, carnage. I'm like, thank you. Let's just solve this with violence. Let's just get rid of them. Okay? None of them talk, no peace. We'll just kill them. Kill them all. Because Harold wasn't going to do it, and I know you guys were cooking him for it, and you're right. So when Loki did it, I'm like, that's my goal. That's my future king. So, you know, like I said, Loki 2026, that's what we going for, right? So overall, I think outside of that, Elbaf's been great. Emu being involved, and I know we talked about Emu actually, you know, stabbing Luffy and whether Luffy's gonna be alive or not. Oda doesn't kill people in general. He's not gonna kill the MC, so Luffy's gonna come out of this somehow, some way. But the reason I love Luffy actually losing here is because it's added the threat that we needed from Emu. We just needed to see Emu do that, so you can feel threatening when he's around Luffy. He's like, okay, we know what he can do now. I just think that was necessary. I think
Y'all,
that was established.
Jay was-
so where we,
Jay was-
especially in Gear 5 as well.
Jay
too,
was
to
so
get
happy when he got his ass
because
beat.
It's like for a while.
oh boy, I was
so
it was like Christmas for me. I threw something on the grill. I was it was different. If it's actually the case, okay, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you. The future sight thing, turn that off right now. Usopp conversations, turn it off. Turn it off. All right, it's not. I don't want to see you. Turn it off. The hammer. Hold on. The hammer. Usopp picking up the hammer. Turn it off. I want it off. Turn that off.
Want to see
Put
me
the
get
hammer there. Yes.
push it. Of course, y'all want to see it.
Phone up with the blamer, bro. Relax.
Of course.
By the way, Jay, before I forget,
get up out of here.
Yes.
Catch us up, man. Come on now.
That's crazy.
Yeah, Jay, this unrelated to the emu thing, but going along with the Loki and Ida thing. Did you see the cover page where he's like drawing her and he's like she's in the background? Like, oh, that's my son.
So
Like that,
beautiful.
So good.
that was so adorable. I love that.
Yeah. He's a baby, bro. He's a little bratty
Yeah.
baby. So we love that.
Am I the only one who doesn't believe when he says requested by? I feel like it's just Oda who wants to draw these.
Sometimes I feel like he just wants to do that.
Sometimes I think he does,
doing
but
that.
the crazy thing is like I don't know if you guys are ever looking on like Japanese social media at like the names of the people that submit. A lot of the time there will be tweet threads of being like, "Oh my god, he took my idea. Here was my original like post that I put up." Like Noda Skywalker, for example, who like you see constantly on the cover pages. That no, Noda Skywalker's an actual legit like person. It's not Oda.
Right.
But Oda, I think Noda even
I
has like a YouTube channel, correct? Randy is like the GOAT in terms of this type of lore. I feel like I'm gonna throw this to Randy. Am I making this up? Noda is like a well-known like person within the Japanese fandom. Is he not?
He's real.
I think Noda's real.
I don't know the answer to that.
I saw it in his face. Randy was like, I don't know. I don't know.
I think what makes the most sense is it's like when they did the cover page with Senor Pink and Frankie, and they're finally telling the story. People probably requested that for Oda for years, and he was like, okay, I should probably do that. Yeah, that's probably what happens.
I'm sure. Actually, Randy, since you just joined, we're sort of having like an LBF temperature check conversation that's already gone on for like 2.5 hours, but it's honestly good. I feel like we were in a situation in which there's not a lot to like theorize on in One Piece. It's mostly like us absorbing it right now. You can
Besides
craft. Yeah, besides Feet Piece, which we found out about earlier. I don't know if you know
that was a thing
Feet
that we
Piece.
did for a bit. Yeah.
But curiously, how are you feeling about LBF as a whole right now? Like, what are some of your favorite moments? Who are the characters standing out to you?
So my impressions of LBF so far, I'm sure I share the similar belief with everybody that I want more from Usopp. You know, when you're waiting 25 years for Usopp to have this big moment, I mean, it just kind of feels like, you know, waiting for Zoro to do something in Wano. But I don't feel bad that we're getting like all of this Brook stuff. It wasn't expected, even though, you know, there's been all of these hints and teases that like he had another life. I mean, there's 50 years that we don't really know that much about. We know about like a couple of little spots here and there, a very short period of his time. So glad we got a little bit of that. Obviously the God Valley stuff was amazing. I've been more interested in the flashbacks than actually what's going on in Elbaf. But right now, I actually, you know, I feel like what just happened in the last chapter is like the best thing in the entire arc and the best thing for the story right now, because we've got stakes. We have something that's like actually going to push us somewhere if we get what I hope is going to happen. And
what do you hope?
One of my big things that I really want to happen in the next few weeks is this is the first time where I feel like Luffy has lost with people watching. So it's like
that's a good point. That's a good point.
You're off to the side. You have specifically these Straw Hats that have received the least amount of character development in the entire pre-time skip. So you've got Jinbei over here, you've got Frankie, you have Nami, you have Usopp, you have Brook. All of these characters that really, they're not the top tiers in the crew. Zoro and Sanji, they're dealing with something, you know, elsewhere. Robin is on her own journey with, you know, everything with the books. And Robin has received some glorious character development that was unexpected in this arc as well. But I do like that. I do like the all stuff. But this, I feel like, is an opportunity where Emu can go for like the kill shot on Luffy, and we can see the characters that are over by all of this Shuri business and everything like get involved. And that's what I want to see. That's like something I remember like really saying I really wanted this at the end of Wano. Like when Luffy died, I was like, oh, this is a great moment for, you know, the Straw Hats to kind of like have this moment where they all stand in front of Kaido or something and like either
fight back,
you know, like they'll probably get washed or whatever, but it's like let them defend their captain. Let's see why this is the crew that's gonna get the One Piece.
Okay.
Right. Because I understand Zoro and Sanji and the Robin of it all and everything like that, but Nami, Usopp, Frankie, Brook, and even Jinbei to a certain degree, despite being a warlord, like what are you contributing to this crew right now? And I feel like this is the moment where even if they get washed, which I kind of hope they do, because we need a situation where we just take such an L that we're going to get a glorious W from it. You know, I have a lot of people in my chat that, you know, like the people have been bringing up the prototype image of Nami, where like she loses an arm and she's got a cyborg arm and everything, and you know, it's like could something like that happen? And then you have Frankie, you know, literally saying just a few chapters ago, like, do I have to cyborgerize someone? And it's like Frankie's a character that could get completely demolished and just rebuild himself. Like there's ways for Oda to not kill somebody, but have lasting ramifications for what should be like the end all be all villain of the series. And everything that's happening with Hyrudin and these other pirates and everything like that, like that's cool. I want to get back to what the original feeling when this arc started, which was like what I really loved, like the Legoland part where it was like just the original Straw Hats. I'm like, let's just tell a Straw Hat story. And I think that's what we can do the next couple of chapters if Oda does it.
Couple quick things. First off, one, Mel, you had something to say when he was talking about Nami getting her arm chopped off. Let's.
No, it wasn't about Nami. It's
and then
a
cyborg.
It was a moment where the Straw Hats had to stand in
crazy.
front of Luffy after Luffy's been defeated. Now Luffy wasn't defeated at that point, but didn't we get that moment in Thriller Bark where Kuma demanded Luffy be handed over, and they all said no, fuck you, and then Kuma washed them?
It was more of Luffy was already down by that point, though. It wasn't like he got defeated in real time, and then
he didn't get defeated, but he couldn't fight at
he was worn out.
Right?
Yeah, he couldn't fight.
He wasn't going to do anything else beyond that point here.
Like the Straw Hats are kind of where we're at, where we're seeing Gear 5 Luffy just dominate everything. Like on Egghead, they were like, we're largely fine. Luffy's chilling. He's got these guys. And then, but now Luffy's like, don't worry, Jinbei, you handle Loki, I got this guy. And then, and that's very different than any other moment. I feel
All I'm
like.
saying is I want
time because the fact that he has Gear 5
moment. Like I want that. I want the post time skip Thriller Bark moment. I thought we were going to get it in Wano. I thought we were going to get it in Egghead. Now with Luffy having this crocodile stab moment in front of other people, let's do it now.
Yeah, because I think also like going back to the whole with him having the Gear 5 moment and stuff, because like with Luffy, like since he had Gear 5, I think for the crew they kind of looked at it as like, you know what, he's got this, we don't have to worry about it. Now this is the first real moment in time in the story that he's actually got hit with this, where it's like, what do we do from there? Because it's like you can't just rely on the fact that he has this power and ability now to get us in a situation. So this would be a good moment, like you said, Randy. It's like if they go into this trying to jump Emu, and they should get washed the same chapter. But at least it shows us like we can't not rely all the time on Luffy getting these dubs, which is why I've been still a big believer that the Straw Hats still need to grow to be on the stature to face off with the Blackbeards against the Shanks' crews with the world government. Because if we don't have those moments, we're never going to get there ever.
Yeah. Real quick, also, there's an echo going on.
There's an echo, yeah.
There's like a pretty strong echo. Real quick.
Patch is,
Sun Patch.
Uh-oh,
Sun Patch.
Gas.
No!
Is it me?
I think
so.
Let's see.
It might be. Oh no.
Oh, no,
yeah, I think it was her.
Oh, it was. Yeah, it was.
It was her.
Yeah,
We'll call out to you then to bring you in. Wait, real quick. Hold on, real quick. Recon. I know Recon is muted real quick, but I wanted to call up Recon real quick because for a brief moment there, we had our full screen with everybody's cameras on. We were all taking things. I can't say who this is from, but I got a message from somebody who wanted us to take a photo and say hello while we're all on camera. So when Recon is back, remind me to take a screenshot. I guess I can go back and pull, but we're all like waving and saying hello. But there's a special guest that wants.
I'm coming. Give me 1 second.
So
I'm
Recon,
coming.
when you come back, we'll all smile for the camera
for
this brief thing. But I'm like, we gotta get this for them.
All right, group photo time.
Group photo. We're gonna get a group photo real quick. We'll do this.
Can we say something to the person?
We
Like
can
happy
say
birthday?
something. Happy birthday. Well, no, I don't think it's a happy birthday. I don't think this person's birthday is today. That'd be kind of crazy.
We say happy birthday anyway.
Hey, we just say happy birthday. Yeah, we'll do it. 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday. All right, ready? 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
There we go. Hold on.
It's your
Wait,
birthday.
hold it. Wait. Screenshot didn't happen. Wait, everybody hold it. I'm gonna do this again. Here's the screen. Wait, just wait. 3. Wait, hold on. Oh my God, it's a mess. This is the beauty of these old school reveries. 3, 2, 1. Good stuff. Perfect. I got it. I also I love that as I did that,
So
Jay
random.
was looking off to the other side.
Okay, so like
That's
because
beautiful.
sorry, I was watching.
No, you're good. You're watching the World Cup. I understand. This is what happens when we
It
do
was
the reverie
it was a
the
mistake.
same
It was an
weekend.
honest mistake.
Hey,
It was an
it's
honest
4-3
mistake.
right now. France is kind of kicking ass.
That's
France
great.
is really picking up.
France is doing well. No.
Yeah, the comeback, bro. It's crazy. Mbappe with the brace and Saka
And
with the brace.
speaking of comebacks, all right, I want to actually acknowledge. Obviously, she just had the issue with the microphone, but Sunpatch, no, you're here. We're good. We're happy to have you. I realize, you have been gone for 4 years or 5 years, I think, off of YouTube, doing this One Piece stuff regularly. It's been something like that. It's been a long time. I've heard from you because you're my Switch buddy, so you'll message me about video game stuff. But for the most part, I feel like people have not heard your opinions on what is going on in One Piece right now. And I feel like this is a good opportunity to give the floor to you and to share like how you're feeling about the story at large since you have been gone.
Okay, so first of all, can you hear well with my
Sounds
the mic
awesome.
switch?
Sounds great.
We can hear
Perfect.
you.
Okay. So actually, I've changed up since I'm not having to follow it like on a weekly basis, like how I was when I had to do weekly reviews. I binge the heck out of it like 1 to 2 times a year, which is super nice because I get like when you're going through all these flashbacks, I got to read like of all the flashbacks we've had, I read pretty much all of them in one fell swoop. I didn't have to wait week to week to read them. So that kind of affects, I think, part of the enjoyment. Like there were parts of some of the flashbacks where I was like, if I was having to wait week to week for this, I'm not sure how much I would be in love with it right now. And I got to read Wano that way too. Like I'd taken like a 2-year break, I think, somewhere around pharmacy school, and I read a good chunk of Wano and all its flashbacks all at once. And I think that really honestly helps a lot of the pacing in One Piece when you don't have to wait week to week. So that alone is a really big help. The flashbacks have been fantastic. I think I agree with a lot of people here. Like I've been more invested in like all of the lore reveals and the flashbacks more so than what's actually been happening like present time. I don't know how in love I was with like the whole kid plot line that is still ongoing. It's there.
Yes, it is.
It is.
Yeah, they still want to. Yeah, they want to bring him back. Still, obviously, we had that with Summers and with Zoro. Yeah, just 2 chapters ago.
We're still trying to save the kids. Pretty much everything else is more invested, is more interesting than that. But that's really the only downside I've got going on right now. I think that yeah, I still want to see, I think, more from the crew, and I think that Oda's almost built himself into this corner with like it's not the Straw Hat show anymore. And I know people like you get in trouble because like we talk about the pre-time skip days before everything was quite so big, and you got more character development and you got more Straw Hat downtime, and we don't have time for that anymore. So you just don't get the same level of like character development and character focus on the characters you love because you're so busy focusing on literally everything else happening. So if you're like a character driven person, you're probably not going to get as much enjoyment versus if you're like a lore person, this is your jam. This is what you signed up for. You're like, please give me all of it. It's still both are still being done well. It's just like the preference has changed. We've switched, and it's kind of sort of impossible to go back just because of again the level of what we're what you're dealing with. Like y'all were joking about just the cover pages earlier. Honestly, up until you mentioned like the Heavenly Realm and the cover pages, I was like, oh gosh, Enel, that's right. That's something also that needs to come back into play at some
Especially
point.
with the Mother
I kind of thought
Flame.
that.
Yeah.
Moon.
Well, not just the Mother Flame, but also like you have.
Moon.
We're going to the moon. Cole, we're still going to the
in the
King, we're
mural.
going to the moon.
World One, there's a shot of the moon right there next to the Earth God and the Sun God. Like Oda, can you please, like, come on? I can't. Tekking, I'm losing my mind.
We're going to be at the moon at some point. I've been waiting for it.
We're getting there. We will get to the moon.
That's where Laugh Tale's probably going to be.
On the moon. There you go. Sure.
I've been really enjoying it. Yeah, but I feel like I kind of miss the smaller scale days, but that's just because of my personal preference. I'm still enjoying the heck out of it, and again, it's really nice because I binge it. It's the best way to do it because you don't have to wait week to week to get like those bits and pieces of lore. You get it all at once if you can.
I agree, man.
Oh yeah.
Like me and Chestnut been doing that. Sometimes we just keep multiple chapters and then we do a big stream and then we read multiple chapters and like it's nice because like you get the continuation right after and then when you stop at a good point you have a lot to discuss. So it's very nice.
That is true. It's not like we're doing it though because we want to binge it. We're doing it because we're lazy and we continuously just skip chapters. So I mean it works out, but
now we're telling the truth. There we go.
Sometimes I'm like, damn, there's a One Piece chapter.
We ain't about to do this weekly. Like what?
When we were at Anime Expo, it was funny because Jay was like,
the great
no
PR
spoilers.
answer.
I definitely don't want to hear anything about the next chapter. Like, please don't say anything at that point because that was the evening of Sunday. The official release was already out. Like we were talking about it, but you were like, hadn't read it yet. Don't tell me anything. Don't want to know anything about it. Yeah. Real quick, I also, Cole, because you also came earlier in that batch. Again, a lot of us were here, had a giant conversation. Elbaf in general. What's your temperature check right now? How are you feeling about it? Because I know you were somebody dating back to the days before I even had a YouTube channel. You were talking about being hyped for Elbaf. I remember those. I was watching your videos in college, hyping up. This is going to be the arc, bro. When we get to Elbaf, it's going to be peak. Is it living up to those expectations that you had dating back to pre-me even being a YouTuber? Like 2012, 2013?
Damn. In some ways, yeah. In other ways, not even close. I'm gonna, because when you're watching me, I was watching Sword of Seven Mage, and I was also watching For Neverworld and Phone 999, all those older guys.
Right. The ancients.
I think you and me started our channels
the primordial.
In like 2011.
You guys were definitely earlier. Because Tekking, I remember Tekking, you primarily.
That was our Heian era.
Bleach.
That's
Exactly.
Yeah. If I remember correctly, King, we started our YouTube channels in 2011, summer of 2011, I think.
Yeah.
Yep. So I think we were like right after another. Yeah, it's been a long time.
But I would
remember
say
anime tag. I remember the anime tags. Those were fun.
Out of the anime
those
tags.
were great, dude. When we streamed and then we didn't even have like there was nothing that we just streamed, had guys pull up and then we just yapped for like hours upon hours. That was
it.
The fights we had in there. Oh my god, dude. Those
the hangouts. The rest of this reverie is just me and King being boomers about everything.
Reminiscing.
Pretty much, yeah.
Back in our day.
Like when you actually had to earn your monetization, you just didn't get it. Like you had to really work for it. Like, oh, okay, yeah.
Hey.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Someone said Alpha Too Late 17 in the chat. Oh my god. I feel like I just aged in real time.
Oh my
Those Alpha Too Late 17 theories. Goodness
Special
gracious.
time.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yokorama Game Talk, Super Comic Guru 9000.
Yo, shout out to Super Comic Guru.
Luffy the Dragon Slayer. Shouts to all these guys, right?
I reached out again because Frenever was on the first Reverie we had done, and I messaged him.
I remember
was like,
that.
Hey, if you're available, come on. But he was busy. But I just wanted to, give a shout out as well because he was one of those OGs, exactly, way back in the day.
Oh my God.
Oh man,
back in the day.
Shout out Edo the Talker, man. That was my guy too.
That was great times.
What were we
But I would
saying
say overall for this arc,
Yeah.
So I would say for this arc overall, the ways I think this arc has kind of really not gone the way I thought it was. Is that I think that what Oda did here is that Oda, I think he actually combined arcs together. I don't think that originally he was going to have Emu and Whole Knights play a role in Elbaf. I think that originally it was going to be a whole different arc. But I think that because he wanted to like consolidate, ever since the Road to Laugh Tale and Wild Country, I think they consolidated arcs together, like what they did on Whole Cake Island. So I believe that I really thought that there was going to be a much bigger onus on Big Mom being the arc. Even like that'd be like her crescendo, like the part 3 for Big Mom to wrap up in this arc. Because there were so many signs of Big Mom being relevant in Elbaf. how they treat her like she's Voldemort. They don't even say her name anymore because what happened. And then how she would play like a role, let's say the Lamb's house, realizing what she did back then, and then that all come to a head on Elbaf here and now, but that never came to pass. I also thought that there would be some Rouge content, like for the first time, like God knows how long. But
I still think we're gonna get it. We're still gonna get it.
Never too late.
Yeah,
never
Rouge
too late.
is
Madi.
Yeah, nah, what? Bro, it's the
Madi,
big 2026. It's over.
Madi
Rouge is
Mo.
out.
I'm still gonna get
I mean, realistically, if there's a heaven
Never too
layer,
late. Them stocks are gonna get invested.
We have not gotten to the heaven layer.
Don't you worry about it.
Heaven
My
layers
boy is
up in
coming
the
through
clouds.
Easy Monk season.
You got
I was also waiting for some Big Mom content.
Plane or whatever you want to call it. Like there is a heaven layer in the clouds that very easily.
I'm saying he's chilling there.
He's not. You guys are tripping.
He's just vibing.
Okay,
why he gotta pull up?
Hold on now.
Why he gotta pull up now?
We're talking about.
What if he's just enjoying this guy, bro?
picking up Ragnar, but I'm tripping if I say Roge might pull up.
No, that's not gonna happen.
That is
That's not gonna happen.
You're good. I believe that.
No, it's not.
Not a single feather.
I'm gonna have my cake and eat it. That's
Not
gonna
a
happen,
single
bro.
feather.
Yeah,
Not a single one. Bro.
I
I'm telling
believe
you,
it.
it's over.
He's gonna appear right at the last minute. You know what? You say Luffy's not gonna die. What if it's Roge that stopped it? What if he took it with retribution?
Stop it.
Because he
Stop
could
it.
do that,
Stop it.
right?
I'm
It's possible.
Kid doing that is more like Kid coming up with the form of the Jika no Mi is more likely than Uroge's feather. I don't hear that, okay? Stop. Crazy. Tripping, bro. But I will say, though, I do, like, I think that to this day, that mural chapter is one of the best chapters in One Piece history. That we go over it constantly, over and over. This the lore. I feel like the lore and execution of Oda's lore and the storytelling, I think, has been really, really good. I do stay on King Harald. I know people don't like Harald. I don't care. I stay on King Harald. All right.
Yeah, we with you. I'm with you.
Yeah. All right. And I think that, though, I will say that for me personally, God Valley, I think, needed a lot more work. I don't like the way he did God Valley. This is why I think like he kind of put too many things together. If you just had an Elbaf flashback, let's say you have this stuff with Elbaf, and then let's say you have Rock sleep for God Valley. That's cut out for, let's say, a later point in time, and then we just find out what happened later on through word of mouth. Okay, fair enough, fine. But instead, we get all there, and I felt like it was a little bit too, like, I really wanted more from God Valley. Such a hyped up situation that was like world breaking, story breaking, that sets the tone for the entire story, the future, the arc of the story. Yeah. So I feel like, Oda should have done a lot more with God Valley.
Do you think that God Valley should have been like right after Elbaf, before, like an in between arc or something, or would it have been? Because that's tough.
It should have been like its own separate thing.
Oda doesn't do flashbacks that way, so
Tekking, so think about it. It's like you had guys like the guy, because think about it, it's like we're getting the God Valley flashback from, let's say, a point of view of Loki speaking about the flashback, but Loki wasn't there. So how are we getting God Valley flashback when Loki wasn't there? So he's yapping from, let's say, word of mouth.
He starts the flashback, and then after that, Oda just takes over as the narrator.
Exactly.
It's a flashback in a flashback. Is how
you
it
could have had Garp do it in the future.
Whatever, yeah.
You could have Garp in the future talk about it. You could have, maybe if they're still alive, Big Mom and Kaido talk about it as well in the future too. So there's ways you could, or even stuff talk about it too in the future. Or even Darlings. You have other people that could have mentioned God Valley in some way in the future, still have it, let's say, all crammed in right now. And then I'll say also, like with Randy, how is Usopp not popping off right now? It's like, yo, like,
I mean, he told Emu off. He told Emu off.
He was the rage baiter that got him there.
I mean, he has a feat though. Yeah, like he's the one that brought Emu here. I think about that. Roger didn't do this.
He is, but
Beck do this.
But that's not a good. But that's not a good thing,
bro.
But that's not a feat. It's not a good thing. Your captain
but
got stabbed because of it.
But Jay, though, when he pulls up with the hammer and whops him afterwards, then
let me ask you a question, though. Right? Is this
if Usopp didn't bring Emu there, Emu would not have humbled Luffy. There you go.
Yeah, but if is this for Usopp as a person, as a character? Did he do, or was he more influential here or on Dressrosa? I would say Dressrosa.
Dressrosa, he did more.
He actually
did a lot more on Dressrosa, right?
I remember that was like when I started in the community, was during Dressrosa. Yeah. I remember that was like a big reason as to why I started doing videos, because I thought like all the stuff with God Usopp, with Sugar, the ties to like the Pinocchio stories, like people worshiping him, all the stuff with Doflamingo and the hunt and the stars, like that. We've never kind of done anything like that again. I feel like I don't think Usopp is going to have a moment on the level of God Usopp at any point in Elbaf. I don't think that we're going to.
I think that he could. If what I think is going to happen is going to happen.
Well, even so, for example, it's like the Rico. So for example, okay, when Zoro, so Usopp, I think, had a really good chance to play a part in helping out Dory and Brogy, his masters, when they were in trouble because of Diamond Versailles. And he could have played a role in them actually return back to their older selves. Remember when he was talking to Omo and Kashim when he in Ennis lobby and he was mimicking Dory and Brogy's voice? I thought he could play a pivotal role there. And instead, Oda decides to them, okay, they can kill each other, and that's really all it is. And all you have is Zoro being there instead, and he's fighting with Dory and Brogy, and then he watches them like kill each other. But what if Usopp was there actually to try and give a speech to Dory and Brogy? He's crying, he's seeing his masters there, and he's bawling. And then through Usopp's words, Dory and Brogy are able to like regain their sense of self for a brief window of time, and then they start to kill each other. I thought that would have been a lot better. Like, so I don't need any combat feats. I need like Usopp being a pivotal person in the story, moving the story along, especially in the arc that he so desires, the country that he so desired to be in the most. Like a lot of his dream is centered on Dory and Brogy, and you're telling me that we're not seeing this come to fruition on Elbaf?
Well, King,
if not now, then when?
Okay, hold up. Yeah. I think I've been listening to this Usopp chat like the whole time. All I think he needs is like a Douglas Bullet moment for Luffy, because that was perfect in that movie.
Sniper
I think
support.
that's all it is.
That was a great moment.
In the movie,
that was a good moment.
In the movie, when he saves Luffy with the pop greens and breaks all the mech, like that, and he
saves Luffy.
That happening against Emu. That happening against Emu won't make sense. For me, the problem with Usopp, not the problem, but like a lot of people talk about the talking moment where he's like talking to Emu, but for me, Usopp is a sharpshooter. He could have been helping Brook from a distance. It could, like I would have.
But that moment also came out of nowhere.
It did.
Emu would have been being hit, like Brook is being attacked, and then a shot hits Emu, and Emu's like, "Where did that even come from?" But the thing is, Usopp, as a sharpshooter, decide to run in head first, which doesn't make sense for a sharpshooter. So, like, there's even moments where we're getting things for Usopp there that are contradictive to what his role is as a character, a support. Like, when you're thinking about a sniper, you're thinking about someone who's supporting from all different directions.
The issue
is he made a dumb decision, I guess.
Oda's trying to like give Usopp this like brave thing, this arc, because he literally says to Aimer, face your enemies face to face. It would make no sense if he shot him from a distance and then said that, right? That
would be kind of funny though, but I don't think it would be. It would not hit the same.
I think
it was supposed to be a serious.
I think Par's point is that Usopp being more in the sniper role that he's meant to be in, so he wouldn't even do that, but instead he'd actually help Brook from a distance by showing his ability as a sniper and attacking Emu. I guess is what you might be going.
Sure, but he already tried that like 3 or 4 times, and it didn't
brave
work.
Doesn't mean sacrificing yourself. It's facing what you can with how you can do it. You know what I mean? Him going to Brook and not using his utility doesn't make sense as much as far as we wanted the conversation, we wanted to force the dialogue, but that dialogue could have came from a different way. I personally would have liked it if Usopp and Colin were paired together, where Colin's kind of doing the same thing, where he's running, he wants to help, but he's just a kid. And it would have been nice if he was with Usopp and Usopp taught him how to be brave in his own way. Usopp's like, from Colin's point of view, is looking at Usopp, he's not the strongest, he's not the most powerful, but if he saw Usopp being useful from a distance, using what he can, he would see, wow, I could do that same thing as a giant, as a kid. I could lead the kids in a different way. The thing is, they both kind of have this the moment where Usopp runs in, and he's not runs in at the very beginning of Elbaf, where he goes like, this isn't Elbaf. Elbaf is supposed to be of warriors. And so it would have been nice if those two characters had that pairing moment. But that's just like headcaning a different option.
To me, Kalon is more supposed to be baby Luffy from his flashback.
I do find it funny that Oda's like big message is you need a very powerful military so you don't get invaded in Elbaf. He's like, peace is not the way. You need a strong army with power. Okay.
But hold on though. But think about it.
I think he's saying it's nuanced. It's
yeah,
it's a nuanced thing. You can't just go from one end like, hey, military might bad. Let's just all be pacifists and peaceful.
Exactly,
Not in this world. You can't be.
Well, remember, Ida also said to
And
Harold,
you don't want the
well,
rest
I
of the world
like
to know that
Elbaf's.
too.
Right,
As well.
Yeah. Ida said,
like
I
that
like
word.
Elbaf's
Yeah.
spirit.
Yeah.
The whole point, because something that I didn't get to say before is Imu revealed something that I thought was incredible, and it was, do you seriously think the nature of someone can just change overnight like that? Like, do you think that the nature of Elbaf could just change? Imu's implying there that Elbaf's horrible warrior, horrible history, that's something that Imu enforced on the Elbaf people to make them warriors for him, because the giants fought for him. So what Harold was changing was actually an unlearning of what Imu had forced upon them. So they have a warrior spirit.
That's interesting.
The issue is they're trying to figure out what is their warrior spirit that is good and rewarding, and what warrior spirit is just being a brute, being a barbarian.
Yeah.
Where's the middle ground there? Because
So
Oda's
then,
not
Melon,
saying
so
it's
then-
bad.
So then, Melon, would you say that when they mentioned that the ancient giants have a history of blood, it was called like Warland Elbaf because the ancient giants were running around and they had a tendency to fight each other? Was that instilled because of Emu prior to?
100%, I believe.
Yeah,
that,
because then it's like in the
Imu
voice
said the
century, you
nature
could probably
doesn't
see a
just change.
different state of giants back then.
Right.
I
Yeah,
love
because
that.
Harold-
That's
For
good.
anything,
Okay,
they could have been
Well,
peacekeeping. They could have been
yeah,
studying
'cause
all that
Harold
stuff back on that
changed-
day, and then they got flipped
Yeah,
after.
I mean,
Harold
and there's
changed
not
Elbaf's
to
whole
cut you
thing
off.
in literally like 30 years.
No, you were good. It was just because something Laz said that I was like, oh, I don't want to lose this. Is that the idea that at some point later on we are going to find out something about how Elbaf used to be with Biblo, right? Like that owl is still just like
that
chilling.
owl is gonna do something.
That owl
I
is
can't
like
wait for
the Lord.
That boy goes drop some news.
And
that owl is literally sitting there like,
just watch.
And I think
know
that
what
goes
I
in
am.
line with what Mel was saying and what
Yes,
Cole was
what's
saying
up?
about like what Elbaf used to be. We could get that moment with Biblo. That could very well
For sure.
be like the moment in which we find out what Emu did to these people way back when. That essentially like put in place the whole idea where they had to be brutes to just survive in this world. So yeah, I love that.
So
I love
I
that.
Well,
do
it's
believe
either gotta
that
get
the
to a point-
history- Oh, sorry. Yes.
Sorry. I think something like Biblo, something like Ragnir, like there are characters here that know things about the past that we desperately need to find out. And it's like Chopper, he can talk to animals. So like, I think Oda's got to remember that Chopper can talk to animals. He's got to talk to Ragnir. He's got to talk to Biblo and get this information, because there are key things about specifically Luffy, Nika, his fruit, all of this stuff that he is not able to tap into because he doesn't even know that that's his power. And it all goes back to everything in this arc, everything that we're seeing. I constantly go back to the Willie Gallon quote, when the ship is falling from the sky, paraphrasing, like, if you think it, you can do it. Whatever happens in your brain and your dreams can be turned into reality. That's how Luffy is able to turn into a genie. That's how he's able to do all of this stuff, because he just thinks that he can. Bonnie was able to go Gear 5 because no one told her that she couldn't. And it's like, I'm fully expecting, whether it's, I mean, Luffy just got packed up, so maybe it's the second time that they fight Emu, but if it's all a go board or, you know, whatever game it is, if he can flip these individuals or anything into black pieces onto the board, Luffy, I think, is eventually going to get to the point with his ability, like we saw with Bonnie at the end of Egghead, he is going to be able to flip people and turn everybody Gear 5, basically. And that's when we're going to get probably the craziest Usopp moments that we're going to see.
Randy, I'm with you on that one.
I am 100%
aesthetically,
Usopp, bro.
I want to see all the Straw Hats
Gear
at Gear 5. I just want to
but
see
the
it
other thing too,
briefly.
what did Oda say in the magazine or in an SBS? Like, what would Usopp's devil fruit be? He went to Flamenco from Whitebeard's fruit, like pocket dimension.
Pocket fruit.
And it's like, if you are, if Usopp went Gear 5 with or without any sort of devil fruit abilities, because I think, you know, Domi Reversi is affecting people that don't have devil fruits. If he got Gear 5 Domi Reversi'd, he would have access to a pocket dimension where now he's pulling out 5-ton hammers. He's doing all of this stuff. He has the biggest imagination on the crew. It's like he would be a monster if he got flipped in that way, if that's the way the story is going to go. If the Willie Gallon quote is this overarching thing for what the story is going to become.
And the flip is
Actually, just 'cause
absolutely
I wanted
something.
to go.
Oh no, go ahead.
That's
Sasha.
good.
Yes.
That's good.
No, just I wanted to say this just because earlier we were talking about Usopp, and what I need from him, and what this would be more so than talking, because in Dressrosa was a lot of talk. He built himself up. Usopp had one really, really, really great payoff moment in Dressrosa, but most of it I remember being so annoyed with him for so much of that arc because he was just BSing his way through so much of it. Like, could you do something? Like, he was regressing too, like in how absolutely terrified he was to do literally anything. Like, I remember everyone in the community being really annoyed with him right up to the Sugar one shot. And then the Sugar one shot was phenomenal because of how incredibly pissed off we all were, because we're like, can you please do something to make this worth it? And it was. But like, it was a moment of decisive action. And then, of course, then the God Usopp thing paid off. But, like, if we get something like that, that is a moment of not just facing his fears, overcoming them with action, with some really great moment like that. I need action from the man. I know that he can talk and he can BS. I need him to have a win, a certified win. That's what I think.
Yeah, I still think there's a good chance it could happen this arc. It's just a matter of like the picking and choosing the spots of when it could happen. And I think the next like 5 chapters, I would imagine, that we got with this whole Emu, that's where we're actually going to see it happen. So
yeah, or Oda's just waiting till literally the peak, like the final move of Elbaf will just be Usopp. That's
like,
where it's going to
be. I want it to happen before Luffy gets up. Like before that time, we need to see a Straw Hats actually do something to show that like we don't have to always rely all the time on Luffy, because it's
Luffy and Loki are both dropped at the moment. So the other Straw Hats are going to have to pick up the slack on
I feel like Gunko is the weird kind of like wild card, because depending on what happens there and like the past, or like Emu's power potentially being taken away, like if she's going to age to the age that she should have been, kind of like similar to what we saw with Saturn, where he like essentially disintegrated when the power went away. There's a lot of different ways the Gunko thing can go, and I do feel like that is going to clue into whatever the thing is with the Straw Hats at the end. I think like all that the stuff you just mentioned, Randy, about like the Gear 5 imagination, the Gear 5 cloak, whatever, like I totally believe and have believed for a long time that is going to happen at some point within Final War. You've got like revolutionaries. There's like the lady who can, what's her name, Bello Betty with the cheer power, and then you've got like Manga saying I got worn out. She cheers them all on, and she's just pumping them up to all be Gear 5 like that. There's pieces in place that I think are lining up pretty nicely, exactly to like.
Why else would the world government be so afraid of Luffy's ability?
Right.
I think it's got to be something like that.
If it is the natural antithesis of what we saw with Emu, and it can flip people to be where like the wildest imaginations can come true, I think that
it's something that they first saw like way back then. So it's like the only person that would truly remember that would be Emu. It's like, oh, I don't want that power back because I know it was like the first time around, right?
He knows the max.
But hey, guys, I gotta run.
Absolutely. You got it, Randy. We were just
probably
happy.
Head out now.
We were happy that you were able to make it regardless. We appreciate you, Randy. I know you were busy right now, but I'm happy you were able to hop in. No, that
Thanks
was good.
for coming in, Randy.
You implemented
nice to
some
see
great
you.
conversation. Absolutely. And this is a perfect opportunity as well to bring in Jeff. So again, young Jeff has been reacting to One Piece.
Oh, right.
For the first time right now on Twitter. I'm going to ping him real quick and tell. So no spoiler talk beyond Fishman Island right now. It's all casual viewer.
Oh boy. Okay.
So just keep that in mind when we're asking him stuff. It's only going to be a brief segment, but I wanted to bring him on in.
Great seeing everybody. I'll catch you later.
Hi, Randy.
Later, Randy.
See you later, Randy.
All right.
Later.
I could stick around for at least when Jeff's here, and then I'll probably head out after that. Yeah.
Probably perfect.
Gotcha. So just don't spoil anything after Fishman Island.
Got it.
I would be
essentially dial your brain back 12 years.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna
be careful. I'm trying to put myself in the headspace of 2011. And that means I have to go back to high school, which is not fun, but here we are.
It's when Zoro had both eyes. If Zoro had both eyes, it's on the table.
Right,
We're good.
right.
Okay, Zoro has both eyes.
Yeah, of course. Oh, here we go.
No spoilers. Okay.
No spoilers.
Ace is dead.
No, bro.
Dude, Hody Jones is number 1.
Could you imagine if he was not at that point and you said,
oh my god,
that would have been crazy. Yo, welcome, Jeff. Welcome. We're happy to have you here.
Thanks for having
Jeff.
me.
Of course. I think
Hello, Jeff.
I believe this is the only time during this reverie in which we are bringing in somebody new. We're trying to like dial things back for this one, bring in a lot of people who've been on them before, but your journey on Twitter, for people who haven't been watching it, has been so fun to watch, to just sort of see like casual go through the series for the first time. I think we're watching a lot of people in real time catching up to One Piece and sort of sharing their thoughts. But I'm going to be honest, and I'm not going to speak for everybody. I will just speak on my own as myself.
Yeah.
A lot of it seems very phony. A lot of people are going in and like saying, catching up, and it doesn't feel genuine. And I feel like it's been fun to see your genuine thoughts on the series. You know, we are trying to keep you unspoiled. So real quickly, just wanted to introduce you to the squad, bring you on in. Exactly. First off, you got a lot of people in here that are obviously all caught up to date with the manga, completely caught up with the story. What brought you into One Piece in the first place? What made you go, right now, I want to pick it up? Was it just people around you saying they want to get into One Piece? Like, what was it?
Yeah, so it was completely random. If you've seen any of my Twitter before, I'm not an anime person. I think I might become one after this. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
But here in Austin, I'm friends with a bunch of creators, and two of them specifically are anime creators. Maybe people are familiar with them. Jack the Bus. I know he does One Piece content.
Right on. Yeah.
And,
okay. Shout out to Jack. Yeah.
Yeah. And Diddy Sauce does Dragon Ball Z, and so they're huge anime guys, and they've been trying to get me to watch One Piece forever. And I was like, dude, I don't even watch anime. Like, I'm not gonna do that. And then so one day, me and Diddy Sauce made a bet, and if he did a RuneScape quest, because I love RuneScape, if he beat it, I said I'd start One Piece. And so I randomly made that tweet just for fun, and then like, I mean, dude, I had no idea what was coming. I didn't know. First of all, I didn't think I would enjoy it even remotely as much as I do, and second of all, like, now I get to talk with my friends. Like, my entire friend group is obsessed with this show, so it's been sick. It's been really cool. Everyone's been so nice online too.
Quest? What was the quest?
It was Dragon Slayer.
Okay. I just beat 2.
Yeah.
So you know what? That's fine.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he was a fresh account. You know, I was like, if you can beat this quest, I had no intention
he would ever do
Dragon
Slayer, the peak of the free world. Then yeah, that's fine.
Exactly. I had no intention he would beat it, and he did it, and I'm so glad he did because it's been sick.
And then just for all of us,
Jeff,
we know. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jay.
Can I ask a question? Did he supposed to tell you the origin of his name? Because that name is insane. With the contract. I can't keep my composure.
I agree with Melon. It had to be Diddy Kong. It was Diddy Kong.
Yeah.
And if it's not Diddy Kong, don't answer.
I know it's Diddy Kong. I know it's Diddy Kong, but like oil and the Diddy and the
donkey sauce. Could have been Dixie sauce. I don't know.
We've asked him to change it, bro, but he's sticking to his guns.
I don't know if Dixie sauce is
you know, you get to pick your username, right? It doesn't just get given to you, right? You can choose it.
Unfortunate events, bro. You know, unfortunate events.
Yeah, it's just how it goes.
Vaseline, lotion, no baby oil, baby.
Unfortunate. So, okay, real quick, just so we all are aware, so we don't spoil you, because obviously that's very important. We want you to continue unspoiled. What is the current, most recent episode that you're on? I told them post Fishman Island, but where are you currently exactly?
Specific episode, 613 maybe. I just saw Zoro slice Monet in half in Punk House. So I'm
that's fun. That's a fun fight. Yeah.
From Punk House. It was a sick moment. I think it was the first time I've been genuinely terrified of a Straw Hat watching. And yeah, so I think it's like 10 or so episodes away from finishing Punk Hazard. So
gotcha. Yeah. How do you think Monet felt?
Oh, dude, I don't know.
Yo, Young Jeff.
I don't know.
Yo,
Probably
Young
not
Jeff,
great.
I'm curious.
Not great.
Young Jeff,
yes.
Yo, Jeff, I'm curious. Was it?
What's up?
A lot of folks that aren't One Piece fans, they say it's hard to get into the story because it's so long. Was it? Is it hard for you to like go through that many episodes of One Piece, or are you like, yeah, this is light work, or you enjoy the story that much?
It's been a transition for me. I think when I first started, I didn't get fully hooked until Arlong Park, and even when I got there, that was like for me, I think the first big hook. Like there was times during Baratie I got a little bored. Seer Village as well. But I started on one pace because that was just like all my friends told me. They're like, you know, it's such a daunting task to start. They're like, start on one pace, maybe go through it. And then I think I went on and off. I think around Whiskey Peak was the first arc they didn't have dub on one pace, so I switched over. And then I think sometime during Alabaster or Skype, I switched back and forth between the two. But When I first started, it was definitely daunting. I pretty much had no intention to actually finish it because me and Diddy Sauce made that bet. But after Arlong Park, I was like, dude, I'm hooked. I want to see what happens. And then once I switched fully off, I think around Skypiea or maybe Water 7 when it started, like I was like, I want to watch every episode. Like every time I go sit on my couch or I'm on my computer, like I'm excited that I have 800 episodes. So I switch off One Piece and I have like zero intention to go back. But like I know the mindset.
Yeah.
Like we've tried to convince all our other friends who don't watch anime now to start.
Yeah.
And like we'll even be like, dude, if it's too daunting, start with One Piece.
Yeah, because folks always say like, oh my god, it's so
transfer
long,
over.
I just can't, you know. But
that's
okay.
Yeah,
And
like,
then
I've
they'll
seen
watch
the
Grey's.
first-
They'll watch Grey's Anatomy after that too. 20 seasons.
Right. Or Game of
They
Thrones.
won't watch
Like,
One
bro,
Piece.
really?
I'm not even joking. There is something. You don't gotta watch it. I will say, I'm right now.
I'm not hating on Grey's Anatomy.
Right now,
That was
literally, my
General
fiance and I,
Hospital.
we have been watching every single night while we're eating dinner for the past, I don't even know. Reagan and I have been watching this for like 6 months now. We've been watching Desperate Housewives. Bro, that show is 8 seasons long.
yeah.
The show is
Yeah, it's
8
long.
seasons long. We're about to enter the 8th season.
Roger!
And it's got like
Roger.
26 episodes
God.
I'm so sorry.
every season.
You know the all.
Yes, but Roger,
Desperate
is
Housewives.
there
That's not
continuity
what
in
I'm saying.
Desperate Housewives?
I
Bro.
can't believe it.
That's
There is some
Yeah.
crazy.
show.
There is
That's
some
an
crazy
That's what I'm saying.
continuity
Yeah.
in Desperate Housewives. You got characters from season 1 coming back in season
Continuity.
7.
The
lore goes
It's
deep.
crazy.
Yeah.
The
It
lore
doesn't
is
make
deep
sense.
on Wisteria
They
Lake.
don't care.
Even
I will
Longoria
tell
and
you.
her husbands, I know, man.
Hey.
Why?
That's got
Hey.
Carlos, exactly.
Hey.
What's going on with him?
Hey,
Moogie,
Moogie, you know.
Hey.
Moogie,
You know.
All right, Desperate Housewives, referee. Let's do it.
The Desperate Housewives.
That's
I
it
didn't
right
know
there.
so many people knew Ball. That's crazy, man. I can't believe so
Yeah,
many.
man.
Oh, yeah, no,
Knew of it. Knew of it.
It is literally a house fire.
Exactly.
There's house fires,
There's a
people getting
fire.
shot constantly. You got like
Yeah.
babies out of
Divorces,
wedlock.
cheating.
It's crazy.
It's
Yeah.
insane.
Wow.
It's
It has Oda
toxic.
level writing.
It's not
Isn't
what
it
I
great
thought it
though?
was.
Isn't it so
It's
cool?
insane.
It is actually genuinely fun, though. It's fun. But back on the topic
Yeah.
of One Piece. Sort of general
Please.
general questions, please. Again, for the new casual, someone coming into it. What are some moments that you are happy you did not get spoiled over all these years? Because I feel like that is something for all of us that are caught to the manga. It is very difficult if you are on social media at all
Yeah.
to even avoid like text spoilers
Well,
days before the chapters come out. So what has it been
Yeah.
like watching the anime and not being spoiled on this stuff?
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say I was happy about it, but apparently this was a big deal, and I kind of get it now because since I have so many friends that are big One Piece people, I did not get spoiled on Ace in Marineford because genuinely
Wow,
before
good.
this,
Yeah, okay.
like,
That sounds impossible.
I have
Crazy.
zero.
I get-
Like I don't tweet about anime. I don't watch anime. Like I don't interact with anime.
So your
people.
feed
Like,
is just conditioned to not have that. That's the solution. So we've all
my
failed there.
feed is
Yeah.
Twitch streamers,
Yeah,
bro. Like
train your
nonstop.
eyes.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you know
there
what I
you
mean?
go.
So like that was just not a thing I knew, and I had people like friends that have been like seeing me tweet about it. They're like, "No way, you didn't know." I'm like, dude, I genuinely didn't know. I think I posted about some of the stuff that I know. Like, there's a few things I have been spoiled on because it seems almost impossible. Like I've seen Gear 5 Luffy, but I haven't seen it animated. I haven't seen it animated.
Yeah.
I've only seen like the picture of it. And like I know that Jinbei joins the crew. That's another one. Like some of those things that like they seem almost impossible. And so I guess that's why the Ace one was so big, because I guess that is almost like an impossible one, but it didn't happen for me. So, you know, I guess I'm happy about that.
It's
but
the journey
not really.
getting to where those parts happen in the story.
Yeah.
Like when you
Right,
get
the
to
journey.
Gear 5.
I also feel like the Jinbei
I
thing
know
isn't
about
that
them,
bad
but doesn't have
because
the
like
same impact as actually getting there. You know,
Right.
being there
When-
week to week.
Yeah.
or busy,
if you
know.
knew that Jinbei was going to join the crew and you were at the end of Fishman Island and you get that great moment of them like sharing the blood, I feel like at that point you're good. You kind of know like he's a crewmate by then. You don't need to like.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
a bunch of stuff
You know
coming
what's
that you
surprising?
don't got to worry about. Yeah.
Yeah, what's surprising is like since I knew that, I got baited. Like I thought he was gonna join at the end of
Oh,
Fishman
bet.
Island,
Yeah,
and
right.
they left, and I was like,
So did
well,
all
you'll
of
get used
us.
to that. Isn't it?
Yeah,
You'll
right.
get used
I
to
was
that.
like, isn't this
Oh,
his
yeah.
thing? Like, so I don't know when he joined, so it's still exciting, you know.
I don't know.
Yeah.
You'll
I mean,
find
maybe
out.
he doesn't. Maybe I got
Maybe he
baited by
doesn't
like
join.
the posters.
Maybe it's not a
Maybe he
spoiler.
does. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Sunbench, yes. Go ahead.
I just have a question since you bring
go
up
ahead.
since you bring up Fishman Island. How did you, since it was like Fishman Island, I feel like is kind of like an iffy one. People like it and people don't like it. How did you feel about that one specifically as like as an intro into the time skip?
I genuinely loved it. I think I've started to realize I'm literally working on like my script for Fishman Island video right now, and like it kind of clicked with me, and maybe this is a cliche thing to say. I don't know. It seems like One Piece is very like each arc is just like a story in itself, and then like there's an overall story that ties in a bit. But like I think if you take every arc as like its own condensed story and just like process it like that, like they're so good. And I thought the Fishman Island one was like, it had really cool moments of the crew, like, you know, showing off their new powers and everything like that. I thought it had a really good theme of like discrimination and stuff like that, and it handled it like beautifully. And like there was, I think honestly, the slowest and part I didn't like a bunch was just the setup into the arc. Like once they got there, but as soon as that flashback started and the rest of the entire arc, I loved it, and I thought it wrapped up beautifully. And it's like I think people in my head, maybe you guys, you know, more anime focused and know, it just seems like people are like, if this isn't like the most hype arc, or like, you know, Zoro doesn't slice through the entire island, like this sucked and I'm out. And it's like, I mean, I guess, but like, dude, it was such a like good story and so beautifully explained. It's like I don't understand how people couldn't like it. But I also get, if you're watching it week by week, there was points in the arc that were like 5 episodes was like them fighting like 2 dudes, and it's like, all right, like if I was waiting week by week, it maybe feel a little different, but I can just binge through it, so it was great.
I have to.
So I liked it a lot. It was yeah.
With that in mind, then, what are things that you are interested in seeing more of beyond just like what is the One Piece? Because obviously we don't know, but like things that you think are coming up that you're interested in, or like characters that you want to see more of where you are currently.
That's a good question. I haven't thought that far.
Yeah, why is it Gecko Moria?
My friend Jack is a huge Gecko Moria stan. I don't really understand it. Like, I don't get the hype. I thought he was fine. I mean, who knows? I don't know. Maybe something's coming. Maybe something's crazy's happening. I hated his crew.
You're not missing anything.
You're all right.
Yeah.
You're all right. You'll be okay.
Feel about
number one on my list.
Mammoths? No,
How do you feel about what?
Mammoths.
Mammoths.
He isn't. Yeah, mammoths. Mammoth boys. I was just joking. I was just set him up.
Stop.
No,
I mean, mammoths are pretty cool ancient elephants that walked around here.
They have nice hair.
That is
brown hair. They're great. Yeah.
You know, they existed while the pyramids were being built. It was pretty recent. They went extinct.
I do have
anyway.
So, Jeff, I do. There are some important questions that I like to ask new One Piece fans, right? So I'm just going to list some questions. You just fire off your answers.
Get to it, man. Let's ask some of these questions.
Yeah. Because you know what we doing.
What we doing?
Okay. So Jeff, my boy, my brother, welcome to the community. First of all, so Shanks or Mihawk, where you landing on?
Oh my God, we're throwing them right.
There we go.
Hold on, no, we just got to indoctrinate him. We got to indoctrinate.
Also, hold on, real quick. Wait. Before you answer, before we talk about Diddy sauce or anything,
I have an answer.
hold on, wait, real quick. I just want to acknowledge. I just want to say, Brago, welcome to the call. Welcome. People have been asking, saying, "Where's Brago?" Welcome. I said he'll be here late. Don't worry. Sunpatch is waving again. I know you guys haven't seen each other in a long time, so welcome. But Brago,
good to see you,
I wanted to
Sunpatch. Been a minute.
Yep, all good. Jeff, once again, the floor is yours. Shanks versus Mihawk. Who's winning in that fight?
Shanks, no question.
I'd say who you like.
Shanks,
quick.
You heard
great man.
After what I saw on Marineford, I'm not on the Mihawk train. I don't think he's
What's the
You don't think he's that guy?
Hold on, no.
Wait, can we get this clearly?
Yeah, I'm about to say. Don't get him in trouble with the internet. Don't do it.
He's not that guy.
Let him give a good answer.
Listen, if people want to come after me, bro, go ahead.
No, you don't. You don't want him to come after you. Actually, just.
Yeah, you
don't.
No, you don't. Definitely spoil retaliation.
You want to protect your innocence. You want to protect your innocence.
I love Mihawk.
Next question.
What happens in this call stays in this call.
So next question: Zoro or Sanji? Who do you like more?
Oh, Zoro. Sanji.
Okay.
I love Sanji.
Okay. Well, 1 for 2.
Anyway,
Melon is so hurt.
There's more annoying Sanji moments.
Okay, so I would say it's biased because you just got done Fishman Island, which is the worst version of Sanji ever. So like you might have been poisoned.
He just want to get cut down.
I have a hot take on that. I actually don't think he was bad there than he was Thriller Bark. Thriller Bark is what pull me down, Sanji, more than Fishman Island.
Oh, because he wanted to be invisible to like, spy on women. That's like his whole that's a pretty
the
that's a
Japanese
pretty
that's a pretty solid take.
Character degrading,
That's a
and
solid
like
take.
having a nosebleed.
Yeah, I can't fight that one. That's fair.
I'm so sorry, but on that note, speaking slander of my man, I do in fact need to actually leave.
Oh, you're all good. No, you were all good. Sunpet said that's my cue to leave.
On that.
It's wild.
Slandering my man. Sorry
again, Sunpet. Good rest of your day. Yeah.
He's like, I can't take this.
Bye.
Guys, bye.
Take care, Sunpatch. Happy to see you
Sunpatch.
again. Take care. All right,
Jeff, I have a question for you.
Shouts to Sunpatch, man.
Seriously, I know.
Shouts to
Seeing her
Sunpatch,
again
for
after
real.
all these years was wild.
Good to see her.
Yeah.
Jeff, so you said Arlong Park was the point where you were like, all right, I'm on track with the story. And I hear that a lot from a lot of people. In fact, when I recommend One Piece, I say, get it to Arlong Park. If you're not feeling the vibe by then, it's cool. It's just not for you, and that's okay. What about Arlong Park specifically, like breaking it down, was like, okay, this is the moment where I'm on board with this?
I think firstly, while watching, it's like the complete character break of Nami. Where like up until that point she's very like mysterious and like knows what she's doing, and then like seeing the transformation of her completely breaking down character. Like I have really weird references in my brain for the show of like things that I don't even think are popular, but like the moment when Nami figures out that she got played by Arlong and then runs into the crew of townsfolk and is like still playing up the character even though like basically her life just got ruined. And she's still like playing it up. Like that moment was almost more emotional to me than like everything else. It's like, damn, like her shit just got rocked and she's still playing up face, and then like seeing her break down after that. And honestly, I think more than the Straw Hat scene, which was, of course, I don't even have to explain that, and the walk to Arlong Park, is the end when Luffy breaks the building down and like yells to her and says like, you'll always be my friend or whatever. Like that was the part that hooked me the most. Like, of course, everything else before was awesome, but like the way it ended. And that seems to be a thing for me too, because like Annie's Lobby is my favorite arc, and the ending scene of Luffy beating Lucci is my favorite scene in the whole show. Not even the part of Robin yelling; it's the end when he beats her or beats him, and it like cuts to Robin crying, and he like yells her. Like those are my favorite.
He yells
moments.
so loud, everyone could hear him like for miles. Let's go home, Robin. Yeah, that was
beautiful scene. Beautiful.
I feel like that's part of the magic of One Piece, because we all have like the standard moments in the story, like the nothing happens scene, where it's like, everybody's a fan of that. But then there are those like smaller scenes, like you mentioned with Nami in the town. I think we can all point to one scene that nobody ever talks about, nobody really thinks about, but like, damn, that scene was really good. I like that. I like the way Oda did that.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I think the way Arlong Park just wrapped up Nami's character, like completely switching and then breaking down and then being saved, like I think it was just. I agree with you. If you're not hooked by that, like it's probably just not the show.
It's probably not much more is going to do it. Yeah, I would say maybe to the end of Alabasta, but even then, I'm like, yeah.
What'd you say, Goofy?
What do you think about Skypiea then?
S tier art. I love it.
Yes, go there! That's the correct opinion. Welcome to the community. Good. Good.
I want to shake your hand.
Good. That is the correct answer.
That's what you looked at.
I've heard that's a controversial opinion.
No, it's good. It's the right opinion. It is the objectively correct opinion.
It is the correct opinion.
Yes. Correct.
On that note, because you said you were just watching
One
the
page
anime
sayings
of
forgiven.
this. You just said you were watching the anime, correct? So there are these things called cover pages, and they're canon, and they fill in a lot of gaps in the story that I would recommend reading those.
Oh, you read?
I've read them.
Oh, you read them?
Oh, you've read them? Okay, we're good then. We're good then.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm caught up on them. I don't remember the last one I read, but I've seen like Anel is on the moon.
Yes, because unfortunately they never animate those hardly, and it's really a pain. So they need to animate more of them.
I gotta see the moon arc.
The moon. Yes. All right.
The moon arc.
Good job, Jeff.
Yes.
Thank you. I've tried to do my due diligence of like.
Nah, Jeff,
we need a moon arc. Very good. Shanks is washing
Jeff, if the Milk Boys come after you, let me know, bro. Let me know. I got you. All right. Let me know. You gotta hit that intro for sure. I got you.
Will do.
Wait, so Jeff, I gotta ask you, what do you think happens next?
Dude, even my friends asking me this. I genuinely, I don't know if it's just the place they are in the show, but like I don't even know. Like, they reach the end of the new world. Like, in terms of story, like I there's not like a clear thing in mind. It's kind of just like let's go to the new world, and fuck shit up. I don't know. In my head, like where I'm at, they said they're gonna take down an emperor with law, so I don't know which one that would be. Big Mom would be my guess because she was mentioned at the end of Fishman Island. So I mean, loosely, I would just say like they're gonna start clashing with emperors, and like maybe the Navy pulls out some new tech or something like that because Akainu's in charge now. So that's my guess. Clashing with emperors. I really don't have a guess.
I mean, to be fair, you can't
Chopper.
go wrong with that. I think that's a good, solid guess.
Yeah.
That's like, You
Yeah.
got future characters that,
Literally, anything else I threw out would literally just be some bullshit. I'm just along for the ride, bro.
I want to hear your bullshit theories. Whatever.
Yeah, in One Piece,
that's true.
it might
I don't even
happen.
have one.
There's never a bad theory.
It might happen.
Might as well. Might as well. Let
What's
it go.
your craziest theory that you have?
Some crazy.
I've had a theory in my head for a while. I don't think doesn't really have much with the story, but I feel like 2 of the Straw Hats are going to be somehow related. In some way, like
interesting,
related.
like actually
I don't know.
biologically related,
like by
Is
blood,
there
like
anybody
biological.
specific you're thinking of right now?
I like this guy.
No, maybe Luffy and Robin. Luffy and Robin were my 2, but
That's not a bad one.
I made a video about that years ago. That was actually a thing.
Oh,
so,
I got one.
Next video.
So
I've
who are
theorized
some
about
characters? Who are some characters you wish could have been Straw Hats?
Ooh, that's a really good one, actually.
Conus! Skypea is my go.
She had a bazooka. She had a bazooka.
Yeah, that's my underrated character of the show. I think she's literally the GOAT. I have all my friends collect the TCG cards. and I told them to give me the
Skypea
Conus card.
energy.
I think I have like 200.
200 Conus cards? You got
yeah, you want me to go grab them real quick?
He said, "Bet I have an opportunity to show."
All right,
Conus.
so Conus is his favorite character then, because you're collecting 200 cards.
That's
of-
crazy.
Binder.
That is the first. I think we have found the first Conus stand ever. I don't think I've
honestly,
so.
yeah,
That's
I
great.
did not
Great.
expect
That's
Conus.
fresh.
I
That's
like
a fresh
Conus.
take. I'm excited.
It's
deserved.
We love Conus.
That is
Oh
a
my
pretty
god,
agenda.
bro.
It's
Oh
crazy.
my goodness.
Wow.
You got the,
Okay.
the Conus
Look at the
spread.
money
Okay. The Conus is good.
I'm on
I
board.
love
She's a
this.
goat.
You gotta do a money spread. Jeff, you gotta do a money spread, bro. That's just gotta, like...
Oh,
You just need to get the Conus binder.
See?
You just get the binder.
See?
of
There you
nothing.
go.
Oh,
Very nice.
That's mad tough. I ain't gonna lie. I
That's
respect
fire. That's fire.
That's awesome.
World first
Let's go,
Conus
bro.
money spread.
So Jeff,
great.
I do have a final
Yeah.
question,
Yes.
right? And I'm
Go ahead.
asking you all the questions that the One Piece community has been built on. This is the foundation of the community. itself.
Yes.
Now I know you've only seen one of them. You've seen a couple of admirals, but who would you say is stronger, Yonkos or admirals, based on where you are now?
Yes.
Just priming.
Nah.
Brilliant.
That's the
This is-
three, right? The big 3. In
Yep.
Marine Force, is that your
Yeah,
Red
Kizaru,
Rose,
yeah, all those guys,
Kainu,
yeah.
Aokichi,
Just
and
priming.
Kizaru.
Yep.
If you had to guess,
Hmm.
there's no wrong
Is
answer.
it gonna get me in
No,
trouble?
no.
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 I'll tell you
Yeah,
right
I'm
now.
okay
One
with
thing
the
you've
thing-
answered is gonna get you in trouble.
The only
Depends
one
on
that
the
will
bullshit.
get you in trouble was the
Don't
Shakespeare
worry.
one. You're fine otherwise.
It's an irrelevant question. It's
Don't
just,
forget
it's just,
Admiral
you know.
fans, don't worry
It's
about it.
banter.
You're good.
It's good. It's good conversation.
It's good agenda. Yeah.
Some of us might make videos. No, I'm joking.
Oh,
That's
England.
right. Well,
Okay, well,
we
the-
all- yeah.
Before I answer, I'll say my favorite one is oh my gosh, I blanked on his name. Kuzan.
Kuzan. Oh,
He's
Aokichi.
pretty nice.
Yeah.
Aokichi, I like
Aokichi.
it.
Aokichi.
We love him.
Oh wait.
Well, we got more Kuzan than a lot of the admirals.
Okay.
I
Jeff.
want to say Akainu, but part of me thinks Borsalino is the answer because he can teleport around and like you
Okay.
can't.
I mean, he
hit it.
can.
You genuinely
As far as
can't
the
hit it.
strongest,
Yeah.
Ooh, who's this? You think he's the strongest?
Ooh.
Kizaru?
Well, I think he would win in a battle of 3, but probably Akainu would be the strongest.
I like the way he
So
like a free for all.
Okay.
Yeah.
You saying like a free for
Admiral
all?
free for all, yeah.
Like a one-piece burning
Hang on.
blood. You got
Kizaru's the strongest
Akainu,
admiral.
Kizaru, and Kuzan all fighting each other.
Goofy, you're thinking the same thing I am, aren't you, Goofy?
They better.
I mean, we love
If I don't
I love Kizaru. That's big. That's big business right there. That's big business.
love
for
it.
If
us.
I don't see the Akainu, if I don't see the Akainu at PG
Okay,
fight,
okay.
bro, I'm gonna be so
Yeah.
mad. I'm gonna be so mad.
Yo, Jeff, I have a question for you too. My final question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What do you feel about Garp's indecision in Marine Ford? Because I personally, I don't blame Garp for doing what he didn't do or people want him to do. Now, how do you feel about Garp's situation? What he said not to do, he could have done it, obviously. What do you think about Garp in Marineford?
It's actually a great question, and I covered it in my Marineford review video. And it's actually
Hey, there you go. No, get your plugs in. That's good. That's good. Get your plugs in.
Good plug.
We love that. We
The
love
Goofy is
that.
Goofy's convulsing right now.
I can't wait. I cannot wait. Please, young man, please take us.
There's no wrong answer because we are also like in different. Like everybody has a different.
No, there's no answer. I don't think Jeff's gonna have it.
We're all big Garp fans here.
No, go ahead, Jeff. Don't let him intimidate you.
No, don't listen to them. Be
You're
all.
your own man. You're good.
I feel like my
You're in
answer
safe
would be
company.
I understand the indecision, if that makes sense. I
Yeah.
think I would be in the same boat. I think what I was thinking was like he is put in an impossible decision because he did everything, well, maybe not everything, but he did a lot of what he could to persuade his boys not to become pirates, and they did it anyway. But like he was also protecting them as they were growing up in the army or in the navy, you know, by protecting the bandits.
Oh, yeah,
Dude,
yeah.
Moogie's tweaking out. I have to hear what he has to say.
You all right?
I've been begging in the chat. Someone screenshot Mel and Goofy, please. Like,
I have to hear this.
I was letting him speak.
Is it too early for me to know?
No, this is good.
Yeah,
This is good.
No, you have all the information that you need to come to this. I just wanted to ask, what did he do? What did he do? What did he do? Like, to hear you say that, I just want to know, what did he do? What did we see him do?
Wait, do you think Garp? You just ranked the admirals, right? Akainu, Kizaru.
Yeah.
Where do you see Garp in that list?
Like,
is Garp in there?
In terms of
for
power. Yeah.
Because when we're talking about Marineford and what he's capable of doing, a lot of debate comes around: can Garp even do anything? You know what I mean? Is he stronger than Akainu?
Yeah,
Like,
I guess whatever.
Well,
what do you?
This is
I guess whatever.
I want to know what Jeff.
I put him under the three admirals.
Okay.
In
Yeah,
terms
so
of
then
power.
that makes sense with what his hand.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, but to answer Moogie's question, what he did is he acted upon Marco attacking. He stopped him, and he didn't have to. And I think they even said he didn't have to do that.
Yep.
And then he got in the way of Luffy, and I think I don't know.
That's all he did. That's the best he could do, I guess.
And how do you
He
feel
sold
about
versus
Zidane
Luffy on
punching the
purpose.
shit out of him and saying, "You sat there and did nothing, you bastard." And Zidane said, "Think about Luffy. Why did you do that?"
Yeah.
Did
Remember
that
when
not infuriate you?
Remember when they were assassinating pregnant women and Garp was like, "Hey, yeah, they doing that. Sorry." Like,
Not being at Ace of Hill. Why couldn't he do anything?
They doing
Why
that
couldn't
is
he drop a
great.
key?
yeah, they doing
He
that. I'm
was
sorry,
the
Roger.
definition of a bystander.
Please
Well,
raise
hear me
my
out.
Oh my
arms.
God.
Maybe.
He can throw cannonballs.
He can.
So-
That is.
Can't throw
Yeah. Okay.
cannonballs.
That is.
I like that.
What
we
he can
consider
throw
that
cannonballs.
point.
That's right.
Have you
Alright,
considered
that's-
He has some aura. You can't lose it all.
Parv, what were you? Your hand is raised. What are you gonna do?
I like this.
Aura goes
I
a
like
long
this.
way.
Jeff, I'm unfamiliar. You have a channel. What do you do with what do you cover on your channel? Just curious about that.
So I literally only started this channel to review One Piece.
Oh, that's perfect. Here we all are then.
So I started it
To the club.
I think when I was in Skypea, and so I did like one long review all the way up to Alabasta, and now I've just done per arc long form reviews. The channel is Youthful Jeff if you want to look at it.
You shout out.
It's
Youthful
like
Jeff.
Yes. And yeah, I just basically review the arc. And I do like a bit of recap just so I can like contextualize like what points I'm making as I go through the arc like chronologically, and then throw my very real, very correct opinions in there.
That's what we like to hear.
So I have a question.
Stand by 'em.
Of the arcs that you've covered so far, which has been your favorite? Like favorite to cover as a content creator also?
Oh, I threw Water 7 and Annie's Lobby into one video, and that was by far my favorite. Annie's Lobby, I think, is probably the
that
best
happens a lot.
story
Yeah.
like I've ever like experienced. I think literally.
Were you a fan of like the villains like CP9? What did you like in particular there?
Yeah, I mean, I love the way they were revealed as like part of people in Water 7 and being undercover. I thought their abilities were cool and also just like kind of goofy. Like, what's his name? Kaku was just like a funny ass fight. And like they did a great job of me hating Spandam, however you say it.
Spam, just spam.
Yeah,
spam.
Yeah.
And then like the fight against Lucci is still like top. I don't even know. It's probably top 1. I can't even think of the other ones right now.
It's a great fight.
Yeah, I just loved it. And like I said, the wrap up of his fight into like yelling to Robin, and then like they pan through the Marines and it cuts back and he's like smiling, doing a Luffy thing. I was like, yeah, this is fucking peak. Like, I don't know if it's gonna get better than that.
On the topic of arcs, because I think we touched on Skypiea earlier as a controversial one. One that I actually always love to hear new fans' opinion of is the Davy back fight. How did you feel about watching Davy back? And overall thoughts, things you liked or didn't like?
I thought it was a fun arc. I didn't take it that seriously. Like I said,
nor should you.
Like if I was watching week by week, I think I would have a different opinion. But being able to just like fly through that in like a week or two was like not bad. Yeah, I just thought it was a fun arc. I thought I'm not a huge
What
fan
did you
of
think of
Foxy.
Foxy as a character? Yes.
Yeah.
We don't like Foxy.
He was kind of annoying, but like I didn't mind it.
Yes,
he was
wasn't
like,
he? He wasn't he?
Yeah.
Foxy was
but I didn't.
man.
But I didn't hate him. Like he was like funny, annoying, but then like what I mean. I didn't hate him, and I didn't hate the arc. I think it was just like fine.
That's fine.
Yeah,
wait, hold on. So on that note, could you see that coming back in the future, a day back fight in the future of the story? Do you see that happening?
I mean, it could, but I don't know. I feel like they're a little above that now. No, like they're fucking strong as hell. They don't need that's some Pee-wee shit.
Solid take.
We're
That's the paradise level.
slicing people in half.
Around more.
I'm sure by the next Reverie he'll be caught up. So I'm like, that's good. Once you're all caught up, that'll be perfect.
We'll cut back. Yeah, come back a year from now.
Yeah,
exactly.
Where you're at. Yeah.
We're too big for the Olympics, bro. Like we gotta be
a super. Roger, I'm gonna get going because I got a dinner thing. But this was so much fun to see everybody again. Thanks to everybody. Jeff, good luck to you on your journey.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hope to see you back here next year. See ya, everybody.
Bye, Tekking. Take care, buddy.
I'll take you, man.
I'm gonna catch you guys later too. So.
Oh wait.
You got it, Sai.
I gotta balance myself as well.
You got it. You got it. We're doing some shifts. All good. See you later, buddies.
Peace out.
Awesome. Real quick, because we didn't talk about this earlier, and I am very curious because this is another side of the fandom that could potentially get you in trouble. But I know many of us who've been around have seen this in the comments multiple times. Favorite ships? Do you have any favorite ships? Are there characters you want to see together? What's going on? Who do you like? Is there any romance? Do you see anything in the future for any of these characters? I'm not trying to end it.
I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about like. For at a second, I thought you were talking about actual pirate ships.
Oh, pirate ships!
Answer that too. I didn't know. I didn't know. Controversial. I was like, I like the Saber of Trebek. You know, it's a cool ship. Hey,
come on. That's not controversial.
I genuinely thought you meant that. Yeah.
You can answer that as well. You can answer your favorite pirate ship, but also characters potentially pairings that you like. Romantic pairings.
Yeah. Okay, well, Going Mary's number one. I mean, that's not even a question. I don't even think I've really had a second thought about any other question.
It doesn't matter.
Favorite characters? Number one, my favorite character in the whole show is Chopper. I think he's literally, I have him
right there. Goat. Okay. Love that. Jay's leaving. He's out the door right now.
Team ready.
Let's go. Chopper. Okay, based. Based, Jeff, we love to hear that. That's based. That's based.
I don't think he's the best written character or has the best moments, but every time he's on the screen, I'm having the best time.
That hurts a little bit.
The live chat was like, you take something.
I want to say, I said I like this guy Cole. I think I gotta take that.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I don't know about that.
We got Chopper. V1 Chopper haters are here right now.
Don't tell me you're Chopper.
Real quick, we do.
These are the biggest Chopper haters.
To To tell
If
you
you're
how
watching
much
right
of
now
a
the stream,
Chopper
the chance are we love you, okay? But Chopper.
To tell you how much of a Chopper hater
Dude,
Cole
don't listen to
is,
them. We love Chopper.
Cole took Chopper to a shooting range and shot him with multiple guns, bro.
Bro, listen.
He literally took a chopper plushie to a gun range in LA.
I'm gonna tell you now.
He was
Roger was gonna be guilty too.
No, we weren't. Hell no. I would no. Don't throw me under the bus. I didn't. Yeah, exactly. I didn't pull up.
You did that.
I liked. No, I was not. I like Chopper. I
He
did
was
pull
going
up.
to.
No,
He was going to.
we
He
had
pulled
the
up,
Reverie
I'll tell
dinner.
you.
We had the Reverie dinner, that Anime Expo, that was like 3 years ago or whatever,
Yes.
where Matt was there and everybody else. And I had to plan out the dinner, so I went to the restaurant early. And you and Nick and everybody were like, "We want to go to the gun range." I'm like, "Why?" And then you showed me your Chopper plush, and I was like, "What is this?" To get your little photos for social media.
It was
putting
target
bullet
practice,
holes
bro.
in- Unbelievable.
It was. Hey, listen,
I could not be part of it. I could not be part of any
Gotta
of
hunt
it.
deer sometimes.
I am not part of
A
this.
real
Do
man's
not
gotta
throw me
hunt
into
some
this.
deer.
Absolutely not. I
I
don't
think
stand
I'll
by
Get
it.
rid of that shirt.
Part of
Wait a
this
minute.
stream anymore.
Get rid of that shirt.
I didn't know I was on a call with
I am Team
Jack.
Chopper.
Yo,
I love Chopper.
Good.
He's good. I love Chopper. All right.
Come on.
You're not putting me in this. I'm not doing it.
Okay.
Shout out to
Next
Mr.
family
Morris.
feud, we have the Chopper haters and the Chopper lovers on both teams for
It's crazy, bro.
Oh
No,
my
I can
God.
understand a Chopper,
Polar
Poor
opposite
Chopper,
sides,
man.
bro.
you know,
Different
hater, but a
ecosystems.
Chopper hater is
Poor
crazy.
Chopper.
A Chopper hater is crazy.
So I have to ask you then,
Okay.
since you're talking about Chopper real quick, not to cut you off before
Yeah.
the controversial relationship thing, but I just
No,
have
it's
to
okay.
ask, did you watch the live action? And if so,
Here we
what did
go.
you think of live action Chopper?
Ooh.
I haven't. I mean, I've seen
Okay, you
clips
haven't yet. Okay.
on like my
Okay.
TikTok, and seems great. But I was gonna watch season 1 before season 2 came out. But then season 2 came out, and my friends were like, "You can't watch this," and I was like, "Well, I might as well just wait then." So I'll probably just wait to watch live action
Okay.
until
That makes sense.
season
That makes
3.
sense. That makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because I'll probably do like a review of it. So I was just gonna say.
Oh, cool. There you go. Perfect.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
In terms of shipping, is this really a thing in the
This
community?
is
I guess
really
it
a
is.
thing.
Been around.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Oh,
There's one.
Yes.
was the power stealer and the ship.
Not a thing at all.
Yeah.
I've never
Yeah.
passed it.
I was about to say, don't say that. We know
Don't
what you
say that.
are.
We know what you are. We know what you are, okay? That's why I said
Don't
that.
do that. No, no, no.
It's
know
not
what
the,
you
one,
are.
the One Piece thing. Is it's one thing for it to be a One Piece thing. It's an anime thing. Anime in general.
It is an anime
It's
thing.
a
Yeah,
fandom
anime in general,
thing.
like
It's
mostly
like a whole
shonens, you see
fandom
shippings a lot, you know.
I was gonna say, do people do like shippings between shows that aren't even the same show?
Yes. Have
No.
you never
No.
seen
No.
Elsa
No.
and
Exactly.
Gojo? Elsa
Biggest
and
ship ever.
Gojo,
Elsa
bro?
Elsa and Gojo, is that what you just said?
Oh.
Have you never
That's
seen Elsa and
fucking
Gojo?
awesome.
That's like
I'm
my
good.
OTP.
Like Frozen
OTP?
Elsa?
Fantastic. Yeah, like Frozen
Elsa?
Elsa.
Spider-Man and
Like
Elsa.
Frozen Elsa?
I
Why
just
do-
saw
that's not
ship
even-
art of it. Yeah,
Oh,
I
I could
just
see
saw
in
ship art of it
Infinity.
Wait,
today.
Chestnut, what are you
And
talking about?
Frozen.
With
Elsa?
Gojo?
I know what she's talking
Gojo,
about.
wait,
Yo,
I know
Gojo
what she's
Satoru?
talking about. I've seen it.
Yo,
I know Elsa
Elsa
Spider-Man.
Elsa.
Cole,
That was the
Cole,
old days of YouTube.
Cole, they're in the dark
Spider-Man.
continent. Cole, they're
Yeah.
on the dark continent, man. That's why we don't
Clearly.
Yeah, what is that?
Dark
Go
Continent.
on with
That's
Elsa?
it.
Like, wait a minute.
Actually, wait. Actually, may I make a suggestion? Because you just said that, Jay. May I make a suggestion, Jeff? Once you are caught up to One Piece, Hunter should be your next one. That should be your next one.
Yes.
Yes, it
That
should
should be the next.
Absolutely.
You should watch Hunter next.
Are we sure? Are we? Because that's
I'm
that's a pretty
positive.
like.
No, I'm positive.
It's dense.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
It's
That's
good.
that's a classic.
No, watch it.
Yeah,
You should
I
watch
agree,
it.
but-
Watch
but-
it.
Watch it.
Watch
Don't
it.
read
Dense.
it. Don't read
Watch
it. Just watch
Watch it. Watch
That's
it. Watch it.
You
Watch
want me to
it.
read? Whoa. Wow.
Okay. No. Watch it. Say watch.
Watch it. Not read. Yeah.
But what do you think about for YouTube? See, now this is a big thing.
Hunter.
Hunter
YouTube.
Content does
For
great on
YouTube,
JJK.
JJK.
Does
For
great on
YouTube,
JJK.
JJK.
100%.
Oh, JJK is another one. JJK
Yeah,
is
for you,
another
I'm
one.
new to this.
JJK,
I'm new to this
1000%.
stuff.
Yeah.
I'm new to this.
JJK
think-
or My Academia.
My Hero is
But those
yeah,
parents
My
are
Hero
crazy.
would for sure. Yeah. My
Yeah,
Hero.
yeah.
JJK
That's
is
crazy
coming
though.
out right now. I would do
For you
JJK
to
first.
Yeah,
for
I'm
you
JJK.
for you
Yeah,
to
I'm
go to
JJK.
One Piece to My Hero would be crazy. So I think
Really?
One Piece to
Okay.
JJK is maybe a better bet. And then
And
I
then
think
stay
Yeah.
off the
Right.
internet. Also, stay off the
Yes,
internet for that fandom.
right.
Oh, yeah.
Just enjoy it.
Yeah.
What's
on
wrong
your
with
own.
the JJK
Yeah,
fandom,
100%.
guys? They're so
Oh,
nice.
JJK.
Yeah,
They're lost
so
in
nice.
paradise is what they are.
Amazing people. Such good
Let's
human
not-
beings.
They spoil.
I need this lore.
man.
I'm jumping into waters. I have no idea. Like,
What
my
about
friends
Attack
will
on
give me
Titan?
little
I think
bits
that'd
and
be better.
pieces, but
Ooh, yes.
Attack on
Ooh,
Titan.
bravo.
That
was not.
pretty nice. Yeah.
I think that was the one I was going
Bravo,
to.
very
it was
good.
either
Attack on
JJK
Titan.
or Attack on Titan.
Yes,
Overrated.
Attack on Titan.
I would do JJK.
Well, you're full of it,
and
so
you
that's
could
fine.
do-
That's fine.
Nah.
Cole, we're not
Yeah.
friends. No, he said overrated. You're full of it.
Hey, yo,
You're done.
yo,
We're
don't
done.
you call Matt?
We're done. We're
I
done.
will
We're
call.
done.
I will call Matt.
I don't care. You call Matt right now. I don't care. I disagree with him. I don't care. Hunter. No.
Oh my goodness.
You're not doing this. Attack on Titan, you should actually. I take back what I said. Attack on Titan, you should watch next. That's the answer.
Okay.
And that's also
what I've
good.
been told.
That's also good for content. AOT is also very good for content. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Shipping question.
Let's hear it. Thank you
hasn't
for
really
not
crossed my
forgetting.
mind that much.
Good.
No
Okay.
worries. But I will say, I think it was literally the most recent episode that I watched, or the one before it. I'm seeing a Zoro Toshigi. I'm seeing a little something.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay. Okay.
You know
That's
what I
fair.
mean?
That's
Like,
fair.
Ain't no wrong with that. It's not bad.
Nothing
Okay.
wrong with that
They
at
were in
all. We love
the
that.
There's
they were
some
in the
basis
rainbow
to that,
room, whatever
yeah.
it's called. I see it. I saw it spark. Other than that, there's really none. I have not even felt a spark between characters.
Really? Not a single.
All right, hold on. Let me.
Okay.
Not one.
Let
Maybe
me,
to
let me,
jog
let
my
me give,
memory, but I
let me
didn't.
give an example. Hold up, Jeff.
Okay.
What about Nami and Vivi? Like to hear your thoughts.
See,
Oh,
now
you know
you're
what?
seeing how
Hey,
you're seeing his
Chester
creativity.
do the most.
Nami, Vivi, Nami, Robin.
That's my
You know,
Careful with what you say going next.
I need to get caught up, bro. Wow, there's probably some crazy ships, huh?
No,
There's
there's
some-
nothing.
there's some
There's
pretty
nothing.
crazy-
That is
what
not
you
even
want.
crazy.
It's what you want.
And crazy boats.
it's not the craziest ships. There's some ships. Melon, do you want to share some ships?
I'm good. I'm fine.
You don't want to share
She
it?
doesn't look.
Zoro Sanji yet?
I do not share
Yeah,
the idea of endgame. I don't do that. I don't care about the endgame.
Allegedly.
I don't ship for the end game. It's the agenda.
Exactly.
It's all.
There's no power scaling agenda. It's shipping agenda. Exactly.
I've said the
I've
same
heard.
thing.
I've heard the
no
power
one-
scaling. I've heard
Oh,
the power scaling.
okay.
I
Power
also-
scaling is real.
I've seen Frankie and Robin
Aw.
is like one that I somehow crossed my.
That is
Okay, Frankie
That is
Robin is good.
I don't.
Robin is good.
I don't see it.
So
That is
Zoro,
one.
Toshigi, Frankie, Robin.
I see
Okay. Okay.
I don't see it. Maybe I'm not far enough in. I'm not seeing a spark. But maybe.
Interesting.
Riddle
Oh,
bar.
a spark.
Annie's lobby? You
Maybe-
didn't feel
maybe on the
anything?
train to
Like,
Annie's lobby.
Watching
but,
Annie's
like-
lobby forever.
I mean, she did grab his balls, so like that's got to be something.
I was about to
It's the
say.
first grip, so-
I'm saying,
I mean,
if nothing happened from that, like,
if a girl grabs my balls, I'm gonna say like, well, there's got to be something there. Like, what is going on?
all I'm saying, that's been like 300. That was 300 episodes ago, bro. Like, where's the spark, bro? There's been 300 episodes. Make a move, bro.
All this trying
Make
his
moves,
hard is
bro.
not
Crazy.
to make, you know,
Yeah.
like these things too
doesn't-
evident, like
yeah.
in the
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
He doesn't
Yeah, fair.
focus it.
That's fair
wild.
enough. I
Dang.
can respect that.
That's good. I was thinking of one that I was going to ask you about, and I was like, you can't actually know about this yet. But I will say there are characters coming up that I think will make for interesting conversation. I think when we bring you back for the next one, we'll have this conversation again because I think things may have changed.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Any other last minute questions from the One Piece YouTubers for Jeff before we wrap this segment up? We got a lot more to get through. I can't believe it's already been 4
Yeah.
hours. That is wild, man. Wow. Unbelievable.
I
Any
would,
last
I would
minute
say
questions? Yes.
because I have a dinner I need to get to, but I do
got
want to
it.
ask one more question.
Yes.
What was your? We talked about favorite moments. What was your favorite fight of the Straw Hats? Like it could be for any reason, whether it's
You mentioned
choreography,
Lucci.
emotional payoff.
Yeah.
Like I remember you mentioned Lucci, so that's most people say that's the best one, but like give us an outlier, maybe something outside of that, if that is your favorite one.
Off the top of my head, I think the most my stomach has ever dropped watching a fight was Luffy and Usopp in Water 7. That was such like
That's a
a
good take.
crew breaking moment, but it was like a very short-lived fight. Oh, you know, it was a cool one that's very probably not even talked about ever. I don't even remember the guy's name. It's Zoro versus the guy that had 2 guns in Skypiea. He's like one of the like holy dudes. He wears a bandana. and he has 2
The guy
guns.
before Ohm. The guy that had the one of
Yeah,
before Ohm.
Viper's man.
Yeah, that was a cool fight.
One of
That's like
Wipers
an
guys
outlier
with the
I can
hat,
throw in.
with the helmet.
Yeah, with the hat. He has.
That's when Zoro first does his haircut.
Braham.
Yes, there you go.
Yes, that was
That's right.
That's a probably
Okay, that's
fight I
good.
don't
That's
remember,
unique.
but there you
That's
go.
a unique take.
That's unique.
Okay.
Well, Jeff, once again, thank you for joining us. This was great.
Dude,
We're gonna get back
thanks so
to
much for
spoiler
having me.
talk. Definitely don't listen to any other part of the stream. So I would say,
I haven't even had the chat.
Did Jeff answer his favorite villain so far in the story? Or no?
Oh, yeah, we gotta ask this. We gotta know this.
That's a
Yeah,
great
who's
story.
favorite villain?
That is a good story.
Crocodile.
Yes, great answer. We're back in my good graces. That's a great answer.
That makes sense up to this point.
Anaru's a very second close. I just
Nice.
think
Okay, good.
Crocodile is
He
just
got
more
the balance,
calculated,
yes.
so he has that edge. And Anel was more
Yes,
fun
he
to
does.
watch. I think Crocodile was the better villain.
Actually, that goes in line with
Okay,
something.
okay,
If there's
okay.
any of the pre-time skip villains that you would like to see come back, who?
Oh, definitely Anel. For
Oh!
sure. Well, we already have Crocodile. Well,
Yo, Jen, if you need any help, I got you. Just contact me, bro. I got you.
That's it.
Well,
That's
I'm
it.
just-
That's it. We'll
I'm just thinking of the
we'll
other
work on the
ones.
chopper. We'll work on the chopper thing.
Yeah, well,
Just
that-
let me-
yeah, we'll work on that for sure.
You can't get me away from Chopper.
Yeah,
You can't.
Crazy.
We can. It's okay. We can. No, you don't underestimate
Have
my
you seen my
ability.
dedication, bro? I have dedication to the characters I like,
If you
bro.
you
can't
would
get
have
me away
had
from
20
Chopper.
chopper cards if you was really about it, but you don't got the 20
They're
chopper
too expensive.
cards.
I love seeing Drago's face.
These are like
Because he's merchandise. Because he's merchandise. Right there.
I'm
That's
just-
why he's
It's
expensive.
awesome.
No, Crocodile
This
is
is
the
right.
right take for right now. That's all I'll say.
If you told me a year
Don't
ago I
listen
would
to
never
him.
buy
He's still the
an
right
anime figurine, bro, I would have kicked myself. But
He's a top two right
He did
there,
it.
for sure.
He did it.
Easily top two.
Yeah, Anel would be my
Great.
answer.
He is.
Right on.
He is great merch. He
Sounds
is great.
good.
Right on.
Nice
Well,
to
Jeff,
meet you, Jeff.
thank you once again, absolutely, for coming through. Greatly appreciate it. Best of luck with your journey. We're excited to see
Thank
more
you.
of you. And get the hell out of here, man. We don't want to spoil you on anything else.
We'll,
Leave.
We'll do.
Hey,
Thank
man.
you guys so much. I
Peace out,
appreciate you
Jeff.
inviting me, everyone. If anyone wants to
course.
connect or anything on Twitter, please do. I
Absolutely,
can't look
of
at
course.
your channels.
No,
I
Hell
got you.
yeah.
I
don't
got
look,
you.
don't
free,
look.
so yeah, please. All right, thanks guys. Have a good
Take
talk.
care, Jeff.
Yeah,
Take
All right,
care. Take care.
Fun times, bro.
Also, real quick, one quick
On
thing
that
I want
note-
to shout out. Yes. Oh, Jay, you got to bounce too. You got a dinner, right?
Yes, I gotta
got
go. It was
You got
great
it, of
seeing you
course.
guys, Roger. This has been
Likewise.
amazing.
Always.
We need to get together. We really need to get together more often. Like I miss.
Yeah, it's
all
been a
you
while.
guys.
It's been way too long. Yeah.
Always.
That's
We all
kind
need
of
to
that's the
connect.
main
Like,
reason
We're
why I
all doing
wanted
our
to
own
do
like little
this.
thing here and there. So you
Yeah.
know.
I feel like we had this
Yeah.
conversation earlier on before you guys came in. It's like the community over the last like 2 years, I think, has just gotten very fragmented. In a way where, like, obviously we'll
Yes.
still do agenda reveries every once in a while. We'll do like small mini reveries, but we don't really do like the big ones as much anymore. And when we do, it's usually like much bigger groups than this. It's like everybody is talking over each other. And so the hope, and it seems so far that it's been pretty good. The hope is like there's not as much talking over one another. Everyone's getting sort of the opportunity to speak, and yeah, it's been fun. So also, I'm just glad that I saw you at Anime Expo, man. It was fun. New York,
Actually, no, that was amazing.
New York.
I will be in New York. I will. So I'll see you there.
Good.
Fantastic,
Yeah.
fantastic.
I'll be here. I couldn't come to Cali, but I'll be here. You know me. So
Got
Yeah,
it.
definitely pull up. Definitely pull up. All right, guys. I'm gonna see y'all. Thank
Take
you.
care, Jay.
All right,
Absolutely.
Great.
Real quick, I have to give a shout out. Real quick, Kess actually has picked a winner in the live chat for that board game. I know Kev, you were holding it up earlier. I know Tekking had it earlier as well. The board game is going to King. I'm saying this right. King AP 0754. So King AP 0754. If you are still in the chat, let us know. Speak up. Francisco is going to give you his information. He said to reach out to @Kess. So I will look in the comments afterwards. Obviously, the VOD for the stream is always going to be available, so you guys can go comment afterwards. If you're seeing this and you heard about it, your friends are telling you, whatever. But King, oh, there you go. Thank you, man. King AP is actually still here. King AP 0754. I am going to pin your comment very quickly so they can see it. And then Francisco from Kess will be reaching out to send you a One Piece board game. I'm going to ping him as well, saying we just did the call out. So there you go. Congratulations. You just won yourself a board game. They said to reach out via Instagram @Kess, that's KESS_ENT. So Kess_ENT, and they will reach out to send you your board game. So well done. Well done. Congratulations.
Awesome.
Very, very cool. All right, well, first off, that was very fun. I'm glad we brought in a casual for that conversation because I could just see Goofy and Mel rolling their tongue for a good portion of that one.
I would just like to say
Hey.
that his favorite moment is Luffy yelling for Robin to come back. I can't wait for him to get to Whole Cake Island.
Oh,
I know that's gonna
Whole
shake
Cake is
the
gonna
tits
be
off.
so good.
Oh, the Sanji.
Yeah, I feel like the
great.
Sanji is gonna be crazy when he goes to Whole Cake Island. He's gonna really
Oh,
appreciate
yeah.
that more, I think.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
I can't
His
imagine.
Whole Cake reaction is
Yeah.
going to be great, I'm sure. Also, welcome back, KO. Welcome back. Welcome back. I saw Eric
Hey-o.
coming back as well. I think Eric hopped in and then hopped out, but I know he mentioned he had something he wanted to announce. So, Eric, when you come back in, we'll do your little special announcement. Brago! Now, obviously, Brago, you showed up late. We're happy that you're here. I want to throw the question that we started the stream with at you, which is just an overall temperature check of Elbaf right now. How are you feeling about it? Favorite moments? What do you think is going to happen next? Do you think Emu actually beats Luffy here? Is it a fake out? All your thoughts about Elbaf condensed. We sort of want to give the floor to you since you've been gone for a while.
All right, Elbaf. I think so far Elbaf has probably the best arc post time skip. But it is somewhat carried by God Valley. I did really enjoy God Valley. Some issues with how it wrapped up, but overall I think it's been great. I think Elbaf, because sometimes for us as YouTubers, our enjoyment kind of ties in with like the community and our audience. And I feel like sometimes the audience is less patient than they were in the past. So we kind of have like these highs where everybody's really engaged, and then things where I think is not that bad, people are kind of like, I'm cool, I'll wait till the next one. Like there were some complaints about like Brooks flashback.
Sure.
I'm like, Brooks flashback has been fantastic, but again, people are complaining. But I think overall, when we go to like Emu and Luffy, it's tough. I mean, Luffy's not done. It's One Piece. Luffy's not done, but this was good to show Emu's dominance or how strong Emu is. So in general, I think Luffy's going to bounce back, but it gives the opportunity for the others to kind of show up. Somebody mentioned this earlier. I was listening about this is the first time that they've seen Luffy kind of lose. And so we kind of have the opportunity to see like, okay, Luffy and the Straw Hats, their bond is based on they have the ultimate faith in Luffy. Now you see him lose. What do we do then? So I think from here, we see the others bounce back. Usopp needs a moment, for sure. I don't know what he does. I know the hammer's right there. Have Usopp pick up the hammer. Do something, Usopp. And, Sanji as well. Got some love. So we got to, be happy for that. But overall, I think Elbaf has been a great experience. It's just been ebbs and flows within the community overall. Just people are kind of, I guess, waiting for like just the big moments to tap in, as opposed to the past where people were locked in throughout. Like Whole Cake Island. In the community of Whole Cake Island back then, it was like every single week it was explosive, But now people are kind of just waiting for like those big moments. But I think Elbaf is the best arc post time skip.
You bring up a good point too with the idea of like people waiting. I mean, obviously we had this conversation earlier with Hime and Chestnut, right? About like the idea of letting chapters build up and watch them in a binge. I feel like that has become more of a trend now of people waiting and reading a bunch at a time. But the other thing about it that I find interesting that you'd mentioned is like that difference between those of us who are creators and the community itself, right? Like seeing that divide. Because I do feel like Elbaf, I mean, it started, I feel like, with Wano, and it progressed a little bit into Egghead, but I do feel the community and the casuals overall were a little more unified with Egghead, especially when it comes to Kuma. But I think that kind of went back to it when we were in Elbaf again. With, again, like you said, there's people who really don't love the flashback stuff. They want to get more into Loki. Like, we literally just got a super chat. This came from Jubilant Duke, who said, now that Jeff is gone, I want to know everyone's opinions about Loki versus Kaido right now. Because you guys already opened up a toxic portal. How you feel about Loki versus what we got with Kaido and Wano Country? Like, I think that's an interesting conversation piece.
Well, I wanted to ask everybody here, since we're creators. Because I've heard this from some viewers where I think some people are, I guess, worried about the execution of certain arcs or the ending of certain arcs, where they feel like the theories and the expectation of what's going to happen is kind of greater than what actually happens. So like, for instance, as a content creator, like, I guess the idea of like Emu showing up, right? Like Emu showing up for the first time, explosive chapter, everybody's tapped in. And then kind of when the fight starts, people kind of dwindle out a little bit, then come back after Loki and Emu starts the fight. So like, how have you guys felt about like execution as opposed to, I guess, expectation I guess going back to Whole Cake Island, Wano.
I mean, expectation.
You know what's
with...
really? Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead, Chestnut.
I was gonna say, you know what's really interesting about that? That another thing, because I also do cartoons, but the exact same thing where it's like people's expectations were way too high and it ended up hurting their enjoyment of the actual story. Not to shout that out, but the Amazing Digital Circus. The ending, in my opinion, was pretty good, but people's expectations and their theories were so radically different than what happened that it was just hatred. And it kind of sucks because I feel like a lot of people don't really truly understand what a theory is, and I think that theory is supposed to be fact instead of just your interpretation and just basically trying to guess what happens next. And I feel like a lot of people want theories to be 100% true, and that's never going to happen because none of us can predict the future. And if we were, I'm not making One Piece content. I'm doing lottery tickets, right? Like I'm going to be rich. So I feel like a lot of people just have to realize, like, theories are fun. They are a great way to interpret the story and to show how much you truly love the story by digging into it, analyzing it, breaking down, and trying to figure out what's next. And I feel like if people just realize theories aren't always going to be true, they aren't always going to be right, their enjoyment is going to be better. So personally, for me, I love Elbaf. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to add on to whatever Chestnut is saying, is that like something that I notice, especially people on Twitter and sometimes on YouTube, is that the problem why they don't enjoy like Oda, breaking their headcanon and their theory is because they don't want to admit that their theory didn't come true. So the way to cope is to hate and say that this is bad writing because their headcanon didn't come true. But at the end of the day, you can just say, well, that's cool. Like, I had a cool theory and that could have been a path. You should take it as a, like, oh, I have creativity. I was able to create a theory. Even if it didn't happen, it could have happened. And you can still enjoy whatever Oda put out, but a lot of people can't do that because they have too much ego and pride. It's okay to not have a theory come true. That's the
I've
issue.
been saying for the longest time, I always word it specifically, and I word it as I would like if this happened.
Sure.
But I'm along for the ride. I'm not here to like guess everything in the ride. So I would like for this thing to happen. That would be cool. But I always say, but the way Oda does it, it surprises me still. I think people take the surprise of him not doing what they wanted as a negative, when I think they should be doing that as a positive. Because when I look back in the story, even if I didn't get something right, usually what he does, you can still look back and say, yes, that makes sense. It's not like everything he's doing that's negative to the theories doesn't make sense, is what gets me. So I'd understand the hate if it really didn't make sense, but it does make sense. He does connect things very well. And if I were to speak so humbly, as a shipper of characters that are never going to get together, I think I have this opinion because I'm literally enjoying a fake ass ship. It's not happening, and I can still enjoy it. I'm not going to be fucking going insane when that doesn't happen because I know it's not going to happen. So when I think of these theories, people are so hell bent on them, and I always be like, be careful, because like that's probably not going to happen. If it does, you go yippee, but if it doesn't, you still need to find a way to enjoy the story, or you're going to be miserable. Just miserable.
You know, Melo, the problem is that, like, just very fast, you know what the problem is that, like, they get, and the problem is the community also, because, you know, for example, your theory didn't come true, a lot of people will come hate on you, just they want to dog on you, you know, like, oh, you're such a bad theory.
That's why I stopped. That's literally why I stopped doing them, because for such a long time I did like, and I think maybe this is like,
you guys are crazy.
This is definitely. I do feel like this is something that changed in the community right before COVID. Right before is so many of us. I mean, Cole, you remember this? Braga, obviously, like those of us who've been doing this for a long time. I feel like there was a time, the Alpha Too Late era, right?
Yeah,
was
that
very
era.
much
Yes,
like
yes.
that like 2016
One World
to 2018 One World, right? Like where everything that did really, really well were theory videos, and people were predicting stuff constantly, and those theories became like predictions of what was going to happen, and so much of people's like stocks as creators rose when those theories were correct. I mean, I saw this with myself, right? Like I did that video about Kaido's crew being ancient zones and that Jack was going to be a mammoth. It happened, and that literally was the birth of like my YouTube channel with like within the One Piece community. It was like seeing that theory come true. And I think so much of the community was like raised up on that of like, this person is getting this thing correctly, so now I am going to them almost like an early spoiler And that's not what theories are. The theory is a theory. It's an idea of what's going to happen. So when you put out a crazier theory because it's just fun to talk about and it doesn't come true, people get so toxic about it and so angry over it. When at the end of the day,
but
it's
that's
just
but
fun to
Roger,
talk about.
It's changed because
like, I would say though that's fine though. It's like, listen, man.
Of course.
It's like, I feel like
Of
if
course,
you want
totally
no, but then no, you say that, but then you say okay, like I stopped though. It's like
Oh,
that
but
thing
that's-
is where
no,
things
no,
are off
no,
base.
no,
Like
no, no, no,
you
no.
shouldn't.
Yeah,
you
that's
shouldn't
different,
stop-
though,
you
Cole.
shouldn't stop because people are
I
toxic.
stopped.
Like what the hell?
No. I stopped because my Nintendo content's doing great. So I'm like, I'm just gonna keep doing more Nintendo.
Okay, well, yeah, that too. Yeah, of course, no doubt.
I got
That,
Nintendo.
yeah.
It's not just One Piece for me. I got good old Papa Yoshi's back there
Yeah,
cutting
but
me
I'm
some
just
checks.
saying, man, like
so
if you
I'm good.
enjoy doing theory
No,
videos,
of course,
don't let
of
people put
course.
you down. Like, I remember like Arda had a problem with
Of
that too. Like,
course.
okay, Arda had like I think a few theory videos and people were like, oh, they're wrong, or like more should the raid fail? You know, it didn't
but
actually
I think-
fail.
I think
you know, things like
the-
that.
right.
You know,
Some
it's like-
people
it's
react
like,
to
who
these
cares?
dog
It's like,
fighting
listen,
differently.
These
You know what I'm
haters,
saying?
listen, these haters. They're worthless. They serve
course.
zero purpose, as Low Tier
course.
God would say. There's no value in them. Just do what you want to do and have fun doing
Cole,
it.
you're not wrong, but a lot of these sometimes people can't handle that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just
Fuck
like
them.
it's not worth the juice.
Yo,
Not worth
fuck
it.
him.
I
That's
think
what I'm
that's-
saying.
I think that's
hang on.
ultimately what
So
it
wait,
is.
I also think it's in the way these theories are approached, because it's one
Yes.
thing to be like, okay, I'm making a theory. It's another thing to be, my theory's right, everything else is wrong. You're a dick if you don't believe in this theory.
Yeah,
like
right,
that's
right.
a whole different
Yeah,
ballgame.
for sure, like
Yeah.
sure.
They
Like
think they're better than everybody.
fair
but
enough. Without
that's not what
question,
they're
but,
doing though.
Because people think that if my theory comes true, that means that I understand the story better than you. But that's
Right.
not
Or like you hate the story. It's like no, so you had a theory, maybe the theory was wrong. Okay, fine.
of course,
But listen, like that's what you thought was gonna happen actually, and then maybe you were wrong. Okay, fine. But then you still enjoy stuff for what it is. Not
That's
okay. Like
exactly it.
Melon's
Yeah.
right. If you're like someone, hey, my theory is right. You guys are all wrong. Middle fingers across the board. Okay, fair enough.
Of
But
course, yeah,
if you're
of
actually
course.
someone that like again, someone like Arter, or he's not doing something like that. You know, he doesn't deserve the
No.
hate for like, oh my god. He ain't
I'm
doing
saying,
that.
but here's the thing though. Here's the thing though, Cole.
Of course.
There's nothing wrong with believing in your theory and doubling down and believing in
course.
it. But
Of
I guess when it's wrong or proven wrong, you gotta be able to take what comes with
Take
it.
the L, bro.
You gotta
Take
go,
the L.
Take
the L.
Well,
Be
well,
nicer.
Yamato-
That's
wait,
what-
wait, to an extent, though.
That's
Be
fine.
nicer. They don't need
To an
to.
extent, because sometimes people go too far.
But Roger
Sometimes
is using
people go too
Nintendo
far.
as a shield. He's using Nintendo to block it because he doesn't want to be.
I think that-
No. What
A
I'm saying is that
microcosm?
when it comes to theory content, I feel like again it's different. Maybe it is like I'm content brained now, and I'm thinking about it in terms of like I don't want to do this versus doing another thing because the return on investment is like not there anymore. But I feel like with theories, but with theories, I feel like they are more fun in a format like this, where you're like doing a live stream, having a conversation with people. That is way more fun, and I find like brings a better audience than if you were putting out a theory video for people who are wanting to watch you to get like spoiled essentially. And then when that's incorrect, those people will like fire back. It's not a matter of not doing it because it's like I don't want to hear people be angry.
Okay, I see you now.
It's,
Okay,
yeah,
I see
it's
you.
like
I see you.
it's like I don't
Yeah, I
want
see
to
you.
do
I
it
see you.
because
I get it,
the audience that comes with that is
Yeah.
like a little more entitled than I think I need.
It's
I
think a good example is the Brook flashback. Like we were talking about how that I think that was a very tangible part where the community mixed in with the break weeks that we got in that made it a little bit worse. But like I'm a theory channel and so I post theories, but then with the Brook flashback, I had a very kind of honed in view of it where we got walked into it with the idea that Brooke was going into the flashback wondering if Shuri is an ally or foe. So when we were predicting how many chapters do you think this is going to be? How come you don't think this is going to happen? Why aren't you putting out a video that this XYZ, like something that would take like 3 more chapters? I was like, I think it's going to be a short flashback. There's no reason to put out a video on this because I think that it's just going to be about this. And then lo and behold, it cut off. And then I saw a lot of people saying, I'm very disappointed that this didn't carry on through the story. There was so much potential with Candel. There's so many potentials, here and there. And to that, I was like, hey guys, there was a whole other character in that flashback that we're unthawing or thawing out right now that might contribute to that. We could wait. And I feel like when that happened, it's like there was a whole tank in like how I understood the story. And I'm like, I'm just enjoying what's being put on paper right now, and I'm loving it. So like it to what Cole's saying, like you kind of have to mute the people that are like getting bogged down. That I think the creator versus community, the community wants like a reaction, something huge every single time. And
Something
I'm
tangible.
someone who's always looking at theories, and yet I took my hands out. I was like, oh, I don't think we need to cook super hard right now. Let's just let's just see.
But the thing is, there's nothing. Some theories, it's
There's
not even
nothing
about
wrong if
being
you did.
right. It's not even about being
like,
right
so
with the theories. It's like, is it interesting?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
This
so
makes
Sai,
sense.
for
It's
example,
interesting.
Sai,
The problem is
Sai
they
is
look
my
at-
favorite for this example because he, to this day, has the Ange is evil theory, and he'll
Yeah,
still
he's doubling down. He's doubling down.
He's making,
I noticed
Ange
that.
doesn't even need to be in the videos for like if Ange isn't in the chapter, Sai's like, oh my god, that is suspicious. Here's another 30-minute video on why Ange is evil.
I love it.
And it's like that's how it should be. That's he's getting
That's
enjoyment.
exactly, bro. Me and Sai, we still think that Candel is alive. You know, people hate it, but we still think that. This is-
Hey, I like that theory.
Great. I like that too.
honestly,
That's good.
Yeah.
Nobody
You know
know
what,
that.
Brago? I think that people are just like a lot of them. It stems from jealousy because they're like, oh, I can't believe they give you a platform and you have such bad theories. And it's just like, bro, if you want to make
see
theories,
that?
like go on
Like,
your
who
computer,
gave this person their platform?
Make a video.
Yeah,
Bro, what was
Like, make
what was
a
the
video,
thing?
like-
What was the thing? Wait,
But I
what
would
is
say, like, to be
what
fair,
was the thing
Brago,
Liam said
and,
back then where he was
He-Man,
like,
I
stop
would say-
talking about your impossible
But I'll be
gaping
fair.
anus
But
or
to be
whatever.
fair
What
though,
was
right?
that?
I think to the point about the idea about the platform, it doesn't. Like what kind of creator you are doesn't matter, right? Like that's the point. Like if you are hostile with your theories, okay, fine. Like okay, if you're hostile with your theories, then people should be hostile back to you, like because you're putting the energy out in the world in the first place. So
Wait,
it's up
who's
to you.
hostile with their theories? I don't know. We got somebody in mind.
Everybody else. I think no.
I'm not
Okay,
saying
here-
I'm
There's
I'm
an
not saying
example.
any creator.
My
I don't know
video-
if jealous can be hostile. But I've never met a theorist that was hostile.
We call
But
that
like, if
goofy
you-
or what's going on?
Addiction? I don't know, bro.
Goofy, what are you doing? What does that mean? Hostile. What do you mean, Goofy? What are you doing? That's so funny.
I do have some crazy theories.
Let's hear him. Let's hear him. Go.
Ah.
Floor is yours, Goofy.
No,
Go
but
crazy.
I
crazy
just
theory.
wonder.
Man.
I had a comment literally like last week. Someone went. So I haven't been posting for. I've just been doing live streams for the last few years. So 3 years ago, I had the Fraud Valley video. The point of the video, despite the title, was saying that Sengoku is lying to us about God Valley, which ended up being true. The Gorosei, all that stuff.
Sure.
Someone came back to to that video and said, just came back to show that Par has no vision, L theory, like always. And I'm like, bro, what motivated
That's kind of,
you?
I'm not gonna lie. That's kind of crazy.
That's D1 hater.
That's kinda crazy.
I have a video
Oh, that guy's
literally
funny.
in development
Number one
right now.
fan.
I have a video
That
in
is the
development
number one
right
fan, by the
now
way.
where after that Sanji Conquerors hockey video, I got literally death threats for years because
Yeah,
I
it's
said that
crazy.
Sanji would have Conquerors hockey. So I am currently
That's a
in
good day.
I know. I have a video cooking right now. It's already halfway done where I have gone through. I typed in Sanji hockey in my comments on YouTube, and I have screenshotted every single bad, negative. Sanji will never get hockey. L, you suck. And I'm doing a full 30-minute long video with every single
Hell
comment
You are playing
ever
with
left on
fire.
anything. No, it's gonna
You
be
are
awesome.
playing
I
with
can't
fire.
wait.
No,
I
it's
can't
gonna be
wait.
awesome.
He's
It's
been
gonna be
in the
amazing.
fire
I
already.
was my bigger. I
fire.
Yo,
think
Death
what
of
I
the
was
Years equals.
thinking as
Yo,
well.
that's a good day. That's
Yo,
a good
Kenny
day.
Roger
Right,
is
right,
out
right.
in full force. I read that chapter. I said, bet. All bets are off. Every person is being called out from now until eternity. It's great.
I think
man.
my biggest issue that I have with theory crafting, and this is only of the extreme. Like if you
Sure.
theory craft casually, it's fine. It's when it gets extreme that it's ridiculous. That can be said with anything. If power scaling gets extreme, if shipping gets extreme, if theory is extreme, if it gets extreme, you've hindered your enjoyment of the story. And my
Yes.
issue with the theory crafting becoming extreme is it puts people in a tunnel. And then they just don't want to engage with the story and look at the development of the story. Because, for example, I don't know if Sanji needs Conqueror's Haki, but I didn't have that locked in as that's a definite thing that's going to happen. So as I kept reading the story, I was starting to think, oh, actually, Oda's writing a little bit more to determine he could get this Conqueror's Haki. So I was starting to believe maybe he would. But there are some people that are so extreme about their theories, they just don't take anything Oda's giving them, because they don't want to believe that they are wrong, so they're just like a wall.
They're locked in on that one thought.
Exactly.
Because they
Everything
attribute
else is
good
wrong or
theories to being a
crappy.
prophet of the One Piece story. Like they don't attribute a good theories about being creative.
Right.
That's the thing.
Yeah. And then they
Where,
blow
like,
up when the
back in the
theory
day-
doesn't happen.
Right.
But like, look at
purely
O'Hara and his
all-time
theory,
thing.
right?
Yeah.
That blew up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was just cool.
Right,
It was
like
just
they,
Yeah, it was a
they
fun
do
video.
sell, you know.
Exactly.
It was a
People
fun
liked
video.
because it was fun.
You know?
Exactly.
Extreme theories do get a lot of clicks and views, and so as content creators, we do also kind of AdSense or sponsorships. We have to make our bread, so
Of course.
Can't mention
The
like that.
other is this phenomena is also purely online. Like I've been saying this every time I go to a convention or in person. Everyone's normal. There's no even people who know my videos or know this stuff.
Everyone's so
they're
nice.
all so normal. Even when they disagree, they're like, "I saw that video."
Well, I see that. I
farm
understand
off
that.
the store."
I can see that.
nice.
Yeah,
Everybody's real
and
cool.
That's it.
The most contentious. I remember it was like at Anime NYC or whichever convention it was. We were sitting there, and then the security guard of the hotel was listening in on all of us, and we were like, "Oh my god!"
Oh, that was NYC. Yes, we were there.
That was anime.
That was crazy, dude. That
great.
night
Come
was
on,
so
on
fun.
the rooftop.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
on the rooftop,
a bunch
on
of
the
us,
rooftop
yes.
at the bar, and he
that
came
was
in, he
awesome.
want One Piece. He's like, yeah, I want One Piece too. And
Yeah,
he's like, that was cool as hell.
And he was like, "Wait, who are you guys?" We're like, "Oh, we're One Piece YouTubers." And he's like, "Bet."
Yeah.
He pulled up
Yes.
the chair by us. And we were talking.
Yeah.
And
that was awesome.
Do you
That
guys
night was
remember?
so fun.
Do you guys
Yeah.
That was great.
remember?
great.
We were asking each other, and we don't have to get into it, but I
Yeah.
just reminded someone else about it. We were asking each other crazy questions that we wouldn't post online, so that's why
Sure.
we were saying, "What would make you?"
Yeah.
The question we
What would
were
make you
on
drop
was,
One Piece?
What would make you drop One
What
Piece?
would
Yeah.
make you drop One Piece?
Yeah.
And then we all went around, and
Yeah.
then the security guard was just like valid, and his one was, "Oh, I heard a theory. Zoro kills Luffy for his bounty," and we were like, "Oh my god, he's a normal person."
Yeah,
I
'cause
saw
we
that.
were over there-
That's
we were
hilarious,
having-
though.
We were having the discussions, where it was like, "Oh, Ace comes back as a zombie from Gecko Moria during Final War, and has to fight Luffy, and like
Oh
that
my
kind of
God.
stuff." Yeah, we were diving into it. I remember that he said this.
Yep.
That
a
was
good
great.
night.
That's actually a
great.
great
That was
question to
great.
ask
Yeah, part of
too.
a good point. Part of a great point.
Like,
Yeah. What is the thing that's gonna make you drop One Piece? We real quick.
Yeah.
Again, we have so many of these super chats. We've barely gotten through any of these, so I want to read out some of these
Run
if you
'em.
guys don't mind. We're gonna run them. I think there's
Do it.
actually some good conversations to come out of these too. So this is good. Also, again, we're not.
Before you do,
Yes. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I do have to leave.
You're all good.
So
You're all
for
good, Chestnut.
quitting.
Of course.
All right.
You got
it
it.
was so
Thank
nice
you
to
for
have
joining.
Thank you so much, Roger.
Peace
Of
out,
course,
Chestnut.
of course.
Bye, guys.
Always.
bye-bye.
Always a pleasure.
Later.
All right, so we're going to read out some of these. Let me make sure that we are at the right spot. We left, I believe, with the conversation. Where is this? Oh my gosh, we have so many of these. This was the Reese Lucas one, the Emu Crocodile one, Crocodile Talks in Big 2026. Blackbeard taking over as the world. We talked about that one. This next one. Okay, this one comes from Shadow57, who said, "What Jay said about Harold reminded me that no matter what era, Oda always has to have at least one person be a rival to the strongest pirate of the era. We have Zebek and Harold, Roger Whitebeard, Shanks and Mihawk. Believe it or not, do you think this is something that we're going to see more of later on in the series?"
Wouldn't Roger have been Rox's rival, not Harold? I thought.
Yeah, no, they wrote it Zebek, Harold, Roger Whitebeard, Shanks, Mihawk, but it was dashed, so it was like connected to it. Yeah, so they said that Whitebeard with Roger. Yeah, I think
I kind of look at it like
I don't know.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't know if Harold is Rox's rival. That's like his boy best friend that went to shit. Like, you know what I mean?
right.
yeah, like a parallel maybe, but like I don't know.
They
Like,
can still
that's
be
it.
rival and friends, like Sanji and Zoro.
I think they just want the same thing on different
Harold-
sides. I don't know if rivals.
I think the
Yeah.
main reason
Harold
they're
is
probably
Rox's
asking this. They're probably asking this because of Emu Joy Boy stuff, right? With like, what exactly is that connection, that rivalry that's going to be there with Davy? That's my assumption. I don't know when this got sent. This got sent at 3:49, so this was like 2 hours ago. So I don't remember.
Speaking of rival friends who are like, in powers with each other, Shanks and Buggy are both emperors now. So are they under that label now? The rival friend,
In a way,
rivals
yes.
or whatever?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I think
I'd say all four of them are.
But I think like sometimes you can do the trio thing, right? Because I don't know. Do we think Dozen, right? Dozen was mentioned. So that could be something in.
Yeah, when he
I'm
saw
Dozen
Loki
thinking about Dozen.
transform. Yeah, he mentioned Loki. Dozen.
So that could be something else.
That's funny. We got a $100 donation shout out to Bryant Brawler. coming out saying, yo, massive shout out for the Young Jeff segment. That was so fun. And the gimmick videos are the best. Also, big shout out to Roger predicting the Sanji video. Loved the energy behind it. We need that energy and more of your content. Shout out to everyone who showed up to this. This has been great. Yo, thank you very much. Great. Yeah, I think bringing in Jeff was really a lot of fun. I think we don't usually get the perspective of somebody casual, so totally agree. Thank you again. That was
He's not
generous of
casual.
you.
He's locked in, bro.
Well, now he's locked in, bro. When I say casual, I mean
he's
just
for
not
sure
up
locked
to
in.
the manga.
Yeah, I know.
He's in the metamorphosis.
He has some
metamorphosis phase.
Yeah.
I liked it.
We got Sam the Gunman also saying super hyped to see Roger back at the helm for Reverie. This is so fun and super cool to see everybody in here. I'm curious, how powerful would Frankie's blast be if he drank a Coke float?
A Vega
powerful-
Cola?
Like a Vega Cola float?
With
like
an
if you
ice
threw
cream on top?
Yeah, I'm like, do you think ice cream is going to power scale Frankie higher? You
I
throw
mean,
some-
yeah.
This is an SBS
He might be
question.
throwing Kamehameha.
It's an SBS question.
I do think it would be really cool if we could give him like one of the original Coca-Colas. That'd be sick. I would really like to see that.
Those were literally cocaine.
Just,
They were
literally.
actual,
That would be awesome. He'd be unstoppable. He'd be unstoppable.
That's so funny. We have one over here. This is from Moth Guy saying, just pop it in for a second. We'll need to watch the VOD. Have fun, guys. But my question is, are there any more Devil Fruit users that you think will die and transfer fruits before the end of the series? Someone that will die and transfer fruits.
I mean, like,
maybe Sengoku because he's older.
Imo, I guess.
I'm scared of Law, honestly.
Oh, Imo.
Law's always a big one, to be fair.
I think
Law's
I'm
always
scared of that one.
Oh, Betsy! Hey, what's going on, Matt? Welcome.
Yo, Matt coming in.
Welcome,
Hell.
Matt. Love to see you in here. Let's go.
Waga.
Welcome.
Blazing Sensei. Let's go.
Any characters that we think though could die? I think that's actually a good one that you just brought up. But I'm trying to think if there's anyone. I mean, we still never found out about Monet's.
Marco?
You know,
He doesn't really do it in the
Yo,
Matt.
how are you guys? What's
Welcome,
good, everybody?
Brandon. It's been a minute. Welcome.
Yeah, man, it has. It's been a long time. How y'all doing?
Dude, we're doing good. It's been a fun reverie. We're bringing it back to basics with this one. We were like, just throw the call up on screen and have it say reverie and just read super chats and talk and hang out. So we're happy to have you as always. I know. We're in the middle of some super chat readings, so I'm going to throw some of these your way, actually, if you don't mind, since you just got here.
I feel flattered. Beautiful.
This one comes from Saber of Red.
Give me a good one. Give me a good one, Roger. Don't give me no bullshit.
Let me give you a real good one. Hold on. Let me scroll because we got a lot of these. Let me give you some good one. All right. Oh, I'm gonna be honest. Some of these are pretty bullshit, so I have to scroll a little bit. We got okay. Here we go. I'm gonna redirect this directly to you, Matt. Has anyone dethroned Judge as the worst dad in the series for you?
Fuck no! Come on!
Hey, listen. So
is Judge the worst dad?
I'm gonna, like, is Judge the worst dad? So, for my personal taste, right? Dragon's been a fraud watch. Okay, we've been looking at him and watching him. What? We've been keeping a good eye on that guy right there because, he don't really do nothing. As people like to say, right? So I will say to me, Dragon is the daddy that I'm watching the most. Pause.
Okay. Slow down.
I thought you were about to say Dragon is
Nah,
worse
you're
than
good, bro.
Judge.
Listen, man. Like,
I was going to go.
We're good, bro.
I'm not gonna say that he's worse. I'm not gonna say that he's worse, right? But I'm watching him. Okay, I'm watching him. I mean, this man didn't even know that Emu existed. Okay, and I just feel like that is one of the biggest transgressions against Dragon. Okay, the nigga didn't even know that.
No one knew Imo existed. Why is that?
I'm sorry.
Dragon's-
They put
Wait. So look. Wait a second. So look, I think I need to reintroduce myself. Right? This is Dragon Fanboy. This is Dragon Fanboy 124 signing in. Okay, Dragon Fanboy right here. Right? Okay. I have been advocating for Dragon for the longest time. You go all the way back to 2012 to the sands of fucking time. Okay, I have been on this here internet talking about how much Dragon and we're looking forward to him, salivating at the mouth at the thought of Dragon popping up on the screen. And every time he does pop up on the screen, what does he do?
Nothing.
I hear you, but they put a metal helmet on.
Look. This is so. This is what I'm saying. Right?
Zoro fanboy entering the chat. By the way, just like shaking his head. Welcome,
Yo,
Zoro. Welcome.
Shout out to my boy Zoro.
Shout out to the squad.
Perfect timing. Perfect
Good timing, man. That's perfect.
Look, Zoro said enough of this shit.
Hey, so look.
Hold on. Did this come in here to Dragon Slander? Is that from Matt B?
It's not Matt B, of course.
From Matt B.
Have I been away for too long? What is all this?
No, you haven't been away. No, Zoro. No, Zoro.
You think you know a person?
As time goes on, you know, you have to change your thoughts around just a little bit with new information.
Right.
Okay.
Matt,
So yeah, what's up?
I'm gonna let you finish, but I just gotta say the best wines, you gotta let them age, bro. You gotta let them take their time. You gotta let them sit.
How long though?
And only when they're ready, you pop it open and you enjoy it. Okay,
brother, we've been waiting.
We've
been waiting for a long time.
The more the Oda waits, the more important the character is.
The more important question is, do you think
the more
Oda
the Oda
has
waits?
been waiting?
That's what I'm saying.
Oda.
Saving them.
I mean, Oda has been waiting,
the
undoubtedly. I remember, like, my first stream I ever did with the community, ever. I remember Matt was in it. That was the old Double 4 anime fight on Brago's channel. Do you remember this? That was old days. The old days. And I remember in that video, Matt and I were bonding. We were bonding over Dragon and the future of the Revolutionary Army. And I still am on your side. I feel like push comes to shove, end of the story, Dragon top 5 in the verse, a lot of stuff is going on. The reason
100%. 100%.
We're on the same wavelength. The reason I threw you that question in particular about the dads was, first off, I knew you were going to bring up Dragon, but two, this goes into something that we have not touched on at all during this Reverie, which is shocking to me. It's one of the biggest reveals that has happened since the last Reverie, and that is Zaza, the rain god, right? We now have confirmation about Zaza. And when you bring in this stuff with Dragon, and you're thinking about the storms and who this could be modern day, if there is somebody that is the equivalent, I wanted to throw that directly at you, Matt. How are you feeling about Zaza? Do you think there is a correlation with Dragon? Brago's up there smiling because he knows where this is going.
Truthfully, I don't. Truthfully, I don't. I've been seeing that theory floating around. I'm not seeing the correlation at all. I know that like there's a lot of different theories about like what Dragon's devil fruit is and what he's gonna be, you know, what he's gonna have and so on and so forth, right?
Yes.
I keep it simple, right? I keep it very, very simple. I think Dragon has a storm fruit. Like that's it. I think nothing more, nothing less, right? Storm fruit. Or with his wind Logia, he's gonna be able to control all weather, right? So listen, I just wanted to touch on one thing, right? About Dragon. Okay. Sure. So who was that? Melon lad? You said that no one knew about Emu, right?
Majority of people did not.
Yes. Correct. Right. I'm with you right there. Right. I'm with you 100%. But whenever like Dragon being the leader of the revolutionary, I don't know about y'all, but like the way that I took that was that he had a vast sea of knowledge, especially when we found out that he was looking for Robin for a long time, right? So the guy that wants to take down the world government or the celestial dragons or is waging war against the world government, I would think that if he wants to meet Robin, he wants to exchange information about the poneglyphs. Now, I know before I jumped into the stream, y'all were talking about how people's theories, like people invest way too much into their theories. And I can say that I was probably a victim of that when it comes to Dragon. I probably had my hopes way too high. So now I'm dialing them back a little bit. I'm dialing them back just a little bit.
This is not the time to sell your stock. It's not the time to sell your stock, bro.
I think it is. I think it's time to sell my stock. To sell my stocks. I sold all my dragon stocks.
Wow.
I sold a good majority of my dragon stocks, and now they all go into Mihawk.
Nah, well, that's the
What is
other
happening
person.
to
That's the
you?
other person.
Since the last time we spoke, what is this? You're selling your
Oh,
dragon
man.
stocks for Mihawk.
Net negative, boys. Net
I
negative.
bought the
Over.
stocks from Lowe. Give them to me. Give them
I'll
to
buy
me.
some stock. Sell me some dragon
You
stock.
can sell me some dragon stock as well. I'm taking it. I'll buy low. I'm selling high. We get to Final War. You think Dragon is not going to be like top 3? Bro, Dragon's going to be in that throne room when Blackbeard's like, I came to bargain or whatever. When he shows up and does the rocks, bro. Dragon.
I would have saving both of them. To be honest,
so hot Dragon beat Mihawk, bro. What's happening?
Minimum top 5.
I didn't say Mihawk. Saving Mihawk too. To be fair.
Easy.
Yo, real quick though.
Hey,
Hold on,
look,
wait, Dragon, real quick. Hold on, wait, Dragon. You don't. No, Dragon. Matt, you don't think that Dragon's play?
Nah, call him Dragon.
Yeah, right. You don't think that Dragon's play leading the military to like literally call off the supply routes for all of the essential dragons? That's not enough. Really?
No.
Enough.
Look. Listen. King, you know I'm a bit of a meathead at my core, right?
True.
I want to see this nigga fight. I want to see him do something. Okay. So look. I'm gonna tell you the exact moment that made me kind of look east away from Dragon. Okay.
Bars, bro. He's tired. Tired.
What made me look east away from Dragon is whenever he sent his boy Sabo into the Reverie. And he did not show up at all, and he was chilling over there in Kamabaka Kingdom. I was like, "Yo, Dragon, come on, brother." And then to make matters worse, like I remember during the Reverie, somebody said something about, "Oh, look at the way that the wind is blowing." They made a comment about that, so it was like a little tease. It was like a little tease that Dragon was gonna be there. So then, when the nigga doesn't show up, and I'm sorry, do I have to keep this PG?
You're all right. You're okay. We're 4 hours in. You're fine. Yeah.
So when he doesn't show up, I'm just like, yo, what is going on? And then when Sabo finally goes over there to Dragon, right? Yes. He's like, yo, there was somebody sitting on the throne, and he starts telling him about all of this stuff, and then all Dragon can tell Sabo is, you know, the Holy Knights are about to come after your ass, right? That's all he said. And bro, to me, the vibe that I got from the Reverie and like Sabo infiltrating the Reverie, it was kind of akin to Sasuke showing up at the Kage Summit. And albeit at the end, Obito or Madara, whatever you wanted to call him at the time, he shows up and he saves his boy. Thought that something similar was going to happen with Dragon. At the very least, Dragon shows up and, you know, and declares war or does something, you know, impactful. But he didn't show up at all. So that to me, I was like, yeah. You know, whenever it happens.
I'm going to push back on something real quick. I just want to ask.
Okay.
Again, I was in the trenches with you, and I still am, even though you're selling your stocks.
Yes, sir.
You're abandoning me on the front line, so it is what it is. I'll remember this. But what I'm saying is that when Dragon told all this to him and was in the Kamabaka Kingdom and was looking over everything with the Revolutionary Army, I think it was because he trusted Sabo. Sabo is like the second in command of the army. Sabo is putting in work. Sabo we have now seen after Egghead Island and everything we're seeing in Elbath. Bro ran out of the room with 5 Gorosei and the devil on his ass and got out of there safe. And now you've got people calling him the Flame Emperor. He's not denying it. He's like, great. I'm a big W. I'm going to take this. Except, poor Cobra. Yeah, Cobra's dead, but it is what it is. He's fine. Honestly, his time was over. It's okay. So, like, that's fine. But anyway, Sabo still, like, Sabo, we were talking about theories and agendas and all this stuff earlier. I'm telling you, I'm going to the grave with this. I'm still Team Ska, bro. Sabo kills Aka Inu. I am Team Ska, bro. Sabo is going to go up to Aka Inu come that final war. Well, it's not even going to be Dragon and Aka Inu. It doesn't even matter at that point. Dragon's got bigger fish to fry. Luffy's got bigger fish to fry. They leave that to Sabo to be like, I'm avenging my brother in the way I always wish I could, but he had amnesia. He couldn't do it. Now he's finally going to do it. He's going to have that clash with Aka Inu. You're not going to... Yes, Mel, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Going on.
What does this have to do with with Dragon being a dad. And I
Well, because Dragon's like a surrogate father. He's a surrogate
that's why I
father.
prefaced this.
It's coming back. No, it's coming back.
They were
I'm telling you. Because a father, no.
You said, what has
He said it's
Dragon
all
done?
connected.
What has Dragon done? Literally, the first
He don't care about
time
his
we
child.
see Dragon, the first thing he does is help Luffy escape. So how
The first
is he
time we
bad
see
dad?
Judge, he's beating Sanji up. That's
No,
what I was
but
thinking. I
my
was like,
point-
how the fuck? How
Dragon
could-
is a surrogate father to Sabo, right? He is a surrogate father to
Dragon
Sabo.
also
Dragon
Dragon also
knows.
dropped the hardest line about parenting too. He dropped the
think
hardest
it's-
line. He said,
right?
"Children are their parents' weakness." That's a
Weaknesses.
hard
That's
ass
right.
line for one
Right?
That's
And I
true.
think it's quite
Hey,
clear
right.
the reason
I
he's away
listen,
from
listen,
Luffy
Judge gets
is
a
'cause
bad
Luffy's
rap.
his weakness. If he
I-
had
I
Luffy,
prefaced-
give up
Brago,
the
dial
fucking
it
rest
back.
for
Dial it
Luffy.
back a little, Brago. You said
Because
Judge
I
gets
prefaced-
a
Looking
bad
east like
rap.
Dragon is. Dragon's looking east constantly.
Because
I prefaced this and I said that I'm a meathead. I told you guys that. And yeah, I prefaced, I told you guys I'm a meathead. I want to see fights. I want to see these dudes throw hands, right? As far as him being a bad dad, I don't know who's the worst dad. I don't know who's the worst dad. in One
Why
Piece, right?
does Yasop keep
It's
skating
Judge.
here, bro?
Yeah. Yasop is a
Why
pretty
Yasop
Yasop is a
keeps
pretty
skating
bad
here?
dad. Yasop is probably the worst dad in One Piece.
A toddler.
But here's this.
In a
Melon,
not
Melon,
a
Melon, I
toddler
get
in
you.
a cage with a helmet.
I get you,
let
Melon,
his
I
child
get you.
beat up and experimented on them. And
I
he's
think
a
we got to look
Nazi.
at the ratio. We got to look at the ratio.
Okay, let's hear
Yeah,
it.
where
Let's
it's
hear it.
like, I got 5 kids, right? And you like 4 of them. I think he's a better dad than
Brago, we ain't finna do
Yasop.
that.
Oh my god.
Yasop got
Well,
one
to be fair,
No,
the one thing
I
we
don't get it.
we
I
don't
can't
to
know,
make them better.
experimentations could have been FDA approved.
Do we
don't
see the
know
world
how
of One Piece?
rigorous
It is
the
terrible.
His experimentation.
That won't
Yeah,
government
yeah.
approved. That
Bro,
won't government approved.
weren't they being like funded by the
There's a world
underground or
government
something?
FDA
It was
that
like
approved of
Umit, the
Judge
shipping crew
experimentations
or
back in
whatever.
the- of course.
Who's the one that was funding Judge and Caesar? Was it Umit? Am I thinking
Judge
the
was
right?
self-funded. He's a king. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
No.
That was,
When they
So
had
the
wasn't it
FDA
Dufels?
they came to his
Dufels
research
or
lab.
something?
They
Right.
reviewed all of his tech and said, "Clean,
Right.
sir, clean.
Yeah.
Keep it going." His
Well,
wife took
Saturn's dead at
poison.
this
Hey,
point. So Saturn
Standard
should
procedure.
yeah.
To be fair, Saturn isn't a scientist either, so he doesn't know what he's doing.
No, he was the head of science.
It's
or
either
whatever, but he
Kaido
didn't
or
actually know
Judge,
anything,
all
of
right?
course. Yeah.
His greatest
bad manager.
his greatest scientific experiment was putting a devil fruit in a blender and injecting it into the body. That's his greatest experiment.
He took away the autonomy from his wife. He took away the
Yeah.
autonomy from his children.
Yep.
He
I can't say
rejected
nothing
them
about
unless they were successful in the experiment, and then he wanted to lock Sanji away for the rest of his life with a cage on his head. That's the most
That's a
like
terrible
horrific,
dad.
monstrous thing I could ever imagine anyone
You
doing.
know the crazy
He's like
part?
the worst
Sanji would
person
not
to
be here
Has
without it.
anyone mentioned Kaido
Sanji
yet?
would not be. He said, "I needed
Kaido.
Kaido."
Without an
Kaido's pretty
exoskeleton,
bad.
he'd be done.
That's
Yasop
crazy.
abandoned Usopp and doesn't show any concern about wanting to see him.
Let
You
the
might have
time
Yeah,
He's
but
like-
like Sanji, I don't care if you die. Go and die.
Yeah,
I don't
like,
give a fuck.
literally, like Judge's
That's
kids, they
just
can't
one
like
of them.
disobey his
Yeah.
orders. So like he even had commands genetically planned into them, so they can't disobey his orders. So it's like, bro, like he's the worst dad or number 2, like without
He's a
question.
Nazi. He's like a
He's
straight
for
up
sure.
Nazi.
Judge is
for
like the
sure
worst.
The worst. He's
Yeah,
the worst.
I'm
for
pretty
he's
sure.
pretty strict.
Easily.
He's pretty strict.
Easily the worst, for sure.
He's pretty strict. Wait, ain't no way you just say he's pretty strict, bro. Come on, hold up now.
He's
Wait
the
a
most.
minute. Strict? Is that the word we're using here, bro?
We
yeah,
actually, we
Hillary's
just
that
got
guy?
we
Yeah,
got a
he's the
donation.
bad guy.
Wait, we got a
He's a bad
donation
dude.
related to this. We got 2 of these. One came from Mr. Rubik's 01, who said Harold is a bad dad, the same way that Homing was. So I'm gonna read the thing. It says they both clearly loved their kids and wanted a better life for them, but their ignorance led them to ruin instead. So that puts them up on the chart. So Harold and Homing, that is still crazy to me. Like I remember reading that chapter where Dofi literally beheads his father to get back in the good graces of the Celestial Dragons. That was wild.
Yeah, Homing was wild.
I mean, Dofi is a born psychopath.
Homing was
If Tekking
wild.
was here, then if Tekking was here, he'd talk. I brought him on, and Tekking took a whole like 15-minute tirade on Harold being a bad dad. I think the biggest note was the whole like,
Yes.
hey, what are those bruises on Loki?
Let's ignore that.
Wait, was he a bad dad, or was her mom, or was Loki's mom just a really, really bad mother? Like he trusted his wife to take care of Loki.
He was a bad dad. Both were bad.
Yeah, he was a bad dad.
Yeah.
Cole,
Ollie was a
if
bad
your
dad.
kid has
Ollie was a great
bruises,
dad.
you ask
Okay, wait, like,
you
I
ask
don't
the
think he was really-
caretaker,
wait.
hey,
Was
how
he
did
really-
my son get these bruises? And he just ignored it. He
Yeah,
just was like,
well-
oh yeah, I'm sure.
Look, the
Right,
question
he does
is,
say,
what is a bad dad? Is it a bad dad?
but
Is
say, 'cause
somebody with bad
because, like,
intention,
Rock's
or is a
damaged
bad
him.
dad somebody who is like who doesn't know how to? You know,
Yeah,
know
they're
how to
both
control
bad
people?
dads because of intention, but they both are ignorant. So their ignorance.
Yeah,
makes
that's
them
what I would
enough, fine.
terrible
Yeah,
fathers.
fair enough. But like, it's like
Sometimes
remember,
it's more
like
painful.
Rock's injured Loki, and then Rock stopped his journey, and he came back for Loki. He's like, "What's going on?" You know, like he came back for his kid.
Yeah.
So you know, he care.
Yeah. He's just gullible and
Dragon
kinda
just
ignorant,
watches.
you know, that's not
Dragon
all.
just he goes.
Harold was just worried about
Harold's an
other
idiot.
things. Like
He's an
Loki was
idiot.
not priority
Dumb as
for
hell.
Harold.
Harold is dumb.
I mean, he did come back.
Harold
He
is
just
dumb
didn't have
as a
kids.
For a number of reasons. Dumb as a rock.
Stupid.
Harold. Yeah,
Stupid.
so dumb. So dumb.
Speaking of, okay, actually, this is not a good transition. Never mind. I was gonna say, I was like, speaking of dumb, that's not. Well, I'm not doing this. I shouldn't judge. It's a theory. Maybe some people like. I read this and was like, I've never heard this. Okay, this one comes from, and this is no hate to you. This is Honk Shu me super chatted, and said, "Have you heard the theory that Emu was Joy Boy's parrot? Look at his shadow form. It explains why Roger laughed and why Emu talks all weird. It's because he's a parrot."
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah.
Yeah, bro. Hell
Oh,
yeah.
I thought you said parent, and I went,
No,
what?
parrot. Parrot. Parrot.
Yeah.
Okay, a bird.
Polly wanna crack
Hell yeah.
But
Take that shit to the
wait,
bank.
like
Bird
father
peace.
figure.
No, like,
Like a bird.
Parrot,
Oh,
like a
pirate's
bird.
parrot.
Like
Like
he
his
was a
daddy.
pirate's parrot.
Oh.
That Emu was Joy Boy's parrot as a child.
Yeah. Yeah, let's take that to the bank, bro.
That's even worse.
He was a
Emu
very
hatched from the egg on Roger's
On
ship.
Roger's ship, that's what. And then went back in
Bird.
time to be on Joy Boy's shoulder, and then came
Yep,
back to modern
Emu
day.
hatched from the egg.
I know you said that.
Wait, so like the parrot on Jafar's shoulder in
on.
Aladdin? Oh, come on.
Yeah, I know you said you
Y'all
wouldn't
know,
judge
bro.
Roger, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna judge you.
man.
Hey, you guys. Can I ask a question? Because I want to see if everybody is on the same page as me,
Let's hear
right?
it. Let's go. Let's
So
go.
whenever we see the Void Century flashback, okay, we'll see it eventually, right? Who is the character that y'all want to see the most? Par Vision, don't say anything.
Void Century flashback.
Par Vision.
He said, "Don't say anything."
Because me and Par Vision have already talked about
Okay,
this.
I
So
want Lily.
I
I'm team
know,
Lily.
I know,
I think
I know.
Lily.
I wanna see
I'm
Lily
dying
really
to see
bad.
Lily. Yeah.
Yeah.
okay, so y'all want to see Lily,
Yes.
okay?
Mhm.
So
Toki.
but
just
damn
said
it,
Toki.
Yago,
I said
you
Toki. I was gonna
motherfucker.
say Toki. I was gonna say.
I said Turkey.
Zoro said Toki.
Oh, that's what you was talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
I hope that we see Toki and we find out why the hell she time jumped. Because she was from the Void Century, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
That's
this is
not
she's running
bad
from
at all.
something.
It's not balanced.
And then we don't know anyone that has her fruit in the current timeline. So surely she's gonna pop back up sometime in the Void Century because like who sent her? Was it Joy Boy that sent her into the future?
Didn't she send herself? Wasn't
That
it?
was implied
pretty
that
weird. That was pretty
it's
weird.
implied that she was running away from her duty in some
Right,
way. That's
right.
what I took from it.
That's how I.
She was
get it.
supposed to do
I wanna see
something
Romeo.
and she ran
Vince
away
Smoke
from
Romeo.
it.
That's my guy.
Vince
Oh,
Smoke Romeo.
Vince Smoke Romeo. That's my
Of
boy.
course.
I need to see Romeo.
Smoke
Yeah.
Romeo.
Belly
Oh, yeah.
knows. Absolute.
That is crazy.
Absolute.
I actually think though another one that this is an obvious one, but I think Davy Jones is like I'm dying to know how they're gonna make Davy Jones look. If he is going to look like Rocks, if you are going to have some type of like connection with that, the setting up of the Davy back fights, like I think could be really cool. Like we were talking with Jeff earlier about Davy back. I think like seeing the first Davy back and having it be like a brutal, bloody, to the death type thing would be incredible. You know.
I'd love to see Joy Boy's crew as well, just his crew in its entirety, because I love the crews in One Piece.
Yeah,
I love
same here.
meeting them.
It's a man with
so
a green
fun.
hair and another one with blonde hair and a girl with red hair.
I saw actually a donation earlier that was related to Joy Boy's crew and the Gorosei. So this might actually be a good time to bring it up. I'm sorry I don't see your name on here, but someone submitted a super chat earlier. I'll scroll up and find it, where they asked about the Gorosei being a member of like all of them essentially being on Joy Boy's crew in the past and like abandoning him to side with Emu and set up everything we got in the story at this point. I don't hate that, but floors to everybody
Not
else.
all of them.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
They're the original
Maybe a
20
couple.
kingdoms. They're all the families of the 20 kingdoms.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Zunisha being the traitor, I think, was enough because Zunisha was a traitor, wasn't he? And my assumption is he betrayed Joy Boy. Well, if Zunisha's saying sorry, Joy Boy, then I think we can assume that's true.
Or I assume that it was like
Oh,
sorry that they were
Zunisha being the traitor? I haven't heard that before.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, that's possible.
And that's interesting. That's interesting.
Well,
Yeah,
my
and
other
as well.
theory is the man with the burn scar is one of Joy Boy's crews because now they're scattered everywhere right now. We met Zunisha, we met Emmet, so I'm thinking that the man with the burn scar is keeping Joy Boy's legacy to like survive. But you know, I think Joy Boy's crew is going to be incredibly relevant coming like from now on.
Tying into the Void Century, I mean, that is a possibility. We don't know. Toki obviously sent all the samurai to the future when she was there, but like Toki could have sent one of Joy Boy's crew to this exact moment. Who knows? You know,
Or he has another way to stay immortal.
Yeah,
Well,
or another way to stay
well,
immortal.
well, Roger
What if
would
it's
had to
the
meet with the man with the burnt
immortality
scar.
operation?
Immortality. I was thinking that too.
Yeah.
Immortality is
haven't gotten
not out of it.
What were you saying,
Well,
Kat?
so the
I'm gonna be heading off right now.
You got it,
Thank
Parv.
you guys for the conversations. Thank you for the reverie. Thank you, chat.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Give me
everybody.
a bit too soon, of course.
Yeah, make
Yeah.
sure to
Unfortunately,
I'm
check out
going.
some
I know.
feed
I'm
piece.
ending in 15 minutes, so you're good. Yeah, you're all good.
Oh, okay,
I'm
okay.
literally. Like I said, I'm keeping this like the classic reveries. I'm not going past 5 hours. That's like
Okay, good.
crazy.
Good man.
No,
Good
we're
man.
good. We're
Later,
good.
guys. Thank
That's
you.
why you got
man.
it. That's why I'm going through some of these super chats real quick because I have one last discussion topic I definitely want to bring up. But then, other than that, I think we're good.
I know Kev was saying something, Roger.
Yeah,
Should
Kev,
we do the
I want to hear what
announcement
you
to
were
end,
saying.
Roger?
Yeah, we can
I
do
was-
your
I was
announcement as
saying-
well. We should do that. Yeah.
Okay.
I was saying that the immortality operation is like that's been something I've really been thinking about a lot throughout the end game of the story because that's been set up for what 500 chapters almost at this point. That there's this thing that we need to do with Law and Doflamingo, all this. Emu definitely has it, but there could easily be more people. So I like that idea that Mel said with the Joy Boys crewmates being around. I kind of like that.
Absolutely.
Just the lingering of the first pirate that ever existed, apparently.
The Birdman. The Birdman's interesting because Shiryu heavily suggests it's a world government member. So the burnt man, the man burnt by flame.
I heard Birdman. I'm like, big news, Morgan.
I was like, who's
Morgan?
the Birdman?
Yeah, Blackbeard say that.
So, yeah, Shiryu mentions that he thinks it's a world government person.
I still think it's I want to see what Big News
Yeah, on
Morgan's
the black
looks like
ship, yeah.
outside of the albatross
Yeah.
fruit. I think it would be awesome. I want to see that
So,
so
like,
badly.
Yeah.
All right, let me speed run some of these then. Let me get through some of these, and then if there's any of these that you guys want to touch on, we can do it. We got one from Paladin Berserker saying Agenda Piece had Womb Piece. Why not Reverie 14 with Feet Piece? This is just part of a norm now. Happy Reverie, everyone. This has been a lot of fun.
Goon piece.
Lamont Dozier 436 said Luffy needs to know about his fruit at some point. Imu was like, what the hell is Gomu Gomu? We got Ghastly Dread 5819 saying, how do you feel about the possibility of Sanji not only unlocking Conquerors but learning to wield it in such a short amount of time? I think I can assume that we're all pretty positive about
It's
it.
fine.
It's fine.
In a short time, I'm not sure.
Listen.
Can I? Oh,
well,
go
1
ahead.
second, Matt. I'd say, well, for him, he's unlocking Conqueror's Hockey, not only Conqueror's Hockey, but Advanced Conqueror's Hockey, and wielding it while he's fighting.
Well,
killing
we
him.
don't know that. We don't know that.
Can I just
let me explain? Let me explain one thing.
Let's hear it,
There's one
Zoro.
thing,
Let's
Matt,
hear
I'll
it,
let you
Zoro.
go. Sanji can actually unlock Conqueror's Hockey, right? Similar to how Kaido was cut by Zoro, and not actually master it or utilize it like Zoro did later against King. All right, he just needs to get one good hit in with his Conquerors or a couple good hits in. Killingham's not a world beater. All right, he can get knocked out with a couple hits. That's all he needs to do. So I don't know if he's gonna mass.
Still, it's not just regular Conquerors.
Yes,
Okay.
Did Zoro
Okay, look.
unlock Advance against Kaido?
Yes.
Look, I just want to throw this out there, right?
Let's hear it.
We've seen plenty of characters all throughout One Piece subconsciously use Conqueror's Hockey. If Sanji is able to, hone his Conquerors in this arc, that's not a problem because that would be that would fall in line with the others subconsciously using it, and like it's not a issue. The only people that hate it are Zoro fanboys, excluding Zoro.
Excluding Zoro.
Hey,
Excluding Zoro fanboy, right?
I am a Sanji fan for the record, and I predicted that he was going to get his Conqueror's Haki eventually.
The real Sanji fans.
So, like,
yeah, of course.
I'm not.
I mean,
I'm not
why
all in
would
on Genovese? Okay.
why would only Zoro? Why would only Zoro and Luffy get Conquerors? That never made any sense.
Yeah,
absolutely.
No, of course Sanji was getting. Also, shout out to Naman. Naman in the chat just gifting 20 memberships. Wow, thank you very much. Holy mackerel.
My goodness.
Thank you very much, Naman. Greatly appreciate
Shout out
it.
to Naman.
Thank you, Naman. We got one from Benjen Reeds, who said, does the Zaza mythical zone actually exist then? And if so, is it more likely it goes to Vivi or Dragon? I think we kind of had
I see Vivi being possible.
It exists.
Vivi
It exists for sure.
Vivi? I like
Dragon's
Vivi.
kind of a win, kind of like a weird one, because I understand like the whole Rain bit where obviously he maybe played a part in Save Luffy in Locktown, but has there been more signs of him being in Winlogia than the Rain God?
Yeah, I was saying
I think it's more of like
Winlogia or Storm, or like just being able to control, or being able to control the weather.
The one bit that's interesting is that Zaza is like the most feared thing in the world government, right? So for Dragon, the most wanted criminal, to have it makes the most sense to me, at least.
But Vivi could also have it because Imu clearly has something with Lily, and I don't think
it's got to do with Lily.
I think he's scared of her. I think Vivi's scaring the shit out of Imu because it's like, oh my god, it looks exactly like Lily, speaks like Lily, and now she's run off to squawk with Luffy.
And the Celestial Dragons did say it's the scariest thing to them, so that would make sense.
It's possible with Vivi, depending on how Oda wants to use Vivi as like a liberator, or
Yep, and Rain was very important to Alabaster as well.
I like that a lot too.
That's
That's
true.
kind of cooking there. Emus are scared of her.
I will just say, every time Dragon uses power, it's been raining at the same time. I want to put that out there.
Too.
I like that.
Fair enough. Okay, fair.
Did anyone bring up the Chopper Horse God thing at all through this entire thing? Did people buy that?
Very briefly, we brought up Chopper when we were talking to Jeff, but no, obviously we were like not talking spoilers, so we didn't talk about it. But yeah, the Forest God thing with like slapping away the Domi Reverses and all that. What is going on there? What do you guys think is happening with Chopper? Braga was falling asleep. I said Chopper, and immediately I saw him go like this.
No, I just didn't know what was happening with the Chopper and the Dome Reversi. Yeah, I don't hate Chopper like Cole and Jay. No,
it's a human fruit, right?
Well,
it's a human fruit. So the fact that it's a human, good.
Sorry, I have the mushiest belief ever that Chopper can slap the demon out of people because he's like pure of heart human. Like he's the most human with the human fruit, and he can choose to die. He's just pure.
I like that.
He can slap the devil out of you.
That's mushy. Yeah, like his power.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Like his power is like an old school counter to Emu. If Emu thinks that devils are the best form of human, and Chopper's like, nah, humans are humans. No
and
matter
Chopper's the guy, right? He's just a human.
Chopper's the guy. He's the guy.
Of course. We got, hold on. I just lost the train of thought. Thank you again for all these super chats, everybody. This one comes from Gabe Ortiz, who said, throughout the years, the SBS has had some silly and surprising questions. If you ever had the chance, would you submit a question to Oda that you would want answered? And if so, what? I brought this up earlier. I would just ask him to draw Big News Morgan's not an albatross for him. I feel like that's a perfect SBS. Like, that never needs to come up in the story.
Yeah. You'll have to ask a real question that has a chance of getting answered.
He's just gonna do a dick joke, like that's it. It doesn't matter. He's just gonna do
That'll
a dick
get
joke.
you in the manga for sure if that's what you asked.
Exactly. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm sure how many Dick Zoro has when he uses a Sora form. Has he answered that?
Ooh, that's a good one. That's a good one.
That would be a good one. That would be a good one.
That would definitely.
All you gotta do is like find Sanadachi and then talk to Sanadachi and then have him talk to Oda on your behalf, and you
ask something obvious like, are Shanks and Shamrock twins? And then he goes, yes.
Yeah.
Of course. There's way more detail than like we learned the mom's whole backstory just from that question alone.
Dude, he's gonna be so happy. He'll be like, finally someone gets it. Yes. This is exactly how many dicks that Zoro has when he uses this. Thank you. Thank you for asking. God, nobody ever asks.
Oh, he says he obviously have 3. Why are you asking me this question?
Yeah, exactly. That's
like
exactly.
Yeah. We got Shake Fruit host said, respectfully disagree with that conversation about the Straw Hats because with or without Gear 5, I do think they believe in Luffy and believe in each other. Usopp clearly has potential and doesn't need to one-shot Emu to be useful. So that was obviously in relation to the conversation earlier.
That's what I'm saying.
Another one comes from Jolly Man Big Boy, who says, Harold is my GOAT. Shows that Oda had the maturity to illustrate a complex character and left it up to the audience to figure out how they felt about him. There has been a lot of Harold talk on this Reverie. I was very
That's
surprised.
why he's such a good character. He's such
I love
a good
Harold.
introduction.
Yeah.
I love talking about him.
Absolutely.
That was a great character.
Yeah. We got Monopoly Money. Monopoly Money came in. Oh, go ahead.
Real quick. Wait. Just, would you say that Harad's better character in Flashback than Rox's, or no?
No, I think Rox is still at the end of the day.
I think it's close, but I think Rox is so superior.
Yeah.
I may lean towards Harald if I'm being like.
Yeah, for me, Harold's frustrating.
I would say
it's Harold as well.
Harold, I think is better written. I think in terms of likability as a person, I think Rox is cooler. Yeah.
I think it was Harold. It was Harold until Rox came back for his family.
Yeah.
That switch when he came back for his family to show what was priority for him. It was like.
I will say, I agree that Harold is well written. I agree Harold's well written, but he's like the guy in the horror movie where he's doing the stupid thing and you're yelling at him, why are you doing the stupid thing?
Right.
And he still does the stupid thing.
But it's like
it frustrates me. It frustrates me
because he was think about he did make Elbaf.
But he's trying to do so much at once, though.
Like he built so much prosperity for Elbaf, so that did happen. You know,
he brought a lot of positive things for the Giants,
when he's like banging on the glass, going "Stop!" That's what we're doing with like.
But the thing is, we have way more perspective.
Interstellar,
so it's like
banging on the thing.
Yeah, we're not living in it. Yeah.
If you're working, if you're going to work for a company,
he just ignored it. So
if you're going to work for a company. You want to learn about the company before you go working for them. Ask some questions. That's all I'm saying. I'm not gonna get into it.
Zoro, he did. He was in Meridor where there was slaves everywhere. I think he understood what he was doing.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. So I don't feel bad for him. What happened to him?
I don't know, man.
We got Zephy Lagarda, who super chatted and said, whether or not you guys believe it, I don't think Oda is real. I think that's why they keep blocking his face. There's a real Oda before, but now the Oda that's writing the story is not the same Oda. That is a full-on conspiracy theory. There you go. All right. He just
is Joy Boy writing this story?
I think
maybe.
No,
I think Oda is
going to be a plan.
No, Oda is a group. It's a group.
Zakari Orzak had nothing to say, but just sent $20. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Sylvan Omar said, how would Kaido and Big Mom fare a tag team versus Emu? Would they win?
No.
Yes.
Really?
Oh, really?
Wow.
I mean, I saw
wait. Tag team.
They all hit him and couldn't do anything.
Here's what they're doing. I think they last until the time limit runs out.
You mean for Emu, like when Emu finally gets too tired and goes back? I can see that. Yeah.
Kaido and Big Mom?
Kaido, Big Mom, that's a rough
Domi
one.
Reversi.
Probably.
Yeah. I mean, he probably could Domi Reversi both, if I'm being honest. I feel like there's other weird.
If Domi Reversi doesn't work on him.
Yeah. Like if it does work, it's one thing, but that's if it does work. Like I mean, there's a chance where it doesn't work.
It worked on Rock.
We don't even know about.
You know?
Seems to have Big
in
Mom
shadow
power,
form,
but,
and we don't know the reasons why.
Really
Rock was already ruined by that time because he already fought like an entire war.
And Emu's got more. Emu's barely sweating right now. Let's just keep that in mind too.
You think it's a strength thing? Like Rock's is weakened?
Loki made him bleed, so it's like.
Okay, then that means like Emu should Domi versus Luffy right here then.
Yeah, but he made him bleed though. Like he still made him bleed.
Come on, he's
also like
he's not invincible. He's still not invincible.
Emu is doing all of this like currently his health is down though. That's the scary thing. We have no idea what he looks like when he's like full on.
When he's married to
I mean,
more comfortable when he's at home. This is a home court for Emu. This is an away game.
Yeah, an away game, right? Exactly. We got a super chat again from Nick, by the way, Cole, and says, Cole, next time we're gonna shoot a bigger chopper doll, I'm gonna bring a pistol or a Gon AR-15.
Jesus.
And guess who's coming with? And guess who's coming with?
I'm not shooting choppers.
No, stop
I'm not doing it.
Oh
I'm a good little boy. I'm not doing it.
He does so much.
I'm not doing it. I wouldn't duck you if we're going to dinner, but I'm not going to the gun range. We got Jubilant
of course.
saying, now that Jeff is gone, I still need everyone's. We read this one already. Time Lord said W Reverie and W everyone. Love to see you guys. Are there any fruits you expected or wanted to see by now that you haven't? Surprised there hasn't been a sound or acid Logia yet. Wasn't there a sound one of the Logias?
I know, like years ago, a lot of people used to talk about plasma.
Ooh, I actually remember.
Oh yeah, but Eno's already kind of like that. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
We haven't seen the resin fruit. Resin Luffy was like the big thing for Gear 5.
That was like mini
shout out to the Resin
Boys.
Yeah.
Shout out to the
peace.
Red Detroit. Yeah. That's funny. Bryant Brawler also said, I can't believe you guys are selling your dragon stock in this company. Shake my head, man. I think he's going to be brave.
No way.
Apple Killer super chat
So
said,
fun.
what are your theories on Big Mom and Kaido's future roles in the story? Do you think they will have one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
I think it's more for Big Mom than Kaido.
More Big Mom, 100%.
I 100% agree.
be.
Cole, didn't you bring that up earlier about like you were shocked that Big Mom
Yeah,
stuff
because
didn't come up
I
here?
thought for sure that Oda's gonna do in this arc. That was my thing. But I think that Oda changed his mind. He restructured it, and then he said, "Okay, let me do more of the Holy Night stuff in Elbaf." But I think that Big Mom was originally going to be something that was going to be a major on Elbaf. Like in her flashback, they feel like she's
it can
actually
still
Baba
happen.
Yaga. It's
Not
crazy.
too late.
It can still happen, but when the Straw Hats, after the Straw Hats leave. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like it's resolved then, because having Big Mom here while the Straw Hats are here, that's too much. I haven't heard it.
What is
they serve their purpose. They serve their purpose. What purpose
But
do they
my
have?
crack theory is that Big Mom gets the favor back in the lava from Kaido. She takes it back.
Yeah.
And that's how
I
she
think
gets
she's
out.
at the core of the earth, putting her soul into that shit. I think she's going to appear as just a demon spawn with what she can do.
I still kind of think we
She's
might get, you know,
terrifying.
remember when she had that like super skinny form when she was all malnourished?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I feel like that might come climbing out of it with like a lava homie or something.
Yep, and I don't
So
believe
good.
she's gone because
I
she
have a
was
horror
cursing Law and Kid as she was
I don't
going.
think
She's like,
she's
I
done.
fucking
No,
remember
she
that.
was.
And I'm like, I don't
remember
believe she's gone.
I spoke to Hidden, and we came up with a theory about Big Mom coming back as like a small old lady. You know, in One Piece, like after they get older, they get like really short.
Oh, she Kid Boo's? That's crazy. I like
She's
this.
coming back like really small.
Majin Mom. There you go. Majin Mom.
Yes, Majin.
Majin Mom.
Majin Mom is kind of fire, actually. On the topic of older characters, Green Owl also super chatted and said, speaking of East Blue, where are Kuro and Arlong? Will we see them again before the end of the series?
Pirate Island.
Arlong.
Good one.
Arlong.
Good one.
All right. Arlong is in Marie Joie. He is a slave. He has to be there. There's no way he's anywhere else. We haven't seen him for 1,000
We said this.
We saw Krieg and Jin.
I'm old enough to remember in Fish Island,
just like
people were saying the same
like
thing.
Sai with Anja Sus. Arlong's in Marie Joie. He has to be there. That way, we get Koala interacting with him and Nami.
If we get Nami, if we get Nami freeing Arlong from his bondage in Marie Joie, that's actually peak. That would actually be such a good moment of being like, that would be wild. Being like, you tortured me for all these years, put me through so much, but even then, we're on the same side here. World government's got to go. Breaks.
Kuro achieved his dream.
It's a bit similar to
Kuro's working as a
bringing
butler
his
somewhere.
family in Whole Cake Island.
Yeah, a little bit. It is kind of similar.
Watch him work out in the Holy Land.
That's what I'm saying. Kuro is in the Holy Land working as a butler.
Yeah, he's there anyway.
We also got a super chat. We got a super chat from Archer T65 saying, should Brooks Bounty get an inflation boost, sort of like Dory and Broggies, based on the Asperia flashback? Maybe.
Why not?
Yeah,
Isn't inflation just
now, so yeah.
It's not more dangerous after the flashback.
I don't think he's more dangerous now than.
It seems like Emu knew Brooke. Like
It
Emu
depends. It's
literally
like
had, a man with an afro. It's like that's
It's who he knows. That's the thing.
It would make sense if
aware
Emu
that
was
Brooke
like the
knows and
guy.
shit, yeah.
He'd go to brand new, like, hey, by the way, it's this guy with an afro. We might have to bump that up. So I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't know.
I mean, only if like he takes away Gunko from the Holy Knights or something like that.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah,
That's about it. Like his actions rather than his strength. Yeah, that's about it.
Green Tornado super chatted and said, "Happy Reverie. Bonnie will join the crew. Mark my words." Crazy.
I think she's already riding with that.
That's a theory. That's a theory.
Yamato.
Yeah, well, I still want Yamato.
I'm about to say, yeah,
but that's
Vivi
a whole
Kuru
nother-
Yamato, so I don't know.
We got Bryant Brawler donating, just saying, hype, let's go, love this reverie. And then I have to agree with what you guys said. This is like an old super chat. I see this on here. Have to agree with what you guys were saying about the dub. I love the dub of One Piece far more than the sub, and I've been watching One Piece since 2004. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Love the dub more. Wow.
Wait, hold on. You're the dub. Wait, hold on. Wait, so you actually wait. So does he like Kaido dub? There's no way. Like, say, there's no way.
Well, I don't even know what Kaido sounds like dubbed. If I'm to be honest, I haven't even heard.
Search it up. Search it up. Look it up.
Search it up. It's.
I'm gonna get copyright
It's
claimed
good.
out the wazoo if I search it up. I'll look that up later. But
Yeah.
I'll
But I
tell you
feel like
later.
Luffy's just unbeatable in the original, is he
Yeah,
not?
Luffy's.
But, maybe
Well,
that's just
I agree.
me.
Yeah, you
And
always have
actually,
Luffy.
Mel, I'm so glad you said that because that brings us to our final topic of today's
Oh.
reverie, which is the One Piece. And discussing the fact that Tanaka-san is coming back as Luffy. Obviously, we've seen the trailer for the One Piece has come out now, right? There's been a lot of discussion about whether or not this is even needed. And obviously, this could transition into what you want to announce at the end of the show, Eric, right? Is that like, what is the vibe right now with the One Piece? Are you super excited to see East Blue again? Is this what you were expecting when this got announced? A lot of us believe this would be like a One Piece Kai type best way to experience the series condensed. What's the general vibe for this right now? How are we feeling?
I think very needed, very, very needed. I think One
I'm
Piece has been
excited.
begging for a retelling for such a long time because like now we're reaching near the end, and I was saying it makes sense they're making the live action, and now they're advertising this on top of it because we're reaching near the end. We're like in the final act of One Piece at this point, right?
Yeah.
So they're trying to get as many people in it as possible, and people don't want to watch old animation because they just. You know, they just don't like it visually. If they don't like it visually, they're not going to get in on it. I personally love the old animation.
Young Dev is an anomaly. He's an anomaly.
The One Piece is not for us. The One Piece is not for us. It's for the new people.
The new people.
But I will be watching.
Who are like, oh, it's too long.
I remember too.
It's too long. I don't want to get into it because the old animation style, the sound effects, all that stuff. This is for the new group of people that were introduced via the live action. It's gonna be amazing.
Everything around this remake everything around the remake is great. Only thing is they're bringing back Tanaka. Why?
Yeah, I think that's where I am too. I
don't know how that's gonna age.
Yeah,
100%.
Because I did a video talking about this.
Because if they have to switch her up at some point,
that would be horrible.
But my thing,
and Tanaka,
but my thing is like if they're bringing back
the
Tanaka, that means they're bringing back everybody else, right?
100%. Right, exactly.
Maybe.
You know what I'm saying?
That's risky though.
They're bringing back
It
everybody.
is risky. Look what happened with Frankie already. Frankie already left in the main anime. She's gonna be.
What happened to him was crazy.
Yeah, I did a video talking about this and how old she will be when we get to Marineford at this current pacing. When we get to Marineford in the One Piece, she will be 85 years old. And that is assuming best case scenario that we get a season every single year. She would be 85 by the time we get to Marineford.
If we're gonna do a remake it.
Yeah, you're not gonna get a season every year. There's no chance.
I don't think so.
I just think it's a total respect thing.
It's
over
wit,
the fact
so I
that
doubt
that's
that
her
too,
character. So they don't want to have to get rid of her unless they like really have to. Because from what I know, in Japan, it's a very big deal in regards to who gets to voice what character. I think it's just a big respect thing. And
I'm not sure if this is true.
Too crazy to switch her up if she doesn't want to do it anymore, or if they say you can't do it anymore.
That was the thing
with Chopper. When Chopper was away, Chopper's voice actor was away during Water 7. They had Chopper voiced by someone else in that time because they just couldn't get the original voice actor. I don't think it's too crazy.
It kind of reminds me.
I feel like he's the main character, you know. So like it's gonna be. It's gonna
like
be
when we think of Luffy, we have a voice that we associate.
Of course.
With it. So I think these newer people getting into the story.
Like Naruto or
if Tanaka
like,
starts it and then she switches post time skip, that's a big thing to do. So
I mean, it would be huge, especially for people who are like starting it with the One Piece, and that's the voice they're going to have in their head. And Tanaka has said,
and they're going to get back to original Luffy after because, like they're only doing an adaptation until just pre-time skip. So
and that's
gonna be weird.
I think that's the other thing, right? Is like them announcing that Tanaka's going to do it. I think, and Tanaka previously saying, I don't want to do it. Like, I'm excited to see who they're going to voice.
It feels like they're forcing her to do it.
It feels like it's forcing it, or two.
But she did say that actually it revitalized her. Like, she felt more motivated after she started doing some lines where she felt like better about doing it.
Yeah, after they talked to her behind the scenes.
So she was like, oh, you want me? Like,
but I almost wonder if that goes to what you were just saying, right? Of like, knowing that she is coming back, if that they've changed their plans and they're like, let's just get through what the old pre-widescreen stuff of One Piece was, like everything pre-Water.
So that means
7.
it's just like, so where we getting
up
to?
through Skypiea, which not even that would be Skypiea, because if that's the case,
Skypiea.
that would then be, if we're taking the live action into consideration, because that's certainly getting renewed after season 3, right? That would then mean that in a course of a decade, we have 4 different adaptations of East Blue and Skypiea and Alabasta, which is like great because you think of the live action, the episode of the main anime, and the One Piece.
The specials, yes.
That's a lot, man.
Specials too.
The special.
And there's a movie coming.
And the movie
it feels like a movie time Feels like movie time.
If they really wanted to, they could just have her read the whole script for a year and then have it in the background forever.
Just like have her read the entire script for the show. I mean, that would be crazy though if they then swap.
Yeah,
because they're gonna have to make edits.
Because the question is because they started this mainly on Netflix because of the popularity of the live action. Because when we were going over the numbers, like the numbers were just so popular, and so people want to get to the story from the live action, but the anime was just too old. But as long as they see the value in it, I think they're gonna keep on doing it. They actually may even go beyond the time skip and even redo the other arcs too, if they really go that far. That's very possible. If it's there, they will do it. They won't even care.
Yeah,
of course.
It depends on the
an
numbers.
abbreviated
If the
form.
numbers
I
do
mean, it's a
well.
lot of arcs post time skip that we'd like.
It depends. It
abbreviated.
depends on the structure of the deal. Because like, if it's a one-time thing and then they have to re-up it, they'll have to restart production again. It'll take forever.
I mean, I see somebody in the chat bringing up a good point too, of being like, do we have to be worried about Inaki being 50 when he's playing Luffy and Elbaf? They're not getting to Elbaf. I think
They're
that's
not
the thing,
getting
is,
to
like,
Elbaf.
They're not. I really
getting to
truly
Elbaf.
think
That's
like
not happening.
best case scenario with the
Alabasta
live
is it, I
action.
think.
No, you're doing Skypiea for sure.
Seriously?
Yes.
No, I think Alabasta.
They're for sure doing
I think
Skypiea.
I think once the Wit remake comes out, the live action the place will be a bit like, where will it be?
You
anymore?
really
Do you know
don't.
what I mean?
I think Skypiea is a good
I think
place to
Skypiea
stop
would
if
be
they're going
fun
to do
in
it.
the live action.
Because knowing
Roger.
more about the Sun God stuff, right, with like Nika and how they could tie that in, and how they've implemented like new stuff in the live action, I could easily see them implementing like Nika lore into Sun God stuff in Skypiea, and like retconning the shadow
But
at the
hang
end
on.
where Luffy jumps after Eneru to literally be the Nika pose. Like
Why
they
do
could
they have
easily
to do that in Skypiea? Why can't they just do that in Alabasta? It just depends how good the numbers
Roger.
are.
I mean, that's true.
Roger. I
Alabasta,
think it's a 0% chance they stop before we get to Water 7, dude. 0%
I want them to
Water.
get to Water 7 so badly.
It's gonna be. It's all gonna be based on the numbers.
I
How
think so.
well
Oh,
is
yeah.
it doing?
Assuming it continues at this
If
pace
it's still
and the
doing good, it's
quality.
gonna keep going.
Okay.
I don't really mind. I don't really mind
Best
the
case
live
scenario
actions.
is Marineford.
Yeah,
That's
I think
Marineford.
that's
I think
absolute
that's the
best
perfect
case scenario. Yes.
Yeah, Marineford is best
Yeah.
case.
Because then they can easily be
Yeah,
like,
'cause
by
I
the
feel
way, you want the
too,
rest of the
because, like,
series?
what
Check
they
out
probably
post time
do-
skip. Yeah.
What they probably do is
But
they
if they
probably
get to
combine arcs
Marineford-
together, like because like they did that. Like for example, it's like they in the first
Yeah,
season
abbreviate a lot
they
of
took
stuff.
the stuff with Don Krieg and they removed that entirely, and then they made all
they cut some
along kind
stuff.
of like the crocodile these blue.
Right.
So you could have things that are similar, where like maybe you can incorporate, let's say Rob
can cut some
Lucci
things.
into other arcs. As let's say someone that's trying
You
to
can
like watch the Straw Hats, and then
That's
you
a
can
good
have him play a role throughout the entirety of the arc.
can
and then
get-
have
How
him be,
we've
like, the
gotten
final villain.
Barto early.
Sure.
Yeah,
exactly. Same thing.
I'll say you get to Marineford in 10 seasons, and I think 10 seasons is reasonable if they really are.
I think they
doing
get to
well.
Marineford in 6 realistically if they're because they could do Alabasta 3rd season, Skypiea 4th season, 5th season, Water 7, Ennie's Lobby, and literally have
probably doing
Bark
Foxy, though.
Marineford. I think
probably
they
doing
skip
Foxy,
Foxy.
though.
I think they skip Foxy, and then I think they do
Yeah.
Thriller Bark and Marineford
One
the same
episode.
final season.
I
One
think they
big-
bring Foxy in
Yeah.
like another arc per se.
Yeah,
just to have
that's exactly
Foxy.
what I think too.
Yeah,
They would have
okay,
Foxy
okay,
implemented in like the beginning of Water
Yeah.
7 or something. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like maybe Kuzan freezes Foxy, and that's the one Foxy cameo we have.
That'd be
we know
crazy.
Kuzan
That's
I
a good one.
love that.
Yeah,
I love
that'd
that.
be fine.
Yeah.
I love
One
that.
episode of
Yeah.
Foxy.
Or like exactly like a one episode, one off thing pre
Well, yeah,
Water
you-
7. Yeah.
I can do
You
that.
need,
Foxy.
you need that Kuzan moment.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
I
for
I think
sure.
you do too.
Yeah, you
You
gotta
gotta
have that
Introduction.
moment. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right
they-
before Ennis Lobby.
They have
Yeah.
said too. They have said too that McKenna mentioned that Oda has a point in mind where they want to get to. Like they've reiterated, Oda does have an arc in mind, and that arc is not Alabasta. So like there is something beyond that they're going to get to one way or the other because it is making them money. I think the question is like how much they're going to adapt with the CGI budget that they used for the previous season, right? Because like there was a lot of stuff in that. You had the giants, you had the dinosaurs, you had like Chopper, all of that. Next season's going to have Karoo. Like there's a lot of stuff. Laboon, right? They had Laboon in there too.
Yep.
So, and Skypiea, I think you could do, other than the snake, you don't have that much that's like CG that you would need for Skypiea. Like the look of the
Just
monks
once you get to
and, like,
NL.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
It's the whole
Start-
sky
NL.
area.
yeah, but it's not like
need
you
a lot
can
of
sheet
CG.
that with the set. I feel like
Yeah.
of making it like Cloud
NL and
Islands
his winged
like, green
boys, the
screen.
crazy like Dongo
Yeah.
dragons.
It's all one
you
location.
have the
It's all
golden
one
It's
location.
one
city,
location
actual,
though.
we
It's
got
not
actual
like
golden
you're not
islands.
jumping
Yeah, I
from
feel like with
four
Skypiea, it
different
won't be that
islands.
crazy.
I don't think it's that
One
crazy at
location.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not for Skypiea.
You have the centerpiece of like the Golden Temple, and yeah, I don't think it's that wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think this is a good place to leave it off then. Once
Yeah,
again,
because I do need to leave.
I got to leave too. So I'm like, this is good. We
Yeah.
had a solid 5-hour long reverie. This has been fantastic. But before we leave, Eric, what was the announcement that you wanted to make? Bronco, apparently you're in on this too. So let's
Big
hear it.
news.
Big
So
news.
just a little background on me. I'm an animator. I've been doing it for 7 years. I've done One Piece. I've done Dardadan. I did the most recent Avatar Airbender film that leaked. And is coming out soon.
Okay, I did not know you worked on that. That's awesome. Wow, congrats.
So yeah, I've done all those things. Yeah, and we're making our own anime. So
let's go. You have a link to where people can check it out.
Yes, sir.
Brago, King, who am I forgetting? Brago, King, Jay, they're involved.
Yeah.
There'll be characters. Yeah, it's a fun action thriller, very dramatic. It's a high quality as well, and I've been making it for a year, so I hope everyone checks it out.
Right on.
It's called Stellar
definitely.
Haze White Tiger. So if you look that up on YouTube, it'll come up.
Stellar Haze White Tiger. That is awesome.
If you look it up on YouTube, I hope everyone subscribes and watches the trailer. There's content out already. So yeah, we're gonna do a Kickstarter in November and get some money and hopefully finish the color of the short film.
Right on. Let's go.
I'm almost done. I've almost finished it. So
congratulations. That is going to be awesome.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
Let's fucking cook.
Yes, congrats.
We also
Yes,
just
sir.
got a $50 super chat right in the middle of that from Shy Jai Mac, who just said, this snuck up on me. I can't believe I missed this. Exactly what I needed to watch while grinding at work today. Curious to see what I missed, but I wanted to say thank you to everyone for showing up and keeping the tradition going. Of course. I know, like I said, I wanted to bring things back to basics. I think things got a little too crazy with some of the other ones, lots of different segments. I feel like having people just come in, come out, having a lot more chill, just like not really planning everything out with different topics. I mean, look at all the stuff we touched on. When we started this, I didn't think we were going to be talking about feet piece. And yet here we are. Harold, we had a whole Harold discussion.
Here we go.
It was awesome.
Sharing ideas, it's nice.
Exactly. We got one more from Eric. Shadow, saying to Eric and Cole, please don't accept Luffy losing to Emu badly now, just because he's a Yonko. You're lowballing Emu, comparing him to a Yonko? I don't know what that means. Lowball.
Listen,
I know what he means.
Listen, Amber is very strong. He's not 10x Roger, so everyone needs to relax a little bit on how strong this man is.
It's like the idea. It's like so. Like the idea is that
Luffy. I understand everyone's hyped about Aimu and he's strong and what, but like we can't also forget that Luffy's been on a 30-year journey. He's done so much. He's a Yonko. He's Nika the Sun God. Have a little faith in the man. I don't think he's out for the count.
That's a good. Honestly, have a little faith is a good message to
Right.
end on. I like that. Once again, shout out to Brago. Shout out to Eric. Shout out to KO. Shout out to Kev. Shout out to Hime. Shout out to Goofy. Shout out to Mel. Shout out to Cole. Shout out to Zoro Fanboy. Shout out to everybody who was in the stream earlier. This was really a lot of fun. And shout out to all of you for watching. We appreciate you. Again, by the next Reverie, we'll know what's going on with Emu Luffy. Shout out to the chat. We got one more thing. Zen said I was continuously sidetracked. I made a video about Opla being able to do the whole thing, and it was really good. Convinced me that they can do it. We'll see. I don't think live action is doing the whole thing. Yo, Mugiwara Matt B coming through. Shout out to Mugiwara Matt B at the very end as well. We're literally just wrapping up. Happy to see you made it for the final moments. Thank you once again to all of you for tuning in. Like, comment, subscribe, and until next time, we will talk to you guys later. Nakama! Take care, everybody. Goodbye. Peace out. Shout out to Young Jeff as well, of course. Shout out. Goodbye, everybody.
Shout out Young Jeff, man.
Shout out to Diddy Sauce.
That's right. That's right. No, wait, no.